Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had Shadow Clone Siblings? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Companions for Naruto. It was dark but little 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki didn't really notice. It has been a month since he fled the place that scorned his existence, and the cold nights of the outside didn't really bother him. He sat with his back against a large tree in a meditative trance. Kyuubi? Kyuubi, are you there? Of course, brat, where the hell else would I be? You don't have to be so mean about it, geez. Just tell me what you want, brat. Because I'm not going to sit through another 2-hour conversation. Actually, that's why I'm here. I came to tell you that I don't want to talk to you anymore. We don't get along and you're way too grumpy. This came as a sort of shock to the fox. She didn't really expect the kid to come out and suddenly say something like that. She had to know why. Seems to have missed the reasons Naruto just gave. Why did you suddenly decide this? Don't you realize that if you sever your ties with me, you fall back into that pit of loneliness? Because all you do is curse and yell because you're trapped in me. I'm tired of it and want to find some different friends. I was really glad to meet you and you're not too bad of a person, but we're just too different. I want a different companion. Well, prepare to be looking for a very long but time, brat, because no one's gonna accept a demon container. I'll find someone. Count on it. Noyon, says the demon, smirking. I will. Heh. Naruto was suddenly angry. Stupid fox. I will find some friends, damn it. I'll show you. I'll show everyone. I'll make it my life to find a family. Tell me this then. Why are you so desperate for companions? Why not just wipe them all out using my power? You know I would gladly help you take revenge on them. No, I won't do that. 'Cause if I do, I won't get anyone to like me. So obsessed. You really want a companion? Why should I tell you? You'll only laugh. True. Well, I'm leaving now. Maybe after I've found a companion I'll return and we can be friends. Naruto then turns away from the giant cage holding the fox. Goodbye, Kyuubi-san. And with that the boy fades away back to reality. After a minute, Kyuubi smirks and says, well, I have to admit he's got guts. Real world. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he stared at the midnight sky. His mind was swimming with thoughts of his past. He remembers the events that drove him to flee Konoha. Flashback. Hi. I'm Naruto, what's yours? He asks a white-eyed girl and boy his age. They were about to answer when they were suddenly interrupted. Get away from those two demon. I will not allow you to taint them, yells another white-eyed person, only this one was older. About 30 or so. Naruto's eyes fill with tears and he slowly turns and shuffles away. As he was going, he could hear the girl speak up. Father WWH, why did you do that? He seemed really nice. Yeah, says the boy. All he did was tell us his name. Naruto could feel a growing happiness, but that was soon gone the moment the man spoke. That boy is dangerous. I want you to stay away from him, understand? He'll only cause you too great trouble. But WWHY? No more questions. All you need to know is that the boy is a menace. Stay away from him for your own safety, understand? Yai's father Hayashishima. Naruto could feel the tears falling from his eyes. He was so close. He almost had 2 friends. But then another stupid grown-up had to interfere. He couldn't help but curse them. They were keeping him from fulfilling his one purpose in life. For hours he wandered through the village as he always did. After that day, he finally came to a realization that he was never going to find a friend. Not as long as the other children had adults who always got in the way. He had to find another person who had no one. He had to find another who was like him. That was the conclusion he eventually came to. He made his way toward the river and was thinking about where to find such a child when he suddenly bumped into someone. Watch where you're going, Dobe, says a cold voice. Naruto regains his composure and looks at the owner of the voice. It was a boy no older than him. His hair was jet black and was spiky in the back and parted into 2 long bangs in the front. He was wearing a pair of white shorts and a blue shirt. Without thinking, Naruto smiles and holds out his hand. Hi. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. What's yours? The raven-haired boy flinches in surprise before saying, "My name is Sasuke of the great Uchiha clan." Uchiha? That's right. We of the Uchiha are the best. What makes the Uchiha guys so great anyway? Shut it, Dobe. Naruto frowns. Well, whatever. I'm leaving now, and with that the boy turns and leaves, but not before saying, "And I do know about the Uchiha guys and how they were all killed. If you ever need a friend, I'm here. I know what it's like to have no one." This leaves the raven hair in a state of shock, but he soon shrugs it off. "Dobe could never know how I feel," he says while simultaneously condemning himself to the life of the brooding Avenger. Naruto continued his walk through the village with his mind constantly shifting back to the two he almost made friends with. He didn't get their names, but he was sure if it wasn't for that stupid old guy he would have. This thought fills him with an anger and a sadness at the same time. Two just don't understand. Why do they hate me so much? At this thought he comes to a realization. They always call me demon and monster. I wonder if it's because I'm related to one? But I don't look like one? I just don't know. He begins to cry again for the 5th time that day. He cries for 20 minutes until he finally came to a conclusion. Stupid grown-ups. If I can't find anyone who like me here, then I'll just leave and find some friends somewhere else. This thought was very sudden, but he didn't care. He had already made up his mind. He was leaving Konoha. In flashback, Naruto smiles at how sudden his decision was. But he was glad he made it. He felt better now that he didn't have to worry about another beating or the hateful glares of the villagers. He remembers how a week after he left the village he was knocked out and found himself in his own mind in front of the giant cage. "That's when I met Kyuubi," thought the boy as he sifts through more memories. Flashback. "So you're finally here, brat. About time. I was thinking I was going to have to force you here." "Who are you?" he asks the giant fox behind the bars. "Such a pathetic brat. I cannot believe I was sealed inside one such as you." Naruto was quiet for a second before finally realizing what was just said. "Wait, what? Inside me?" he asks. "That's right, brat. I'm going to get right to the point and say this now. I am the great Kyuubi Kitsune, the 9-tailed fox demon that attacked your pathetic village 6 years ago, and before you ask something like, 'Wait, weren't you killed?' remember this. I cannot be killed by any pathetic human. That is why I'm stuck inside you now." Naruto goes quiet. Kyuubi was getting ready to say something else but is cut off by Naruto, who says, "So that's it. I'm not related to any demons. Just have one in me. They could have at least told me." Kyuubi smirks and says, "They didn't tell you because they were scared of you." "No, that's not it. If they were so scared of me, they wouldn't have the courage to attack me like they do all the time." Kyuubi goes to say something else but is cut off again by Naruto. "Well, I don't really care about that right now. I want to know why you attacked the village." "Geez, what's with this brat? He not at all surprised by the fact that I'm inside him," thought the fox as Naruto boldly steps into the cage. "Hey, what the hell? Are you stupid or something? I can possess you while you're in here, you dumbass. But if you wanted to, you would have done it instead of telling me you can." Kyuubi smirks and says, "Whatever, brat, I won't possess you this time because of my growing respect for you, but get this close to me again and see what happens." She then reverts to her human form. An appealing woman who was dressed in crimson silk and had wild, very long red hair. Her eyes were red and the pupils were black slits. Her ears were pointed and 9 red fox tails danced around behind her. "So what the hell do you want to know? And make it quick." In flashback, Naruto smiles and continues looking up at the stars. Kyuubi and Naruto didn't get along very well, but they held a mutual respect for each other. Over the last month they talked quite a lot. Kyuubi told him about her life as a demon lord and how she hates humans and snakes. Naruto told her how he hated the adults in the village for stopping him from making friends. This causes the fox to ask why he cares so much about being accepted by those DMN humans. When he told her his reason, she merely scoffs and laughs in his face. This causes the boy to yell. It was like this all the time, but he felt that the demon was someone he could talk to. It wasn't until about 10 minutes ago did he realize that all they ever did was yell and degrade each other. He knew this is not how companions should act, so he decided to quit talking to the fox and search for new companions. "Brat, you won't find any other companions. Give up." Naruto ignores her but has a sad look in his eye. Kyuubis suddenly has an idea. She remembers a jutsu that the fourth used while fighting her. It was called a shadow clone technique. She didn't know where this idea came from or why she even cared. After a mental debate, she finally decided it was merely an experiment to test her own power. And besides, at least the brat wouldn't be crying all the time after this experiment. Hey brat, I have an idea. Naruto says nothing. Answer me, damn it. Silence. Listen, if you listen to my idea, you'll never hear from me again if you don't want to. Alright then, I'm listening. I knew you'd see it my way. Are you gonna tell me or what? Impatient brat. Hey listen, have you ever heard of the shadow clone jutsu? No. It's a jutsu that allows you to make copies of yourself. And, asks the boy with piqued interest. Well, I figure I can teach you that technique. Why? Because I have an idea now, pay attention. Naruto then watches as an image of the fourth performing the seal for the shadow clone flashes through his mind. You have it memorized? Yes. Good, now focus your chakra into that hand sign and say the technique. Okay. He then does it instructed and yells out, shadow clone technique. Kyuubis sweat drops. Oh, we have a long but way to go. Time skip 2 days. Geez brat, why didn't you tell me you had no chakra control? That was 2 days ago. So shut up. At least I have it down now. Just shut up and create a clone. Naruto does as he is told, and soon another Naruto is looking at him with a smile on his face. So what now, Kyuubi? This is my idea. Instead of searching for a companion, I'm going to help you create a couple. And just how are you going to do that? Shut up and cut your palm with a kunai. Naruto does as he is told. Now place your palm and an item of your choice on the clone's chest. Naruto does and decided to place the kunai since it was already in his hand. Remember to keep your hand on his chest at all times until I'm done. What are you do? He is cut off when his hand suddenly begins to glow with the Kyuubis' red chakra. Hey, what are you doing? Just watch. And keep your hand on the clone. And so Naruto watches as the red chakra flows from his and onto the clone. He watches as the chakra begins to slowly form an intricate spiral pattern on the clone's chest. He watches as the clone's hair and eyes begin to change color. The hair changing from yellow to dark gray with yellow tips at the spikes. A section of hair on the back of his head suddenly grows long toward his lower back and retains its bright yellow color. The eyes turn from blue to a light gray. When that is done, Kyuubi tells Naruto he can remove his hand. When he does, it reveals a glowing red spiral, the kunai, and a bloody handprint still on his chest. Now this is the best part, says Kyuubi. Naruto was about to ask what the best part was but is interrupted when the clone suddenly gives a yelp of surprise. The reason? The kunai that was on his chest was suddenly hovering a foot in front of him, being held up by a tendril of red chakra. The blood was moving up the chakra to the kunai and the red spiral was moving toward the stomach. Fox, what did you do? Shut up, it's almost done, brat. Naruto looks in confusion as the spiral finally settles on the clone's navel and vanishes. Then his blood reaches the kunai. His confusion only grows as the blood covers the kunai and seems to liquefy it. Before he could say anything, the strange combination of liquid metal and blood shoots back at the clone and disappears inside him along with the red chakra in a flash of light. What did you do? Asks Naruto. When the light fades, it reveals a boy the same age as Naruto. Nothing seems to have changed except for now the boy had multiple bubbles of liquid gray metal floating around him like a lava lamp. Alright, let me explain what I have just done. That would be nice. Let's see, how do I explain this? Alright, You see, I got tired of your endless rantings about companions, so I tried to get you to stop by convincing you it was hopeless. When it became apparent that it was a hopeless cause on my part, one began to think. And my thoughts brought me to a jutsu called the shadow clone. I figured I would teach you how to do this technique, then modify it a little. How? By using your blood, some of my chakra, and an item of your choice. With these I was able to create a perfect clone of you. A copy that will not puff away in a cloud of smoke when injured. In short, I created another human with its own chakra coils and your blood. Then what was the kunai for? That was so I could give the human its own ability. I combined it with the blood and made it a part of him. A bloodline limit if you will. So that's what those bubbles are. Correct. This copy is literally a DNA clone of you. He has his own chakra source and will grow as any other human. He is what one would call your brother. You made me a brother? Yes. And you gave him some of your chakra as your own. Correct. Naruto could feel his mouth transforming. In less than a second his face is decorated with one of the biggest grins he has ever used. Hey Kyuubi. What? Do you think you could do that again? Fine, but I'm not going to do it more than 2 more times. Thank you. Naruto was trying to hide his excitement and gratitude, but he was failing. That gigantic smile never left his face. Hurry up and create 2 more clones. He does and eagerly awaits further instruction. What items are you going to use? Naruto rubs his chin and looks around. His eyes land on a black feather. I'll use this feather for one of them and guess the other 1 inch. They don't all have to have a bloodline limit, you know. Naruto sighs in relief, then proceeds to cut his palms and place his hands on the chest of each clone. You ready? Yeah, let's do it. Kyuubi smirks. I hope the brat is ready for a different change in the one who has no bloodline limit. And with that, she begins the process for creating 2 more siblings for Naruto. Get to know your siblings. Ugh, where am I? Where did I come from? I don't remember. All I remember is suddenly appearing. Wait, who's that? He looks like me. What's he doing with those other guys who look like him? The clone watches as Naruto does something with red chakra that causes the 2 lookalikes to change. He watches in a state of awe as one of them begins to change first. His hair turning black and silky with yellow streaks. His eyes forming a black ring around the bright blue irises and a pair of glimmering black wings sprouting from his shoulders. No way, he thought as a pair of bright yellow feathers sprouted from his forehead. The second clone began to change completely. His hair while staying blonde grew to shoulder length and became straight. His facial features grew softer and his lips grew fuller. The last thing to change was his hips and waist. They seemed to get a little curvier. Wow, what's happening? He receives his answer when the blonde boy doing everything suddenly speaks up. Hey Fox. You didn't tell me you could make girls too. So what? I don't care, you could have told me. No, I don't want you to take her away. I glad to have a sister. Stop calling me brat. Stupid fox. Whatever, thanks for the brothers and the sister. Yeah, I'll repay you someday. I never go back on my word. The clone looks at Naruto for a whole minute before suddenly bursting into a fit of laughter. This is soon followed the other 2. Naruto had just got done arguing with Kyuubi and was grumbling something about glad to never have to talk to her again when the sound of 3 people laughing suddenly filled the air. Ha! You're really funny, says the girl. Yeah. You're totally crazy, says the winged boy. The last boy could only laugh loudly. Naruto smiles and looks at each of them. He takes note of their faces. They were all spitting images of each down to the 3 whisker-like birthmarks. He faces the girl and the winged boy after their laughing was done. So, he says. So. Naruto raises an eyebrow and tries again. Quite doing that, yells Naruto. More laughs. This continues for another 20 minutes before the clones were finally in the mood to ask questions. So who are you? Asks the winged boy to the other 3. My name's Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. The other 2 look confused. Tu don't have a name. At least I don't think I do, says the girl. Madame too. You know what? I don't either, says the winged boy as he rubs the back of his head sheepishly. Naruto smiles. That's okay. I can give you names, he says. Like what? Asks the girl. I dunno. What do you want to be called? How about Akira? Akira Uzumaki. I like it. Naruto smiles, then looks at the boys. He takes note of the wings and the floating liquid metal, but later decides against naming them after their abilities. He turns his attention towards the gray and yellow-haired boy. How about Naruto Uzumaki? You like that name? He asks. What? But it sounds like your name. So? It's still different. Okay, yeah. I like it, he says. The winged boy speaks up next. I want to be called Riven. Is it cause of your wings? Asks Akira. The boy nods furiously. Naruto smiles and says, Riven it is then. Cool. I have a question, asks Akira suddenly. Yeah. Well, you seem to know a lot, so can you tell us what we are? We don't remember. Naruto's grin grows. This confuses the three children. You guys are my brothers and sister. Really? Asks Akira. Yeah. So that's why we look the same, says Naturo. Yep. But how can we be related? I don't remember any of you, asks Akira. She was a lot more perceptive than the others. She knew Naruto has not said everything. Hey Fox, should I tell them? No answer. Kyuubi. Silence. Fine. The three clones could see the look of annoyance on Naruto's face, but they took no heed of, merely waited for Naruto's answer. At last the boy looks at them with a pained look in his eyes. Promise you won't get mad or think you're not human? Naturo laughs loudly. And why would we get mad? And we know we're human, so don't worry. This lightens the boy's anxiety a little, but he had to tell them about their origins. Two think you need to sit down. And for the rest of the night, Naruto explains to his new siblings the purpose of the shadow clone and Kyuubis alterations. The morning. Brat, you've been yelling for the past hour. Why the friggin' hell are you yapping my din ear off of my dimmin' head? I thought you weren't talking to me. Because Fox. I have to know how to tell them how to turn off their bloodlines. Then I'm done talking to you. Why should I tell you? Figure it out yourself. Tell me. I'm not telling you anything, you ungrateful little heathen. Just tell me. You're not even awake yet, Baka. So leave me the hell alone. Kyuubi then turns around and disappears deeper into her cage, vanishing in the shadows. Naruto rants for another hour before finally giving up and letting himself into the dream realm. With the clones. So what do you think? I don't know, Natoroid sounds kinda weird. But it does tell us why we have no memories. And why we look the same, says Akira. Who cares? I say let's be the best siblings for Naruto we can be, says Riven excitably. Yeri right. No use in thinking about our origins now. We're human now. And we'll always be there for him, yells Akira. Yeah. And besides, I don't mind if Naruto decides to tell others about us. It just means that he trusts them and he has more friends, trustworthy and nice friends. Yeah. They can't be like everyone else and ditch him, says Naturo. They all smile. So what do you think he's dreaming about? Asks Riven. Probably about ramen. I know I want some ramen right now. Even if I don't know what it actually is. Something just tells me that I want it, says Akira. Yeah, me too. Maybe we should go to a town and get some when Naruto wakes up? Asks Naturo. Yeah, yells Akira and Riven at the same time. Just then Naruto opens his eyes. Scene change. Lord Hokage-sama, we have found the location of Uzumaki Naruto, says a scarred-nosed Chunin. I'm very glad to hear that, Irika. Please give me the coordinates and I'll send a couple of ANBU right away. Irika nods and vanishes in a puff of smoke after giving the old man a scroll. Please be safe, Naruto. Scene change. Hey guys, the stupid fox won't tell me how to teach you to turn your bloodlines on and off, so we're gonna have to wing it, says Naruto while missing the hidden pun. Naturo and Riven smile widely and say, no worries, Nissen. We figured it out already. Really? Yeah. It wasn't hard. We just had to think about it, says Riven, and with that his wings disappear into his back. Flashback. Hey Naturo, right? Yeah, and you're Riven? But. And the girl is Akira? That's right. Cool, so it looks like we're just copies of Naruto then? Not really, we were at first, but Naruto made sure we were different than him. Yeah, and I'm really sure Naruto isn't a girl. Riven and Naturo laugh. And besides, he gave us something called a bloody limit? Asks Naturo. It's called a bloodline limit. He said it's a special ability encoded in something called D, says Akira. No, I think it's called DNA. Yeah. Well, I don't care what it's called. I want to learn how to use it. Yummy. Too, says Riven excitably. But first you have to know how to not use it when you don't want to, right? Asks Akira. Yeah. Then why not work on that first? Okay. Sounds good, says both boys in unison. Kira smiles. In flashback, Naturo smirks and the globs of floating metal turn into several kunai and drop to the ground. See? I can turn any metal into whatever I want. And control it. Isn't that awesome? Naruto smiles and agrees with his brother. Akira looks on in interest before finally saying, "Hey Naruto, how come you didn't give me a bloodline?" Naruto rubs the back of his head and says, Two couldn't think of anything good to give you? Akira seems satisfied with this answer and she returns to watching Naturo instantly liquefy then solidify his metal. Riven had activated his wings again and was trying to get into the air with them. He was failing and causing amusement for the others at the same time. This had gone on for 3 more hours as the four got more and more comfortable around each other, and as they opened up to each other more, a little bit of their own personalities began to form. Akira was becoming more laid back and quiet. She still had the boundless energy of Naruto and it showed. Often. But she still preferred to stay calm and analytical. Riven was brash and outgoing. Much like Naruto but with a little bit more arrogance. Naturo's personality was the one that interested Naruto the most. He was still hyper and brash like his brothers but with a certain dark twist. He seemed to have inherited a good portion of Naruto's malice, and the fact that he has absolute control over the molecules of metals didn't really help. Naruto and Akira both knew that he would be quicker to kill something or someone. That didn't change any opinions though. Naruto was glad for all of his siblings, equally. "Hey! I'm doing it," yells Riven. He is hovering 3 feet in the air, flapping his wings furiously. Eventually he tires out and falls back to the ground. Naruto laughs and says, "Don't worry. You'll be flying soon enough." "You better believe it." Naruto laughs. Just then their laughter is interrupted by the sound of 4 stomachs growling loudly. I'm hungry," says Riven. Naruto could feel himself blush. "I ate all the ramen I had already, so we're probably gonna have to go to another village." What are we waiting for? Let's go before I starve," says Riven as he takes off in a random direction. The other 3 soon follow with absolutely no idea where they were going. Scene change. I think we're getting closer to the Kyuubi brat. Yeah, the ANBU ninjas were currently inspecting the remains of an old campsite. There was no hint of a fire, but the area was littered with empty ramen cups and torn clothing. "What should we do when we find him?" asks another Umbu. This one was wearing a dove mask. "We bring him back to the 3rd as instructed. That is all, understand?" The other NBU flinches and says, "Yes, Kakashi, I understand." "Good, now let's move on. This camp is more than 2 weeks old." "Hi." The 2 ninjas then take to the trees, heading straight for Naruto and his siblings. Scene change. Naruto and Riven were smiling happily. Naturo and Akira were looking at the 2 as they had grown a second head. This is really good," yells Naruto as he bites down on another chunk of meat. "Yeah. I've never had anything this delicious," says Riven. "That's 'cause you've never eaten before," says Naruto. "Oh yeah." Akira couldn't take it anymore. "You 2 are a couple of idiots. How do you think the person who made this is gonna feel when he returns and it's gone?" He shut up and take a bite," says Riven as he throws her a piece of the meat. "I'm not gonna do that. It's not ours. This is someone else's." Riven shrugs and continues eating. So good." Finally Naturo speaks. "I can't believe you did that. Just walked into someone else's camp and ate their food." Naruto shrugs and throws a piece of the meat to his brother. "Simon, you know you're hungry too, take a bite." "I'm not gonna." "Simon, take a bite. It's amazing," yells Riven. "I'm not gonna eat some else's food." "Then gimme back the meat," says Naruto. "No." "Then eat it." "No." Naruto was getting ready to say something else but is interrupted when a thick mist suddenly rolls in and effectively blinds the children. "Hey! What's with the fog?" "Hey guys, can you hear me?" he says. "Of course I can hear you, Baka. It only covered our eyes, not our ears, and besides I'm right next to you." And to prove his point, Riven appears out of the mist and stands next to Naruto. Akira and Naturo join shortly after. "What's going on anyway?" asks Naturo after a minute. "How should I know?" says Naruto. "Well, you're the original. You should know at least a little more than we do." "Shut up. I don't know, okay? Yells Naruto. I'd be happy to tell you what's going on. The children freeze. This voice was dark and ominous. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It felt like death itself to them. It had them paralyzed. Suddenly Naruto could feel the tip of something sharp at his throat. Tell me who the hell you are and why the hell you're in my camp. Naruto gulps. See? I told you not to go into other people's camps and eat their food, yells Akira. Geez, and now we're gonna get killed because of you and Reven, says Naturo. Ah, shut up. You were gonna eat it too, yells Reven. Wait, what the hell? Says the voice as the mist begins to disappear. When it does, it reveals a man of about 25 or so. His hair was dark brown and his skin was tanned. The lower half of his face was covered in bandages and he was currently pointing a very big gray sword at Naruto. You brats almost got cleaved in half. What the hell are you doing here? Asks the man. Akira begins to answer but is interrupted by Naturo, who says, That's a whole lot of metal, with a bit of awe. No, Naturo, don't do it, she says, but her words go unheard. Naturo lifts his hands and instantly the sword begins to warp and twist, much to the shock of the man. Finally the sword jerks from his hands and floats over to the gray-yellow-haired boy, where it liquefies and becomes nothing more than big floating globs of silvery gray matter. Brat, what did you do? Yells the man. As the liquefied metal solidifies into a large ring and hovers above him for a few seconds. Naturo! You baka! Yells Reven, Akira and Naruto in unison. Naturo's large smile disappears as he looks over at the man, then back at his siblings. Ah, sorry. I couldn't help it. That's all you have to say, brat? What about my sword? Yells the man. Oh yeah, sorry. Here's your sword back, says Naturo. A minute later the man is reunited with his precious blade and he spends the next 10 minutes inspecting it, making sure everything was in order. Hey brat, how did you do that? He finally asks. Naturo smiles and says, It's my what's it called? It's your bloodline limit, says Naruto. Right. Bloodline limit. That's it. None of the kids saw the man's eyes widen. They also didn't see the small boy behind him flinch. Sumi names Naruto, and these are my siblings Naturo, Akira and Reven. What's your name? And why are you in the woods? Hebrat, my name is Zabusa and I should be asking you brats the same thing. Naruto's face instantly transforms from that of the hyper and happy child to that of one who is trying to cope with a bitter sadness. Well, I guess I could tell you, he says. I'm listening. Naruto's siblings are suddenly serious as well. Naruto sits down and begins his story. I left Konoha because I wasn't wanted there. They hated me and kept me from making friends, so I left. And what's your story? Asks Zabusa while pointing at Naruto's siblings. Only Naruto can tell you that when he's ready, says Akira. Fair enough. So how come you're out in the woods? It's because I can't stand to live in my village anymore. The Mizukage is a greedy Bisude and needs to die, but I don't have the assets to do such a thing right now. Why does he need to die? Asks Reven. Well, one of the reasons is this. He then steps to the side and reveals a young boy in tattered clothing. His black hair was matted and covered in dirt and his face seemed quite feminine. His name is Haku. I found him on a bridge in Kiri. He is the last of his kind. A person with a bloodline limit similar to the gray kid, there only his is with water and ice. At this, Naturo is instantly in Haku's face with a huge smile. You have a bloodline limit like mine? Cool. Haku flinches and says nothing. He's still shy, so back off a little brat, says Zabusa. Sorry. Zabusa straps his sword to his back and sits down, but suddenly has to stand again when two Konoha Anbu ninja jump from the trees and into the middle of their camp. Uzumaki, Naruto. We have to take you back to Konoha. Escape from the ninjas. Brats, you mind telling me what the hell's going on? Growls Zabusa as he fingers the handle of his sword. No one says anything. Naruto, Uzumaki. It's time for you to return to Konoha, says the silver-haired Anbu. Naruto stood there glaring at the two Konoha nins before saying, Zabuza-san, can you kill them? This causes the two ninjas to widen their eyes slightly. Zabusa? Demon of the hidden mist? What are you doing here? I am not obliged to answer that question, and no brat, I'm not killing anyone. I have no problems with these two and I hardly know you. Naruto pouts for a second before resuming his glaring at the two and Uzumaki. Naruto, you have to return to Konoha immediately. It's the Hokage's orders. I'm not going back to that place. The silver-haired Anbu steps closer. We'll bring you back by force if we have to. Naruto turns to run, but before he could even take a step he is lifted into the air and slung over the man's shoulder. Let go. Let go of me. I don't want to go back. Stupid grown-ups put me down. Sorry, demon, but you have to be monitored at all times. That means you are not permitted to leave Konoha. This is said by the other Anbu. Zabusa could feel himself getting angry and Naruto's siblings were scowling. Finally Riven decides to make their presence known. Hey, if Nissen doesn't want to go back then leave him alone, he yells. Nissen? What are you talking about? Asks the silver-haired Anbu. It was then that he noticed Akira, Naturo and Riven. His eyes widen. Kakashi, what's wrong? Asks the other Anbu. These kids. Kakashi was staring down at three identical faces. The only differences were the eyes and the hair. Put him down, yells Naturo. Kakashi was deep in thought, ignoring Naruto's kicks and screams and his teammates' questions. Since when did Naruto have siblings? Something isn't right. These kids are spitting images of each other, right down to the whisker marks. He didn't notice the small gray boy suddenly raise his arms. He also didn't notice when all of his kunai and shuriken left his pockets and flew over towards the boy. He didn't notice as the other boy suddenly sprouts a pair black wings, but Zabusa and the other Anbu did. More demons, yells the Anbu, snapping Kakashi out of his trance. Kakashi looks at his teammate and says, just what are you talking about? The Anbu raises an accusing finger at Naruto's siblings and says, just look at those monsters. What the hell is going on? Asks Zabusa. Kakashi also had the same thought running through his mind as the kunai and shuriken melt and become globs of floating liquid around the gray boy. It was then that he notices that all of his weapons are gone. But how? When did this kid get them? He asks. His receives his answer surprisingly from Zabusa, who says, it's the brat's bloodline limit. He did the same thing to my sword. Kakashi's eyes widen. Since when did this ability exist? He also notices the boy with wings. What the hell is going on here? I told you, Kakashi. These brats appear to have unique abilities, says Zabusa. That's impossible. Bloodlines such as these do not exist. That's because they're monsters. Just look at them. They're spitting images of the Kyuubi brat. That should explain it all right there, yells the other NB. Kakashi ignores his teammate and looks down at the three Naruto lookalikes. Just who or what are you kids? It's none of your business, now let Nissen go, says Akira. I cannot do that. Your brother has to be returned to Konoha. But is it cause he has Kyuubi fox in him? Asks Riven. This causes Zabusa, Kakashi and the other Anbu to flinch. Yeah, that's right. We know Nissen's secret, he never keeps us in the dark. We also know that grown-ups are stupid in Konoha and treat Nissen badly. Kakashi takes a step forward but does not get any closer as Naturo's metal lashes out at him. Keep away and give Nissen back, he yells. You dare attack an elite ninja? I'll put you in your place, demon, says the other Anbu as he draws a few shuriken and throws them. Try and stop this brat. Naturo does just that, by creating a dome of metal around the front of him, then adding those weapons to his metal. All right, this is getting old. Put the brat down and let him be on his way, says Zabusa. Stay out of this, says Kakashi. Listen, Kakashi. The brat obviously does not want to return to Konoha. Why force him to? Why not leave him and his siblings alone? You know they would only escape again. Not likely. Once he is returned, he will be placed under constant guard of the ANBU. You'll make the brat a prisoner in his own village? You sound just as bad as the Kiri government. I'll says this again, Zabusa. Stay out of this. Zabusa draws his sword. You know, you're really beginning to piss me off. Kakashi throws the still thrashing Naruto to his teammate and says, keep a hold of him and do not do anything to the boy. He then uncovers his Sharingan. Let's do this, says Zabusa as he charges. Because of the Sharingan, Kakashi was able to easily avoid all of Zabusa's blows, and Zabusa refused to have his jutsu stolen by the copy nin. He struck at the copy nin numerous times and was getting nowhere. This was frustrating him. Meanwhile, Naruto was still thrashing in the ANBU's arms. "Let me go. Stupid grown-up. I never want to return to Konoha. I won't go back." "Shut up, rat. You're going whether you like it or not." Naruto growls and tries everything from biting to punching to kicking, but it was having no effect on the ninja. "Calm down, brat, before I kill you." Akira and Riven heard what the ANBU had just said and were angry. "Riven, what do we do? We have to rescue Nissen." "I know, but how?" Akira's mind was already forming an idea. After a minute she looks over at her brother and says, "I got it. Listen closely." Naruto was watching the fight between Zabusa and Kakashi and felt his frustration growing as Zabusa repeatedly failed to land a blow. He examines Kakashi and realizes that his reflexes had to do something with the swirling red eye. Much like Akira, his mind had already thought up a solution. "Damn it! Let me go!" screams Naruto. The ANBU ignores him. That is until he felt the boy's foot connect with the side of his head. "Damn it, brat, you're going to pay for that." He then throws the boy with a considerable amount of force. Naruto sails through the air before smashing into a tree and falling to the ground unconscious. "Nissen!" screams Akira and Riven in unison. ANBU ignores the two and advances on Naruto with killer intent. "I don't care what Kakashi or the Hokage has to say. You die tonight, demon." Kakashi had just dodged another blow from Zabusa's sword and was getting ready to prepare to end the fight with his signature ninjutsu when Zabusa swung again. Kakashi smirks and dodges the sword, but the smirk vanishes the moment Zabusa's sword suddenly twists and shoots right at him. Kakashi didn't have any time to react and ended up getting gashed in the side. "What the hell?" Zabusa smirks and says, "It looks like the brat has his usefulness after all." It was then that he noticed Naruto with his hands held out in front of him and smirking. "I wonder if you can follow the movements of both me and a sword that moves unpredictably?" He then attacks again. Akira and Riven had completely forgotten about their plan and were rushing over to Naruto. Just as they reached him, they were kicked out of the way by the ANBU, who says, "After I'm done with him, you're next." He then draws a kunai and leans in toward Naruto. "Naruto, Nissen. Wake up!" yells Akira with tears beginning to form in her eyes. Naruto groans and opens his eyes, but when he does, he finds himself in the confines of his own mind, in a familiar sewer in front of a familiar giant cage. He looks up to see Kyuubi in her humanoid form staring down at him. "Geez, brat, it looks like you can't even handle being thrown up against a tree. How pathetic," she says with a smirk. "Shut up, fox. So why is it that you are here? I thought you didn't need me any more now that you have your siblings." "I didn't choose to be here. Some stupid grown-up from Konoha did this." "I see, so what do you want me to do about it?" "What? I mean, I'm willing to help your pathetic but out, because if that human kills you, then he kills me as well, and I for one refuse to die inside the cage of some human brat." "Shut up, fox, I don't want your help." "Insolent whelp. Take it. And you better be grateful, damn it." At this, Kyuubi sends some of her chakra over to Naruto and covers him in it. Kakashi was breathing heavily and was sporting several gashes. "Damn, I can't predict the movements of that sword," he says. "Of course you can't," says Zabusa with a smirk. Zabu's sword was currently twisting and squirming like a snake, and there were also small globs of liquid metal hovering around it. Zabusa's sword looked to be truly alive. "Demon, that kid. That ability of his is amazing. I'll probably have to take him out if I'm to finish off Zabusa." Kakashi never got around to doing so because a surge of demonic energy suddenly tore through the forest and froze everyone in place but the three who are related to Naruto. "What the hell was that?" Naruto smiles and says, "That's Naruto, Nissen." Kakashi's eyes widen. "No, it's not possible. The seal can't be broken." Zabusa's thoughts were along the line of, "What the hell kind of energy is this? Such malice. Is this truly coming from that boy?" The NBU, who was about to lodge a kunai in Naruto's chest, was suddenly thrown back by the shore of chakra. The atmosphere around the boy grew tense and unstable. The wind picked up and the plants around him began to dry up and burn. What the hell? It can't be. The demon is escaping. This is when Naruto snaps his eyes open to reveal a pair of crimson demonic eyes instead of the normal blue. As he gets to his feet, he is engulfed in crimson chakra that began to alter his appearance. His whisker marks grew darker, his canines grew longer as did his fingernails. His hair turned even wilder than before and his voice changed, becoming a mix of that of a young boy and an animalistic female's. Stupid fox. I said I don't want your help, he yells. The ENBU flinches and hurls a few shuriken at the boy while screaming about possessed demon brats. Naruto sees the incoming weapons and dodges them with a speed that was very unnatural for a 6-year-old child. Stupid grown-up. Leave me alone. As the last word was said, a burst of chakra escapes the boy's mouth and slams into the ENBU and throws him through several trees before he slumps to the ground unconscious. Akira and Riven rush to Naruto's side to make sure he is okay and could feel their own chakra acting up as they got closer to him. They knew it was because their chakra was a part of what Naruto was currently glowing with. Hinison, are you okay? Asks Riven. Naruto smiles and says, yeah, but the stupid fox forced me to use her power. But isn't that a good thing? No. I want nothing to do with her. Kakashi and Zabuza had both decided that their fight was unimportant and rushed over to where Naruto was. Naturo stayed behind to comfort the very scared Haku. It's okay, it's only Nissen. He won't hurt us, I promise. Haku smiles but still says nothing. Simon, I want to see what Nissen looks like. He grabs the feminine boy's wrist and drags him over towards his brother. When Kakashi and Zabuza arrived at their destination, they both let a gasp escape their mouths. Naruto was standing in the middle of a clearing and looking very demonic and engulfed in swirling red chakra. Kakashi had half a mind to kill the boy where he stood to keep the Kyuubi from escaping but restrained himself when he realized that Naruto was still in control. Kakashi, what exactly is going on here? Yells Zabuza. Help me get the boy back to Konoha and I'll explain everything. Naturo, who had just arrived, heard what Kakashi had just said and instantly uses his power to wrap both Nin up in the twisted form of Zabuza's sword. I'm sorry, Zabuza-san, but I won't let you take Nissen back. He then looks at Haku and tells him he is sorry to have to leave so soon before running up to his siblings. Hey guys, we have to go now, he yells as he approaches his siblings. The 3 other children nod and flee from the scene before Zabuza or Kakashi could free themselves. Damn it, Kakashi, it's because of you and those brats I'm in this mess, yells Zabuza as he struggles to free himself. Naturo had made sure they wouldn't escape. Damn it. Well, I guess we have no choice but to wait until my teammate wakes up, says Kakashi coolly. Zabuza growls. Hey Zabuza, you anything about those kids who were with the blonde? Zabuza closes his eyes for a second before saying, all I know is that I caught the brats eating my lunch. Oh, all right then. Just who were those kids? And where did they come from? Zabuza looks around for a minute before saying, hey brat, where are you? Right here, Zabuza-sama, says Haku. Alright, make sure you keep in my field of vision. Hi. Naruto and his clone's siblings ran and kept running for several hours. Naruto had long since returned to normal, but they were intent on getting as far away from those ninjas as possible. When they finally came to a stop, they found themselves at the edge of the rice country overlooking a small village. Hey Nissen, do you think it's safe to go there? Asks Riven. No, but it's not Konoha. Hopefully we can find some food and a place to sleep for the night, right? Yeah, says Naturo. And besides, they won't know who we are, so we don't have to worry, says Akira. The boys nod in agreement. So what are we waiting for? Let's go, says Riven. The 4 Uzumakis then make their way towards the hidden sound village. Sarutobi waited eagerly for Kakashi's return. It had already been 2 days and he received a note from Kakashi saying that he was on his way back. He was anxious to see Naruto. He was hoping the boy would be all right after all the time away from the village by himself. He wasn't the only one waiting for his return. A certain white-eyed girl we all know and love was practically living at the front gate in the hope that he would one day return to her. But the more logical part of her knew that was not happening, judging from what she witnessed the day he left. Oh Naruto, please be okay. There was also another child there. A certain sole survivor of a certain massacre of a certain Sharingan-using clan. He stood to the left of Sarutobi, quietly awaiting the return of the loud-mouthed blonde so he could ask the kid why he would offer to be his friend. It confused him because unlike all the others, this kid when he offered his friendship didn't show any signs of that meaningless pity that was present in all the others. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, 2 figures could be seen on the horizon. Sarutobi took note of the small figure and smiled. Same with the girl, and the boy just continued to stare on. Waiting. They waited for 20 more minutes until the figures were close enough to be seen. Once the 3 looked at them, they were disappointed. There were indeed 2 figures and a little boy, but this one was not Naruto. On top of that, the ANBU he sent out with Kakashi was limping and dragging Kakashi and another nin from Kiri. They both had annoyed looks on their faces, and the ANBU looked beyond said. Kakashi and the Kiri nin were bound together in gray metal that looked like it was recently melted. The girl sighs sadly while the other boy looks away disappointed. Sarutobi looks down at Kakashi and the Kiri nin. What happened? Scene change. After a minute of staring at 4 of the most identical children they had ever seen, the guards opened the gates for them to pass through. They even had on identical white t-shirts with an orange swirl and black shorts. Weird, says one of the guards once the children were in the village. The first thing Naruto and his siblings do when inside the village was to find something to eat. Naruto had to explain to them what that deep feeling in their stomachs was, and he also told them what to do when eating to avoid choking. Riven didn't pay much attention since eating came instinctively to him when he took Subusa's food. When Naruto suggested that they get some ramen, they all eagerly agreed. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you Nizan what ramen is. Ever since we were made, something in my head tells me I want ramen, says Akira. Naruto smiles and directs them to the nearest ramen stand. The clones were amazed. Wow. Amazing. This stuff was made for gods, yells Riven excitably. Naturo and Akira were pretty much the same while Naruto just sweat drops. It was evident that they had never eaten before, so the sense of taste was a whole new concept for them. Even Riven, who didn't know different food, had different tastes. All 4 of them tore into bowl after bowl of ramen with a gusto that amazed yet scared the owner at the same time. They were completely oblivious to the odd stares they were getting. That is until the whispers of, "No way they're going to break his record. What, are you serious? Him? This could be trouble. Who cares? It's about time if you ask me." The 4 siblings carried on with their frivolous eating, happy to put on a show for everyone, and resumed their eating simultaneously. 10 minutes later the 4 were still eating, having long since broke the record judging from the excited whispers. They were each on their 17th bowl, a feat that should be impossible, but for these 4 it wasn't. For Naruto it was mainly because he pretty much ate ramen his whole life and therefore could eat vast amounts of it. The clones because their brains were overloaded from the taste and could not stop themselves, and the only thing that could satisfy the overwhelming longing have that flavor on their tongues was to keep a steady flow of that flavor. Also, they are clones of Naruto. The attention they were getting didn't go unnoticed as a chubby boy with orange hair approaches. "Hey, what's going on in here? Who do toy think you are?" yells the chubby boy as Naruto, Riven, Akira and Naturo all finish their 18th and final bowl. Naturo speaks first. "Hey Nizan, that was the greatest experience I've ever had. When can we eat ramen again, huh?" "Huh." Naruto glares and says, "Baka, unless we find some more money we're not eating again." "Well, come on. Let's go get some," says Riven. "I agree. I don't know if I can live if I never get to eat again," says Akira. Naruto sweat drops. "Of course you can't survive if you never eat again. I'll have to remember to tell them that." "You better, brat. They have much to learn." "Why are you talking? I thought you were never gonna bother me again." Kyuubi was a bit taken aback. He's serious, she thought with realization and another feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. "Hey!" The 4 siblings turn around to see a boy a little older than they are glaring at them. Well, a little older than Naruto since his siblings are technically a little over a day old. "I asked you a question. Who do you think you are coming in here and trying to take over my ramen stand?" Akira raises an eyebrow. "Your ramen stand? I don't see your name on it, but that doesn't matter. We just came in here to eat. Don't play stupid. I know you came in here just to break my record of the most ramen eaten. No, fat boy, we just came in here to eat 'cause we were hungry, says Riven. I'm not fat BSTRD. That's it. I challenge you all to a contest. I will regain my title as ramen champion. The boy stops in the middle of his rant to notice that the 4 kids were already gone. Naruto and his siblings were slightly unnerved. Man, I hope everyone isn't as cuckoo as that guy was, says Riven. Naruto and Akira nod while Naturo snickers. Well, anyway, what do you want to do now, Nezen? Asks Riven. Naruto rubs his chin and says, well, it's still noon and we're not leaving until tomorrow. How about we train a little? Maybe we could get someone to teach us something. That's a great idea, Nezen, says Riven. Yeah. The stronger the better. That way the grown UPS leave Nezen and us alone, says Akira as the 4 head off in search of a good training ground. Scene change. As Kakashi explained the events involving Naruto, Zabuza, Kakashi's teammate, and last of all, those kids who claimed to be the boys' siblings, Sarutobi grew a little worried. So you're telling me that not only do these kids look exactly like Naruto, but 2 of them had some unknown bloodline abilities? Yes, sir. One of them has gray and yellow hair and is responsible for binding me and Zabuza. It appears his abilities involve manipulating the property and shape of anything made of metal. Sarutobi raises an eyebrow. And what was the other's ability? Kakashi sighs and says, this other kid has the ability to sprout a pair of black wings in order to fly. It is apparent that he hasn't mastered them though. The girl appears to have no special abilities. I see. He then looks at Zabuza. Anything you would like to add? Not really, except the look in the blonde's eyes. The one who Kakashi was after. It was a mirror image of the look in Haku's here. He then reveals a small tattered-looking boy. It's my guess this village is the reason for his pain, and that's why he left. He's determined not to come back, and those siblings of his are strong. Going after them in the future might prove to be a mistake. It could even result in someone's death. How so? Asks Sarutobi with a worried look in his eyes. Well, there's something weird about that Naruto kid. That chakra he released. Sarutobi gasps. Did he lose himself? Don't know what the hell you mean, but he merely used it to take out this guy, points to Kakashi's partner, and run off. Fast, I might add. Sarutobi sighs again and says, that is all dismissed, except for you, Zabuza. I have a proposition for you. Scene change. Naturo was whining about not having any metal to work with and focused on punches and kicks instead. Riven was cursing at his wings but getting a little higher each time before falling back down to the ground. Naruto was mumbling something about an aching head while he practiced the shadow clone to improve his chakra control, and Akira was deep in her own routine of punches, kicks, and push-ups. Just cause I don't have special skills doesn't mean I won't be as strong as my brothers, she thought as sweat dripped from her forehead. They went on like this for 2 more hours before finally taking a break and resting next to each other against one of the training posts. The exercising was sloppy due to having no teacher to guide them, but they used what little ninja training they had and went from that, using each other as teachers. Naruto was glad they at least knew the same stuff he did. Being formerly shadow clones, they had that advantage and didn't have to start from scratch. Hey Nezen, what's it like to be a baby? I saw this tiny person while we were looking for this place and asked someone what it was, and she told me it was called a baby and that everyone was one at one time. Naruto sighs and says, being a baby means you're weak and totally defenseless. All you can do is cry when someone tries to kill you. His voice is riddled with sadness. Kyuubis sighs sadly in her prison. Idiot human, she thought. But I wasn't a normal baby. Normal babies are loved by everyone. It's what you're called when you're just starting your life. I think. Wow, so that means Akira, Naturo, and I are babies too? Naruto snickers and says, yeah, big babies. For some reason it doesn't sound very cool when you say it like that. Naruto just laughs, his previous depression gone in an instant. Scene change. Orochimaru Sensei, what are you gonna teach us today? I want to get strong fast, says a spiky brown-haired boy. Shut up, stupid loudmouth, yells a reddish pink-haired girl. Oh, like you're one to talk, says a 6-armed boy. You shut up, too ugly freak boy, yells the girl. Why don't all of you shut up and look? We have guests, says Orochimaru as he points toward 4 children. The girl scowls. Who do these buttholes think they are? This is our spot, she yells. One of the children looks up at her with a pair of blank blue orbs with a black outlining on the iris. Man, is everyone in this place stingy? Nisen, let's leave, he says. What's the hurry, young ones? For siblings POV. Just as they turn to leave, the freaky snake man, as Riven put it, says, what's the hurry, young ones? Naruto looks back at the group and says, don't you want us to leave? Since this is your spot and all. Kukuku's such a sarcastic child, aren't you? Naruto says nothing. Hey, he asked you a question. When Orochimaru asks you a question, you answer it, yells the girl. As if we'd ever listen to what a grown-up has to say, and you're stupid for calling him ill, says Riven. This angers all 3 opposing children while the man just smirks. Kokokuma, you seem full of confidence even if you are an insolent brat. Perhaps you would be singing a different melody after a spar with my students. Yeah, we'll teach you to respect your betters. And why should we fight with your students? It seems pointless, says Akira. I say let's do it. Then we can leave this stupid village and go somewhere else, says Naturo. Orochimaru looks down at his students. You heard them. Teach them respect. The girl charges, first heading straight at Riven with a surprising speed and slams her fist into the boy's gut, sending him backward a few feet. She smirks and goes to charge again but is interrupted by Akira, fist slamming into the side of her head. The girl stumbles but doesn't show any reaction. Is that the best you got? Weak butt. She then kicks Akira in the stomach. The 6-armed boy was having a little more difficulty with Naruto, who, having grown up with people constantly attacking him, had a bit of skill when it came to avoiding being hit. He weaved in and out of the barrage of punches and kicks flying at him but couldn't counter. Hold still, coward, yells the boy as he throws a kick at Naruto only to have it dodged. Naturo was doing the best, seeing as how the first thing his opponent did was draw several kunai only to have them liquefied and hardened around his hands. Naturo taunted his opponent while easily dodging his severely inhibited punches, but he too didn't attack. Is your MSTR really all that great? You're weak and stupid. If he was more like Nisan over there. He points to Naruto, who was making the 6-armed boy look stupid, then you wouldn't have to depend on some grown-up for strength. Shut up. You know nothing. Riven was angry. The girl was fast, but could she fly? He reasoned with himself and remembers he couldn't either. Stupid wings, he grumbles before rejoining Akira in the assault against the reddish-pink-haired girl. Akira had just dodged a vicious kick but tripped on a rock and was now trying to formulate a plan when Riven came from seemingly nowhere and slams his heel into the top of the girl's head. The girl falls to the ground screaming curses and rubbing her head. Riven, you idiot. She's the enemy, not me. Stupid. Riven smiles sheepishly and says, sorry. You moved at the last second. I had no time to react. Whatever. Listen, I have a plan and it involves your wings. Orochimaru looked on with slight interest. These kids show a little bit of promise. He then vanishes to do some research to find out who these 4 were. Naruto decided that merely avoiding the 6-armed boy wasn't enough, so after he dodges a left hook he moves in close and slams his fist into the boy's jaw, knocking him out. The punch was sloppy, but Naruto had enough strength to make it effective. Naruto massages his knuckles and observes his siblings. Okay, I've had enough, says Naturo as he lifts the medal, taking his opponent, whose hands were still trapped, and hovering it in the air. The boy dangles uselessly in the air for a few seconds before Naturo jumps up and lands a heavy kick to the boy's jaw. Just as the reddish-pink-haired girl was getting ready to strike again, Riven suddenly sprouts a pair of large black wings, sending feathers everywhere and effectively blinding her. Go, Akira, yells Riven. Akira jumps up onto her brother's shoulders, then jumps as high as she can into the air. Raven flaps his wings once hard to give himself an extra boost while jumping after her. He comes up behind her, grabs her outstretched hands, flips himself and Akira forward once, then releases her in a powerful front flip human girl throw. Akira tucks into a tight ball spinning toward her stunned opponent, and at the last second she untucks and drills her foot into the ground in front of the girl, sending dirt and rock everywhere. The girl falls down on her but still stunned and staring at Riven. "Riven, you baka! You missed!" yells Akira once she realizes that her foot hadn't taken the girl's head off. "I missed? You're the idiot who waited too long to attack. Shut up. It was your fault and you know it. Hey, just be glad I even decided to help you. Stupid girl." "What? You want to say that again?" She is now in Riven's face. "Both of you come on before you get left behind," says Naturo, who was already leaving with Naruto. Both children are instantly by Naruto's side. "Hey, where'd that snake guy go?" asks Riven after a few minutes. "I don't know and I don't care. Let's hurry up and get out of here," says Naruto as the four approach the village's exit. "Hey Nisan, where are we gonna go now?" asks Akira. "Somewhere away from here. Man, I hope whoever we meet next isn't as crazy as the people here," says Naturo. Hey wait. We forgot to get different clothes. We'll do that in the next village." The four then exit the sound village. "Hey wait." They turn around to see the reddish-pink-haired girl from before. "Geez, what do you want now? Wasn't your precious training ground enough?" asks Riven. "Shut up. I want to go with you guys." This causes four pairs of eyebrows to rise. "Yeah right. What about your precious gown up? Your M's are how?" The girl glares and says, "Actually I just met him. So shut up. But forget him. I want to go with you guys now." "What the heck for?" The girl casts a look in Riven's direction before quickly looking down and says, "Well, because I want to travel and see the world too. And I think it would be fun to have no adults to answer to." Naruto smirks. I don't know. What do you think, Ni-san?" asks Riven. Naruto looks at the girl's eyes for a whole minute before smiling a huge smile, then saying, "Of course you can come with us." "Well, if Ni-san says it's okay then I won't argue," says Riven. "Same here," says Naturo. "Me too," says Akira. The girl snorts and says, "What is this guy, the boss or something?" "Well, sort of. After all, he is the one who see." Riven trails off. "Huh. Oh, nothing. I'm sure Ni-san will tell you later. Whatever it's your secret, it matters not to me. By the way, what's your name?" asks Naruto. "My name is Tayuya." Naruto nods and begins his introduction. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Future's strongest ninja ever. My name is Akira Uzumaki. And mine's Riven Uzumaki. The best looking and most talented one. The name's Naturo Uzumaki and Riven is a hyperactive baka. Quadruplets it? Well, good to meet you all," says Tayuya. Naruto smiles a happy smile that says, "Well, we better get going before Snake Man shows up looking for his student servant whatever." Tayuya smirks and moves in step with Riven, and the five children head away from the sound village. "Hey, we didn't even get to sleep anywhere," says Akira suddenly. "We'll just find a nice spot in the woods for tonight then," says Naturo. Riven sighs and says, "I just noticed my shirt is torn up in the back, stupid wings." Tayuya smiles while Akira calls him an idiot. Naruto just ignored his siblings' antics and continued on. "Where to go next, we'll figure it out on the way, I guess." He smiles as Riven spreads his wings, causing Tayuya to stare with starry eyes. I was wondering what the real reason was that Tayuya would suddenly want to come with us," he thought. He locks eyes with a smirking Akira. Naruto merely winks at his sister and continues on. Scene change. "What do you mean Tayuya left with them?" "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama. But she told me it was your idea." "That little wench, find her. Bring her back. And bring those kids as well." "Yes, sir." Orochimaru rubs his temples. "So, little Tayuya-chan thinks she can betray me? She and her new friends will pay. Kukukuku." Scene change. "Sorry, old man, but I cannot take you up on that offer. You know what I plan on doing again." "Yes, you've told me, but think about it. Konoha could use a powerful ninja such as you, and I know you're already tired of running. Why the hell are you even offering me this anyway? Don't ninja villages usually take the heads of missing nins such as myself and collect the bounties?" Usually yes, but you had a good reason for doing what you did and I'm sure neither little Haku or Naruto would forgive me if I took your life. So what do you say? I'll even have your sword repaired for free. Zabuza rubs his chin. I guess it would be nice, especially for Haku. Fine, I'll take you up on your little offer for now. Great. Now, what is Haku's age and level of skill? Scene change. Naruto, Akira, Riven, Naturo and Tayuya were camped in a forest clearing around a large fire that Tayuya created using fire-type jutsu. They were all deep in their own sleep, completely unaware of the 4 sound ninjas coming straight for them. I can sense them. But they haven't gotten very far. This will be easy. And if they resist too much? Kill them and bring back the bodies. That was Orochimaru's order. Hi. The 4 nin grin as they get ever closer to the 5 sleeping children. The lost village and the kidnapped Dojutsus. The eyes of Tayuya snap open with a suddenness that would of the others if they too weren't asleep. CRP. Guys, wake up, she says with urgency as she shakes Naruto's shoulders. Is it morning already? Tayuya proceeds to wake the others. Guys, we have to hide now. What? Why? Asks Riven. Because idiot, there are people coming. Naruto and his sibling tense up. Can we get away if we run right now? Asks Riven. What are you, stupid? No, we can't get away, we're screwed. The 5 children begin to panic as they felt their pursuer's presence getting closer. What's gonna happen if we get caught? Asks Riven. Tayuya flinches and says, if we get caught then we're dead. Especially if they work for Orochimaru-sama. Naturo sighs and says, well, Nizan, it was fun while it lasted. Yeah, I didn't even learn to fly yet, says Riven. Kira merely sighs. What, why are you giving up? Heck no. Stupid, grown, you'll never catch us. He then places his hands in the cross symbol. Shadow clone jutsu. 5 Narutos puff into existence. This causes Naturo, Riven, and Akira to look on with an unnatural amount of interest, causing Tayuya to scoff. Geez, what's so special about clones anyway? She thought as she observes Naruto's siblings. Naruto points to 4 of the clones. Okay guys, 4 of you turn into one of them and 1 of you stay the same, then pretend to be asleep. The clones nod and do as they're told, and soon there stood a perfect copy of the 5 children. No, remember not to struggle once you're captured and far away. Then you can fight. The clones nod and lay down. All right then, let's go, says Naruto as he and the others dash into the forest, running as fast as they could and getting deeper into the forest. No sooner than 2 minutes after the 5 children left the clones did 4 Jonin sound ninja jump into the clearing and snatch up the clones. Hey, got him, says one of them with a smirk. Good, now come on before Orochimaru-sama grows impatient. Right. And with that the ninja dart off back toward Odo. Scene change. Phew, they stopped, says Tayuya after 20 minutes of dashing through the forest. The 4 Uzumakis breathe a huge sigh of relief. Man, I thought we were goners for sure at first. Good thing Nizan didn't give up, says Riven. Naruto smirks and says, an Uzumaki never gives up on anything, believe it. Riven nods. And you're an Uzumaki too, so remember that, all 3 of you. Riven, Naturo and Akira all give identical sheepish grins. Tayuya sighs and says, now I can't sleep. Damn it. Oh, relax, it's not that late at night, so we might as well continue, right? Says Riven. Naturo nods in agreement. And besides, we don't know when Nizan's clones will disappear, so we might as well get going, he says. Fine, says Tayuya as she looks around at her surroundings. Heya? Where are we? She asks. What are you taking about? Asks Riven as he and the others begin to look around. The first thing they notice is the same thing that caused Tayuya to ask her question in the first place. The forest was about 3 feet behind them, while in front of them was a wasteland. Dry, cracked dirt, leafless trees, and the occasional animal skeleton seemed to stretch on forever. The land spoke of some kind of past tragedy. Okay, when did this happen? Asks Riven. Apparently we strayed from our path in our hurry to get away, says Akira. Naruto sighs. Well, I ain't going back into the forest, so there's only one way to go, and that's straight ahead. Yeah. Follow that huge glowing circle in the sky. Naruto and Tayuya sweat drop. It's called the moon, Riven, says Naruto. The moon? Well, anyway, let's follow it. Naruto nods and begins to walk into the wasteland. Akira and Naturo are quickly by his side. Tayuya looks over at Riven, who is still gazing up at the moon, and says, "What's with you three? You treat that obnoxious blonde kid like a king." "Oh, you mean Nissan? I never noticed. Maybe it's because we owe our lives to him. In more ways than one." And with that, Riven walks off. "We also owe them to the fox," he added mentally. Tayuya sighs and dismisses it from her mind before joining the group. "Geez, everything is so dead and dry," says Tayuya after 15 minutes of silent walking. She merely said this because the silence was like a stifling air. She had to break it. Naruto and Riven snicker at the frustrated girl while Akira and Naturo just continue walking. A sharp gust of wind quickly reminds the children that they left behind their sleeping bags. Well, it reminded Tayuya that Naruto, Akira and Naturo seemed immune to the cold while Riven just activates his wings and wraps them around himself. Tayuya temporarily forgot about her condition and just opted to stare at the boy for a minute until she mentally slaps herself for such ogling. She also curses the 4 siblings for being so used to the cold while she has to suffer and shiver all night. Riven takes notice of the shivering girl and walks over to her with a wing outstretched. "Hey, you can join me in here if you want. It's really warm." Tayuya instantly blushes and turns away from the boy. "Heck no," she yells. Riven shrugs and re-wraps the wing around him. Tayuya glares as she shivers again. Jeez didn't even insist, she thought as she shivers a third time. The group of 5 children continue their journey in relative silence for another half hour. It was only a relative silence because Tayuya's shivering increased and her teeth were chattering like crazy. On top of that were Riven's once-every-minute attempt to get Tayuya to join him in the comforting warmth of his wings, an offer that she always loudly refused. It was midnight now. Or that's what Tayuya guessed, and the moon was high in the sky and bathed those below it in its soft glow. As they continued on, the land seemed to grow more barren, as if they were heading toward the source of death itself. Death and Jack Frost, according to Tayuya, whose shivering was at whole new levels. Riven finally decides that enough is enough and snatches the girl up in his embrace before she could even eep in surprise. It took her half a second to realize she was being held up against the boy by his wing. His really warm wing. She unconsciously snuggles closer to the boy, causing him to blush. "These things of his are really warm," she thought. "Well, let's get going then," says Riven as he begins to walk. He fails to see the smirks on his siblings' faces. "Ah, how cute. The clone has a girlfriend," says Kyuubi, trying to strike up some kind of conversation with Naruto. She growls, then sighs as once again her comment was ignored. They continued walking again in silence. They didn't know what time it was now, but they knew it was late. They walked for another hour with Naruto complaining the whole time and Tayuya realizing that she was still all snuggled up with Riven and blushing whole new shades of red while pushing the boy away from her. She was getting ready to yell at the indifferent winged boy when Naruto suddenly points to the left, saying, "Hey, look. I think it's a village." The others turn to follow the boy's finger and they see a faint yellow-orange glow off in the distance about a mile away. "Hey, it is a village, I think," says Akira. The 5 children continue to stare at the glow for a whole 5 minutes. "Well, in any case it has light, so we might as well go there," says Akira. The others nods and dash off toward the glow. Scene change. Hinata was once again waiting at the front gate. Alone. In the dead of night. She knew in her heart the boy was long gone, but she had hope. Hope that she would one day see the blonde again. Hope that she would once again see that smile. And Naruto-kun, she thought as she stared up at the stars. She had only actually met the boy face to face once. The day her father told her and Niji to stay away from him. She saw the broken look in his eyes as he shuffled away, then she remembers smiling as his face grew determined again. She remembers how she used to watch through his struggles. His determination was amazing. She admired the boy to the point of love-struck obsession. She used to silently follow him everywhere. She witnessed it all. The beatings and the attempts to learn a jutsu. She saw it all. Her eyes began to tear up and she was mentally beating her own but for not gathering the courage to be there for him when he so desperately desired, no, needed it. Even on the day he finally approached her and Niji trying to make them friends, she couldn't do more than blush and stutter. She was angry with herself, angry with her father, and most of all, she was angry with the village. She unconsciously activates her Byakugan. "Naruto-kun," she says. It was then that she notices two things. What? There was a man standing behind her. Two, there was also a boy her age preparing a jutsu. Well, what's a little Hyuga girl doing out here by herself, says the man, causing her to freeze. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. A large fireball erupts from the boy's mouth and heads right at the man. The man doges and smirks as a boy jumps down to join the Hyuga. Well, an Uchiha. Interesting. What do you want with me? Asks Hinata. The man laughs and says, the hidden cloud desires the Byakugan. Hinata gasps and the boy goes into a fighting stance. Heh, and while I'm at it I might as well take the Sharingan for Cloud as well. The boy glares. Now prepare, says the man. A second later both children's vision goes dark. Scene change. As Naruto and the others came upon the source of the glow they frowned. It was indeed a village, but there was one problem. Geez, this place is messed up, says Tayuya as she examines the ancient remains of what obviously used to be a massive gate. Naruto agrees. I wonder what happened, says Naturo. I say we go in and find out for ourselves, says Riven excitably. Freakin' idiot, says Tayuya, causing Riven to glare. You're interested to admit it. Yes, we all are now come. Surprisingly, it was Akira who said this. Alright then, fine, let's go, says Naruto excitably as he and Riven dash into the ruined village. Naturo, Tayuya and Akira merely nod and calmly walk in. It was then that they noticed that the actual source of the glow was a huge sphere sitting on top of a tall spire. Weird, says Naturo before turning to the right and heading off on his own toward the sphere. Akira and Tayuya also walk off in different directions after giving each other nods. They all had a little exploring to do. Hey brat, there's something odd about this village. Well, perhaps this has to do with that sphere that your brother is currently liquefying. What? Naruto then looks at the sphere and sees Naturo. Naturo was ecstatic. The glowing sphere was made of metal. He'd be dead if he was gonna let this pass him by. He raises his hands and concentrates and was delighted to see the sphere liquefy and float to him. Now, what to shape it into? There was a good amount of metal floating around him, and he had no idea what to do with it, but one thing was for sure, he wasn't getting rid of it. This strange glowing metal was not like any other. He could feel the power radiating from it. I got it, he says as the metal begins to take shape. Here. She was wandering aimlessly. Just what is there to look for anyway? She asks no one as she examines the charred remains of what used to be a clothing shop. She sighs and decides to see if any scrolls were spared in this ruined village. With scrolls she could gain a little more information on this place and perhaps figure out why this place feels so weird. It was then that she notices a faint yellow-orange glow coming from the ground to her left about 3 meters away. She walks over to it with a raised eyebrow and notices that the glow is coming from the frame around the entrance to a passageway that led underground. Not sure if I should, but... She then disappears underground. Tayuya, being a little more curious about the buildings than the others, walks up to one of the better conditioned ones and brushes off some dirt and ash. What she finds underneath is a glow. It was yellowish-orange glow. The same as that glowing ball that Naturo went over to. She raises an eyebrow and brushes more dirt away. Naruto had also found a place underground after looking at his brother and was currently walking down a narrow path. There was no light save for the faint yellow-orange glow emanating from somewhere a couple 100 feet ahead. Naruto smiles as he picks up the pace. Man, I bet there's all kinds of really cool jutsu scrolls down here, he thought with a hug grin. As he gets to his destination, his grin vanishes, then returns full force a second later. They weren't jutsu scrolls, but they were just as good. Riven. Although Riven was excited about exploring this village, he was more worried about other things such as his lack of a shirt. It's true his wings made for good blankets, but they are pretty dim and big, and more than a generous amount of feathers drag on the ground whenever he walks, and he'd be dead if he was going to be treating his wings that way. Right now he was currently rummaging through debris hoping to find something he could turn into shirt or cloak of something, and his wings weren't activated. A short gust of wind causes him to shiver slightly as he continues to dig. Just as he was about to give up and go somewhere else, his fingers snag on a cloth material. Jackpot, he thought as he yanks the cloth out of its grave. It was jet black and about twice as long and wide as he was. He smiles and wraps it around himself. He failed to notice the glowing circle appear on the cloth located on his back. Here. Akira expected to find plenty different things in this underground room. She expected to find broken pottery, shredded clothing, even numerous weapons. What she didn't expect to find was a single huge scroll. This thing was a foot taller than her and just as thick as she was. It was sitting on a glowing altar and had a kanji 4, forbidden secrets on it. She grins and walks over to the scroll. Wow, it's pretty heavy, she thought as she hoists the scroll up with a grunt. She smiles and exits the room. Taiya. Hey wing boy, look at this, yells Taiya to Riven as he walks by. Riven looks over at the girl and his eyes widen. She was grinning and covered from head to toe in dirt, but that's not why he was staring. Taiya was sitting on the roof of a house. A very appealing house whose door frames, windowsills, roof and some of the siding glowed a very bright yellow-orange that illuminated the area around it. The light was soothing and seemed to call out to you. It was covered up in dirt and stuff, but I brushed it all away and this is what was under it, says Taiya. Riven wordlessly walks over to the house and touches one of the sidings. It's warm, he says. Taiya nods. Well, let's go find Nizan and the others so we can tell them about this. Taiya nods and jumps down. All right, let's go. She also failed to see the glowing circle on Riven's back. A kunai. That's what he chose to shape the metal into. A big 4-foot-long, 2-foot-wide glowing yellow-orange kunai that weighed more than he himself did. He smiles. I bet no one else has a kunai like this, he says as he makes his way through the village. The kunai was strapped to his back and seemed to bathe the boy in a warm feeling. He spots Naruto. Hey niece, and what are you doing? Naruto was dragging his findings along behind him when he hears Naturo calling out to him. Hey Nizan, what are you doing? Naruto grins and says, look what I found. He then shows his brother his findings. Naturo didn't know how his Nizan was able to drag behind him a large sword, a scythe, a medium-sized box, an orange sleeveless trench coat that was way too big for any child, and a large hammer, but he was grinning the whole time. Cool, huh? I found them in this underground room, says Naruto excitably. Naturo grins and says, Ni-san, how are you even able to drag all of that anyway? They're all really light. See? He then lifts the sword, which is almost twice as long as he is tall, and tosses it to Naturo, who catches it easily. He grins and was getting ready to say something else when Riven and Taiya appear from the left and yelling excitably about a glowing house. Hey, calm down. Let's go see this house of yours, says Naturo. The others nod and follow the metal manipulator. Hey, where'd you get that huge kunai anyway? Asks Taiya. Naturo smiles and says, I made it. Riven grins and eyes the scythe dragging behind Naruto. Here. She was enthralled. Deep in the forbidden secret scroll of the Hidden Light Village. That was the name of this village. Akira learned everything as she read through the scroll. It told of the village's history, its nature of operation, and even how it was destroyed. She learned that this village was probably the strongest ninja village to have ever existed and that it was the envy of every other, including Konoha. She learned that the ninjas of this village were seal emsis, and through these seals, they created numerous weapons that harnessed solar energy to make them strong enough to slice through rocks, yet light enough that even a child could wield them easily. They were truly geniuses. The ninjas of this former village were strong. They used light-based attacks and their taijutsu was unparalleled. They had only one clan. A strong clan whose bloodline abilities were glowing yellow. Wings and key-like swords made of chakra. Akira smiles as she thinks of Riven. The Hidden Light Village was also, as its name inquires, hidden in light. By placing numerous towers with large metal glowing spheres at the top in strategic parts in and around the village, they were able to enshroud it in a bright dome of yellow-orange light. At night I could be seen for miles while during the day is completely vanished from the face of the earth. Villages everywhere desired light's secrets, especially when it came to their ingenious seals. And that's what led to their destruction. They were powerful but could not stand up to the force of 7 different shinobi villages all out to obtain their power over light. Akira frowns. Grown-ups are all stupid, she says as she reads on. This scroll holds the secrets and history of the hidden light. I leave this scroll in hopes that the village will one day be restored to its former glory. I pray for light's rebirth. If you have been able to open this scroll and not be killed by its security seals, then you have a pure heart untainted by greed and selfish desires. I leave this scroll to you. Protect it, learn from it. Within this scroll is every jutsu known within the Light Village, every weapon fighting style and even the methods for our special seals. It is yours now. Protect it. Let no one but your closest friends and allies get near it. Live on and stay on the path to the light. Signed, the hero from the realm of light. Descendant of the first key bearer. Akira couldn't help but tear up a little as she read that last message. She closes the scroll and hefts it back onto her shoulder. Wait till Naruto Nizan sees this. Scene change. Hinata groans as she slowly opens her eyes. What happened? Where am I? She asks no one. I see the little Hyuga is finally awake. Hinata spins around to face her kidnapper. He was tall. Taller than the one who tried to kidnap her 2 years ago, and he had light brown hair. He was sitting next to a fire with Sasuke, who was tied up. She begins to tear up. Why are you doing this? The man smirks and says, I thought I told you already. Cloud desires Byakugan. SSO, I really have been kidnapped. That's right. Hinata begins to shake and Sasuke struggles against his ropes. It's useless, boy, don't waste your energy. Hinata begins to cry. SSO, what are you going to do with our bodies? The man raises an eyebrow and nearly laughs at her weird but question. Just what the hell are you talking about, girl? Well, don't you have to kill us in order to take her eyes? Yeah, that's right. How else would you be able to take our eyes short of putting us through horrible experimentation? Says Sasuke. The man frowns and walks over to Hinata. He kneels down and stares straight into her eyes. Now you listen to me and listen to me well. Hinata flinches. I don't know what those idiot Leaf Nin taught you to believe, but know this. We of Cloud are not murderers. We do not torture children and we do not disregard lives. Yes, Cloud has been after Byakugan's secrets for a long time and the Sharingan is a nice bonus, but I digress. We will not put you through any pain in obtaining your secrets. In fact, Reikage-sama might just have 1 eye each removed for you too and bring you back home. Both children relax a little. So you're only going to remove a single eye? Yes. That is all we really need in order to study your bloodline. And what about us? What will you do with us? Asks Sasuke. The man chuckles and says, I already told you, Reikage-sama might return you to Konoha or you can leave and go somewhere else. The truth is we really won't care what you do with your lives after we have what we need. We won't force you to stay in Cloud. I see. Hinata then begins to think. SSO, what kind of things are you trying to accomplish with Byakugan? Well, I figure I might as well tell you. Cloud wishes for its own clan of Byakugan users. We'll figure out how to recreate Byakugan and implant it in a few select individuals. We'll do the same with Sharingan as well. I wonder if you could combine the 2 bloodlines. Sasuke smirks and says, all right, fine. I'll give you an eye with no resistance, but you have to train Hinata and I. Make us strong. Make me strong so I'll be closer to killing my brother and help Hinata with her confidence problem. She's gonna need it, especially if she's going back home with only 1 eye. The Hyugas'll degrade her till she kills herself or something. Hinata nearly smiles at what Sasuke said. He was willing to help her. It made her happy to know that someone cared even a little. She looks over at her kidnapper and sees that he is smiling. Sure, I'll train you too. I see no reason why I shouldn't if you're really willing to help us. Hinata smiles, thought she really didn't know why considering she was being kidnapped. Sasuke looks over at the Hyuga girl and says, once we're strong enough we'll go find that blonde kid for you. Hinata's smile grows. The kidnapper raises an eyebrow and says, you're taking this way too dim and well. What gives? Sasuke shrugs and says, I really didn't have anything left in Konoha. My clan was wiped out and all Konoha did was baby me with pointless pity. You mean to tell me that I have taken their last Sharingan user? Those arrogant suckers. Ha ha ha. You really don't like Konoha very much, do you? Cloud and Konoha are enemies. Simple enough, says Sasuke. Hinata nods and says, Tool help. 2 wanna get strong and not be degraded if I fail at something. The kidnapper nods. And besides, Konoha is full of hateful BSTRDS that drove my Naruto-kun away. And who is this Naruto-kun? Asks the man with a smirk. Sasuke answers with an emotionless, a blonde enigma who for some reason was the target of hate and beatings from everyone in the village save for the Hokage. Hinata is obsessed with him and I too wish to meet him again. I see. Sounds like my other student before I got to her. Well, in any case, I'll gladly help you obtain the strength to accomplish your goals. What are your names? Sasuke Uchiha. H. Hinata Hyuga. Well then, Sasuke Hinata. We have wasted too much time already. Let's go. He then slings the 2 children over his shoulders and dashes off. Cloud is 6 days away. Scene change. Konoha was in an uproar. What? What do you mean Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga are missing? Where were they last? There were ninjas all over looking for the 2 Jujutsu heirs, but they didn't find hid nor hair of either one. Ninjas scouted all over the forest and couldn't find anything. Damn it, I want them found, yells the Hokage. I really hope you 2 didn't take off in search of Naruto, even though I really can't blame you. Scene change. Kukuku, so you really thought you could get away from me at Tayuya-chan? Tayuya merely sticks her tongue out and grins. Such insolence. I'll make you remember who you're dealing with. Orochimaru then backhands the girl and sends her crashing into a wall. Kokoku, do you understand now? Tayuya pops out of existence in a puff of smoke a second later. The other children soon follow his example saying, Ha, the snake man was tricked. Stupid grown-up. Orochimaru was left with a look of surprise, then confusion, then intense anger. Those brats will die. As Sasuke and Hinata followed their kidnapper through the Kyuubi, they took notice of several things. 1. Hinata was getting wide-eyed stares. 2. Cloud was positioned on a mountain so high that they were constantly above the clouds. 3. Said cloud seemed to stretch on forever, blocking the view of the earth below, and 4. Kyuubi was really appealing. The constant lack of cloud cover from above allowed the sun's appealing golden rays to bathe the village in its peaceful glow. Now they were on their way to meet the Raikage. They were both nervous. Sure, they had agreed to come to Cloud with no problems, but they were now totally separated from all that was familiar. Hey Sasuke, what do you think it's going to be like here? Asks Hinata. Sasuke shrugs. No need to worry, children, I'm sure you'll both come to find that Cloud is a very pleasurable place to live now. Come. The Raikage awaits. He led the 2 children through the village toward the center where the Raikage's tower stood. They walked in and paused at a door with a guard stationed on each side. After a bit of small talk, they were allowed to pass. They went down a dimly lit hall to another door with the symbol for Cloud on it. The kidnapper smiles and knocks 3 times. Yes? Who is it? Come in, says a rather young feminine voice. The kidnapper smiles and leads the 2 children into the room. Hinata and Sasuke were surprised. The Raikage was a woman, and a rather young woman in their opinion. She looked to be about 22 and had darker tan skin. She was dressed in the traditional Kage robes, so not much else could be said about her appearance. She smiles at the kidnapper. Hideki-san, you're back. How went your mission? She asks. The kidnapper, now identified as Hideki, smiles and gestures down at Hinata. Mission success, he says. The Raikage smiles and directs her attention to Hinata. Excellent job, Hideki-san. You even managed to nab the heiress. Hinata found herself wilting under the woman's stare. This causes her to frown. Hideki-san, when I gave this mission to you, I never included scaring the hell out of her. What did you tell this girl? Hideki frowns and says, This is not my doing, Raikage-sama. It seems that members of her own family are responsible for her current lack of confidence and self-esteem. She's not like other Hyugas. She's kind-hearted, I think, and they degrade her for it. Mysie, we're going to have to work on that. Did you tell her what our plans are? Hideki nods. The rakeage sighs. How did she take it? She took it quite well. She has agreed to give us an eye with no resistance in exchange for training. For training, you say? Yes, Raikage-sama. It seems she and this young man are in search of a friend that left Konoha a little while back. A blonde kid named Naruto-kun. Right, Hinata? Hinata's face turns red. The rakeage laughs and says, "Ah, young love. Tell me, Hinata-san, why has this boy left your village?" Hinata looks down. This is clearly a subject that she didn't want to talk about, and the rakeage understood. She smiles warmly and stands up. It was then that she noticed Sasuke. "Hideki-san, who is this boy?" she asks. Hideki smiles again and says, "This young man is Sasuke Uchiha. He came to Hinata's aid right before I knocked her out." The rakeage sighs widen. "I'm not sure if you care for Sharingan or not, but he has also agreed to give us an eye once his bloodline develops." The rakeage sighs return to normal size and her face transforms into that of an excited child. "Hideki-san, how on earth did you manage to acquire both Sharingan and Byakugan? You shall be rewarded greatly. With Sharingan and Byakugan we could create an even stronger bloodline than the ones in Konoha." "Excellent work, Hideki-san. Excellent indeed." Hideki's sweat drops. "So, I take it you approve of my actions?" "Of course. The Sharingan may not be at the top of our priority list, but it is still a very valuable tool, and with Byakugan we could create a devastating new bloodline by combining the two." Hideki smiles while Sasuke and Hinata's eyes go wide. "Combine Sharingan and Byakugan?" asks Hinata. The rakeage smiles and says, "Yes, that will be our new plan of action. I can't thank you two enough for your cooperation." Sasuke and Hinata smile. The rakeage looks back at Hideki and says, "Well, since they agreed, as long as they get trained, I'm putting them under your care, Hideki-san. Take care of them." "Hi, Raikage-sama." "Good, you are dismissed." Hideki nods and leads the two children out of the office. "All right, kids, let's go get you some new clothes, then we'll go pick up my other student." "Hi." Scene change. Naruto, Akira, Tayuya, Naturo and Riven stood facing the ruins of the Hidden Light Village. Each one smiling warmly at their 3-day hideaway. A scythe twice as tall as Riven was strapped horizontally to his back with layers of black cloth like a makeshift robe adorning his body. Naruto wearing the orange sleeveless trench coat with more than 2 feet of material dragging on the ground and a large glowing harpoon-like sword held firmly in his hand. The 2 feet of white horsehair hanging from the handles swaying gently in the wind. Tayuya's arms were adorned in glowing yellow-orange arm guards, and her cap also sported a glowing ring around it. Strapped to her waist were a small summoning scroll and 2 larger-than-normal kunai knives. Courtesy of Naturo and Akira, who discovered that there are smaller scrolls sealed within the forbidden scroll. Akira stood with no big changes to her clothing. She still wore the white spiral t-shirt and the blue shorts. A glowing hammer was strapped to a black buckled belt, and the forbidden secret scroll was strapped horizontally to her back. Naturo's shoulders were now adorned with metal shoulder guards, and his feet and shins were now covered in large metal boots that would clang loudly when on a hard-surfaced ground. One hand and forearm was also covered in a makeshift gauntlet that had several lines of glowing metal snaking along, forming several spiral patterns. The big kunai, although seemed to be strapped to his back, was actually floating about an inch away from his back. "Well, Nizan, we should go now, huh?" says Riven after a minute. Naruto nods and rests his new sword on his shoulder. It was quite intimidating when you consider the sword's size compared to the child. "This place, I'm glad we found it," says Akira as she adjusts the scroll a little more. "Yeah, me too," says Naruto. "So, Nizan, what do you think we should do? Should we try and restore the Light Village?" asks Akira. Naruto smiles and says, "We'll worry about that when we're older, I guess. Until then, let's just continue to travel the world and get strong." "Yeah, I can't wait to see what's in that scroll," says Riven. Tayuya crosses her arms and smiles. "I'm glad I came with you blonde fools. It's gonna be fun, I can tell." "You bet," yells Riven excitably. "Oh, and one more thing, Nizan and Akira Nechan are the only ones with blonde hair," says Naturo matter-of-factly. "Oh, shut up. You and Wing Boy both have some yellow hair so there, yells Tayuya. Naruto laughs and says, well, we should get going. I'm really hungry and I want to get to a village so we can eat. With what money, fool? Asks Tayuya. Naruto grins and holds out a wallet that was packed with money. Those cool weapons weren't the only things I found in that room. The other 4 children grin and turn away from the hidden light village. So long, hero from the realm of light. Thanks for the gifts, says Akira. The 5 children then depart in search of a new destination. Hey Neeson, how about we go that way? Asks Riven while pointing in the direction of a grassland off in the distance that was covered in fog. Are you sure? That seems kind of far away, says Naruto while using his hand as a visor in order to get a better look. It was about 30 miles away, that much he could tell. It would take about a week to get there, he guessed. Yeah, let's go there. It's better than this dead but hard ground that I'm tired of being around, says Tayuya. Naturo nods. He was getting tired of hearing his boots clang every time he took a step. Naruto sighs. But it's so far away. Ah, come on Neeson, don't be like that, says Akira. Yeah, what she said. Come on Neeson, please. Naruto sighs as 4 pairs of hopeful eyes fall upon him. Fine, we can go there, he mumbles. The other children smile and run in that direction. Akira was a little slower than the others due to her scroll, but that didn't stop her. Naruto sighs again and takes off after them. Scene change. Just outside the village of Kiri, in the residence of a certain clan, a young boy sat huddled up in the corner of his cage. A young girl with long black hair was also there, imprisoned for coming to the village and trying to help him escape. The boy pulls a bone from his palm and begins to chisel a little more at the faces carved into the cave's walls. The girl could only stare at him with a hurt look in her eyes. The boy was badly beaten and he refused to look at the girl. He felt it was his fault she was trapped with him. The girl sighs and walks over to the boy and wraps her delicate arms around him. Kimimaro-kun, it's not your fault. Don't let those JRK faces tell you otherwise, says the girl. Kimimaro completely collapses into the girl's arms while crying. But, Kinchan, if you didn't see me here you wouldn't have tried to save me. If you would never have come to Kiri, then you wouldn't have gotten trapped. All because you met me, the bone freak. Kin rests her head against the boy's and tightens her hold on him. Kimimaro-kun, you're not a freak. You merely have a bloodline limit. It's a gift. They're just jealous, that's all. I know you're not a freak, Kimimaro-kun. You really think so? Kimimaro didn't know why he was getting his hopes up. It was something that proved to be a gigantic mistake in the past time and time again, but this girl was different. She wasn't even from Kiri, yet she risked her life to try and save him and was now trapped with him, and she wasn't lashing at him for it. Instead, she was hugging him while saying comforting things. Yeah, Kimimaro-kun. And once we escape from this place, you can prove to people that you're no freak. Kimimaro sighs and looks with sad eyes at Kin. He goes to say something else but is cut off by the girl. I know you can do it, Kimimaro-kun. She grabs his hand. I'll help. Kimimaro could feel more tears streaming down his cheeks. Thank you, Kin-chan. Kin smiles and continues to hug the boy until they both fell into a blissful sleep. Scene change. It took 2.5 weeks to get there. The reason was because Riven insisted on stopping periodically to practice with his wings. Naruto and the others had to admit he was coming along quite well, but he was still holding everyone up and they were hungry. Now though, they were finally at the front of the village. After being led in by the guards, they went straight for the nearest food stand and devoured almost everything on the menu. Tayuya found it hilarious yet annoying that Akira, Riven and Naturo seemed to gasp and sigh in absolute pleasure whenever they tried a different dish. It was like they had never tasted anything before. Naruto was something else. She didn't know how he was able to put down so much food. Once they were satisfied, Naruto paid for everything and they left behind a very happy store owner. Riven smiles happily as he pats his full stomach. Ah, that hit the spot. I'll say, says Akira. Naruto, Tayuya and Naturo nod. So what now, Ni-san? Asks Akira. Naruto shrugs. Let's go look around, he suggests. Riven smiles and says, cool. I'm gonna go find some new clothes. This blanket isn't cutting it. And with that, the winged boy takes off with Tayuya following before the other 3 Uzumakis could say anything. Akira sighs and adjusts her scroll. Well, I'm staying with Nissan. How about you, Naturo? The metal manipulator shrugs and says, might as well. That way no one can sneak up on you and take that scroll. Naruto smiles and says, well, I'm gonna go look around the outside of the village for a training ground. Cool, let's go, says Akira. Naturo shrugs. The three siblings then head off towards the outskirts of the village. They walked for 5 minutes and were surprised to see another smaller village. Probably that of a clan. They enter the premises with little difficulty and see that it is indeed the home of a clan. The people were darker skinned and larger than most people. They had dark hair and their foreheads sported 2 black dots. The people regarded them with little concern and carried on with their own business. Naruto notices that they seem to be preparing for a battle, judging from the tension and gathering of weapons. Sheesh, says Akira. I know, says Naturo. Naruto merely looks around. He was on guard. Although the people left them alone, they were still putting off an aura of bloodlust that he didn't like. After a while he says, all right, let's get out of here. His 2 siblings quickly agree. They turn to leave, but something towards the edge of the area catches his attention. He begins to walk over to it. Hey Nizan, where are you going? Asks Akira as she and Naturo run up to the boy. Naruto merely continues his trek, saying nothing until he gets close to his destination. Weird, he says as he peers at what was before him. It was a cage designed to hold a large animal. It reeked of bodily waste and old food. Naruto looks into the cage and gasps. Scene change. Riven and Tayuya were grinning happily as they left the tailor. Wow, this is great, says Riven excitably as he flexes his now sleeveless arms. Tayuya grins as she also flexes sleeveless arms. Riven was now wearing a skin-tight black one-piece black outfit. Turns out, the tailor was more than happy to turn the mass of black cloth into a more suitable thing to wear. At Riven's request, the arms and shoulder blades were left completely bare with a strip of cloth along his spine like a spandex outfit. This was so Riven could spread his wings with no difficulty. From his waist hung some extra cloth that was cut and shaped to look like a bird's tail feathers. When asked about this, the boy merely grins. He also had the tailor put a yellow spiral design with a feather diagonally across it on his chest. His scythe was still horizontally strapped to his back, and it got more than a few curious stares considering it was twice as long as he is tall and glowed yellow-orange. Tayuya was wearing something similar to Riven, only her outfit was the same color as her hair and the tights stopped at mid-thigh instead of covering the whole leg like Riven. She also wore an open jacket of the same color. The glowing band that was once around her cap was now just a headband. The cap was long gone now. Her hair was now done up in a ponytail and a darker red-pink sash hung from her waist. She also had a new gray flute that was said to summon a powerful ally when played. The 2 children look at each other and nod with smiles. You 2 little angels have a good day now, says the tailor warmly as the 2 children exit her shop. Riven grins at the woman while Tayuya merely nods. They then dash off, leaving a smiling old woman behind. Tayuya and Riven just wandered. Through the village they came to learn was called Kiri. They saw many things and enjoyed the company of other children. They even stumbled upon a training ground and were amazed at the numerous water jutsus that were used. Riven swore to learn one before he and the others left. Tayuya wanted more than anything to learn how to play her new flute and had Riven accompany her to a local music shop to purchase an instruction book. After that, Riven and Tayuya head out to the outskirts of the village so the winged boy could show off his wings to the girl while steadily getting better and better with them. This went on for an hour until a huge spike of what could only be described as gray liquid suddenly juts into the air, thrashing about violently. Come on! Yells Tayuya as she grabs a hold of Riven. Kimimaro woke up shivering against Kin. Both were deathly cold and pale. Even Kimimaro's skin seemed paler than normal. They were both huddled up in a corner avoiding the sun and the various liquids on the floor. Kin's long hair was a tangled mess and dirty. Kimimaro was covered in grime. Kimimaro closes his eyes attempting to fall back asleep, but it was too late. He was awake and it was about midday. He gently shakes the girl. Kin-chan, it's daytime now, he says softly as he tries to smile. Kin opens her onyx eyes and smiles warmly. Kimimaro looks down and sees 2 trays of what could only be described as the scraps of table scraps before them. He sighs sadly. Breakfast time, Kin-chan. Kin stands up and walks over to one of the trays and begins to eat. There was hardly anything on the tray this time. It was nowhere near enough to satisfy their hunger. It wasn't long before they were done and back to doing nothing inside their prison. Kin tried to talk to the bone users several times, but the conversations always ended up with them both crying, Kimimaro for his life of suffering and Kin for Kimimaro. They went on like this for 10 minutes and decided to try and sleep again. Kin wraps her arms around the boy and closes her eyes. Kimimaro-kun, she whispers as another tear slides down her cheek. Kimimaro goes to say something else, but suddenly hears something. Hey Ni-san, where are you going? Kimimaro could hear the sounds of footsteps. He hugs Kin and tells her to prepare for another day of torment. She nods in understanding and buries her face into his chest. What's a cage doing here? Asks a boy's voice. So they're not from here or they're just teasing us? Thought Kimimaro. Gasp. Ni-san, what's wrong? Are 2 people locked up in there. Really? Yeah, come look. Gasp. That's horrible. Kimimaro looks toward the cage bars and sees 3 children slightly younger than he is. They were triplets judging from their identical faces, and they each held sadness? For him and Kin. He continues to stare. Ni-san, says the blonde girl. Kimimaro looks over and locks eyes with the spiky-haired blonde boy and nearly gasps at what he sees. There was understanding. A mirror image of his pain in those large blue orbs. A deep sadness that can only be obtained through a lifetime of suffering and mistreatment that no child should go through was shown in those eyes. Kimimaro was lost for words. Like me. Kimimaro was taken aback by those words spoken by the blonde boy. He couldn't say anything. His grip on Kin tightens a little more. Ni-san, we have to help them, says the blonde girl. Kimimaro's eyes widen. Oh no, I can't let them help me. They'll be imprisoned like Kin. He raises his hand, but it was too late. The blonde raises his large sword and swings twice. A second later, a section of the bars separate from the rest and fall to the ground. Wow, Ni-san, I guess the scroll wasn't lying, says the other boy, speaking for the first time since he arrived. Kimimaro notices that this boy seemed on edge and relaxed at the same time. The blonde boy steps into the cage. Hey, what are you doing? You must flee while you still can, says Kimimaro, but his words fell on deaf ears. The blonde boy makes his way over to him and Kin and holds out a hand. He smiles warmly and says, Come on, we're busting you out of here. Kimimaro was lost. This was the second time some unknown child came here to rescue him. He didn't think it was possible. Then there were his eyes. Eyes so much like his own. So full of understanding. He unconsciously reaches up and takes the blonde boy's hand. Kin smiles with her face still buried in Kimimaro's chest as she is lifted into a standing position by the boy she was clinging to. Once she is standing, she takes her face away from her comfort and takes a look at her rescuers. The blonde smiles warmly at her, then says, Come on. The 2 nod and follow the boy out into the sunlight for the first time in weeks. They smile. Akira and Naturo make their way over to the 2 children and hold out their hands. Hi, my name is Akira Uzumaki and that's Naturo Uzumaki. We're Ni-san siblings. Kin bows and says, It's nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san. Kimimaro merely nods but was smiling. So, how come you guys were locked up? Kimimaro's smile instantly vanishes. If I told you, you'd hate me just like all the others. Kin grabs his hand. Naruto smiles sadly. I understand how you feel. You have been betrayed by the ones you trust. You were alone for your whole life. I understand what that's like. Kimimaro looks up at Naruto. But, weird. I'm different. How can you know what that's like? I can tell you have suffered in your life, but have you truly suffered? Can you completely relate to my pain? Naruto smiles and lifts up his shirt, showing the seal on his stomach. When the demon that attacked your home village is sealed within you, you come to understand others who have suffered like you have. Kin and Kimimaro gasp. You see? All of us are different somehow. He places a hand on Kimimaro's shoulder. So tell me what makes you different. Kimimaro was reluctant, but Kin's reassuring hug gives him the confidence he needs. He pulls a bone sword from his palm. Dead bone pulse. My bloodline limit. Naturo's eyes widen. Hey Neeson, how many different bloodline limits are there? Naruto shrugs and says, I don't know. Naturo walks over to the cage and raises his arms. Because I'm gonna find out about every single one, he says excitably at the cage bars liquefy and shoot into the air as a thrashing metal tower. Kimimaro's eyes widen. You posse's a bloodline limit as well? Naturo nods. And so does Riva-ni-san, but he's out with Taiyuya right now. Kimimaro and Kin could only stare wide-eyed at the moving liquefied metal before them. I never dreamed I see another bloodline limit, says Kimimaro. Kin merely nods. After 2 minutes, the metal reshapes itself into perfectly intact cage bars and take their original positions in front of the cage, making it look like nothing ever entered or exited. We should get going, says Akira. The other 4 nod. So does that mean we're gonna leave this village? Asks Kin. Naruto smiles. Yeah, even though we just got here, we'll leave. We can have you two getting caught, right? Just then another voice enters. Hey, what about us? Jerks. Naruto and the others quickly turn to see a different-looking Riven and Taiyuya coming toward them. You're not going anywhere without us, says Taiyuya. Hey, how did you even know where we are anyway? Asks Naruto. Don't be an idiot. We saw Naturo's little moving tower, yells Taiyuya. Kin and Kimimaro just stood there until Naruto turns to face them. Oh yeah. Riven and Taiyuya meet. Kin and Kimimaro. Taiyuya nods and Riven says, Yeah, nice to meet you, now let's go before someone comes over here. You don't have to be so rude about it, yells Kin before thinking. Kimimaro smiles as the girl eeps and buries her face in his chest, trying to hide her embarrassed blush. It's okay, don't mind Riven, he's just hyper and impatient, says Akira. Kin nods but still had her face hidden. Anyway, we should hurry and get out of here though. We can get better acquainted once Kin and Kimimaro are safely away from this village, says Naturo. The others nod and quietly slip out of the Kagaya compound and into the forest. No one will even know the bone user and his little girlfriend are missing until the next day, when they would come to use him in an attack against Kiri that will get them all killed. Scene change. Time went by quickly for Sasuke and Hinata. Their training began immediately, and Hideki was surprised to know that the two were already stronger than most children their age. Sasuke demonstrated his grand fireball jutsu and extraordinary skill with kunai and wire. His taijutsu was good, and he was already near the point of activating his Sharingan. Hinata demonstrated great taijutsu as well as the ability to see the inner chakra coils clearly and could also do an incomplete kaiton. The only thing holding her back was her confidence problem. He was also greatly surprised at how they reacted to their new teammate and her secret. He had told them that in order for them to work well as a team, they had to know their teammate's secret. Her name was Yujito Ni, and she was quite appealing for a 10-year-old girl. She seemed really reluctant to tell them she was a demon container, but was glad she did because they merely smiled and said they don't throw needless hate at people who don't deserve it. Hideki concluded that it had to do with that blonde kid they constantly talked about. Over the next couple of months, the three continued to grow stronger at an alarming rate. Their determination was admirable as each was driven by a goal. Yujito wanted to prove she was no demon. Hinata wanted to be strong for when she one day meets her Naruto-kun again, and Sasuke wanted to make sure his brother wouldn't best him when they eventually meet again. Hinata and Yujito had a knack for lightning jutsus, while Sasuke was more in tune with fire and air. Cloud didn't have a lot of fire-based jutsu, but what they did have they vowed to teach the Uchiha. Hinata was working on a new jutsu and wouldn't tell anyone what it was, and Yujito was learning how to channel the Nibi's chakra. Their training went on for another week until the thing Cloud has been waiting finally happened. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Time skip one day. Hinata and Sasuke were led to a dimly lit room in the back of the Reikage Tower and laid down on a pair of flat operating tables. Okay children, we're going to put you in an unconscious state so we can do this, is that alright? Asks the Reikage. The two children nod. Okay then, let's begin. Once you two wake up, it's going to hurt. Take these once a day and you should be fine. Hinata and Sasuke nod and pocket the bottle of pills. The Reikage smiles warmly and says, Thank you too once again. She then does a few hand signs and says, forced sleep technique. Sasuke and Hinata's world goes black. Scene change. The 7 children traveled around the countryside for the next couple of months, learning all they could as they journeyed. Kimimaro and Kin had changed out of those grime-covered rags and into something more presentable. Akira took to studying all there is to know on seals in the scroll. Naruto trained with his sword by making several clones of himself and sparring with them. He was gradually getting better at holding them off. He had no idea how good this was actually making him with a sword. Riven had finally learned how to fly, but only for short distances, and would periodically spar with Kimimaro. Scythe against bone sword. Tayuya and Kin would study the aspects of sound waves and were coming up with ways to use them as weapons. Tayuya was also learning how to play her flute. Her summoning scroll still hung at her waist, and she gave Kin her kunai knives. After a little while into their 3rd month of traveling together, Kin and Kimimaro approached Naruto and said, "We're really glad for all that you and your group have given us. We will always be in your department, but I'm afraid Kin and I have grown weary of traveling. We just wish for a home." Naruto smiles warmly and says, "I understand completely." He then gives the two a map. "These are directions to my home village of Konoha. They will treat you well there, and Old Man Hokage is a very nice person." "But Naruto-kun, I thought you left because they treated you badly?" asks Kin. Naruto nods and says, "Yeah, it's true, but that's because of the Kyuubi inside me. A bloodline limit like Kimimaro's will be praised. If I remember correctly, Konoha has a few bloodline clans there, and they are all highly respected." Kimimaro smiles and Kin bows. "Thank you so much." "Oh, it's nothing. Oh, and when you meet Old Man Hokage, tell him that I'm doing great and that he doesn't have to worry." Kimimaro nods and grabs Kin's hand. "Farewell, Uzumaki-sama." And with that, Kin and Kimimaro dash off, ignoring Naruto's rants about how he is not anyone's superior. After about 5 minutes, Akira rolls up her scroll and replaces it on her back. "Where to now, Ni-san?" Naruto closes his eyes and points in a random direction. He opens his eyes and finds that he is facing toward a dry, rocky land. "I guess we go this way," he says with a smile. The other 4 sweat drop but follow nonetheless. They had no idea they were heading straight for a world of trouble. Cloud's new clan. Niisa-an. "We've been walking forever. Where are we?" "Shut it. You didn't even walk most of the way, idiot," yells Tayuya as she bops Riven on the head. Akira doesn't say anything. She was busy drawing seals on her hammer and on her arms and legs. Naturo agreed with Riven. They had been traveling for 2 weeks straight, and still there was no sign of a village. He felt like suggesting they turn around. Naruto sighs and pulls Tayuya off of the winged boy. "All right, let's take a break. We need to hunt again anyway." Riven smiles and spreads his wings. "I'll do it," he says excitably as he grabs a kunai and leaps up and vanishes into the sky. Naturo sighs and says, "You just had to give the Hyper One the wings, Hanizen?" Naruto just smiles warmly and rubs the back of his head. Tayuya grabs her flute and booklet and heads off to a nearby rock. "I'm gonna practice with this for a while." Akira was still working on her seals. "Hey Akira, what are you doing?" asks Naturo. Akira looks up from her scroll and says, "I've found a way to get really strong and fast. They're called gravity seals, and I'm drawing them on my arms, legs, and chest." Naturo raises an eyebrow. "Do you want me to draw some on you too?" Naturo smiles and says, "Sure, why not?" Naruto decided it was time for more sword practice, so he does the shadow clone and prepares to battle. He draws his sword and prepares to take on his opponents, which was now at 6. "Come," he says. The clones respond by charging. For the next 3 hours the air was filled with the sounds of Naruto fighting his shadow clones, Akira and Naturo reading more about the gravity seals out loud, and Tayuya practicing with her flute and slowly getting better. Everyone was deeply enthralled in what they were doing, so it was no surprise that when Riven returns with 5 rabbits impaled on his scythe, no one notices until he speaks. "Hey guys, I'm back," he says loudly as he deactivates his wings. Tayuya looks up first. "It's about freaking time, geez." She does a few hand signs and spits a small stream of fire into a pile of wood until it catches fire. Now give those to me so I can clean them. Riven does as he is told and looks over at Akira and Naruto. He then looks over at Naruto, who was battling 3 shadow clones. He quickly decides that whatever Akira and Naruto were doing was far more interesting since Tayuya was currently using his scythe to gut and skin rabbits. "Hey, what are you doing?" asks Riven. Akira and Naruto look up and say, "We're trying to find the instructions to activating the gravity seals." Gravity seals? Yeah. They're these special drawings that are supposed to make a person very strong and fast in time, but we can't find the instructions on how to activate them. Riven nods. "Sounds cool, so, do you mind if I look too?" "Of course not, Riven-san. If you want I can draw some on you too." "Cool, let's do it." After about 30 minutes, Naruto collapses next to Tayuya as the rabbit meat sizzles above the fire. "Get enough training done, Blondie?" asks Tayuya with a smirk. "Yeah, Huff, I'm really puff improving. I can Huff take on 6 clones at once." Tayuya grins. "I'm gonna have to spar with you one of these days." "You're on." Just then Riven says, "Hey, I think I found them." "Really? Where let me see." Akira leans over her brother's shoulder and begins to read out loud. "Controlling the amount of severity of the gravity seals. In order to get the ideal weight, simply focus a bit of chakra into the seals, careful not to focus too much." "Hey, you did find them, Riven. Now we can begin." Riven nods vigorously. "Okay, so all I have to do is focus a bit of chakra, right?" Riven then begins to do just that. A second later he smashes into the ground. "Heavy. Baka, I said a bit of chakra." "Stupid girl. I did use a bit of chakra." Akira gets in Riven's face. "No, you didn't, otherwise you wouldn't be eating the rocks, idiot." Riven glares and struggles to stand. He fails. "Hurry up and tell me how to change it." Akira smirks and says, "No. Figure it out yourself or get used to it." Riven screams, "I'll get you for this, stupid girl." Akira merely smirks and focuses a bit of chakra into her own seals. "Bam. Haha. Who's the idiot now?" yells Riven in triumph as Akira struggles against the sudden weight change. Not a single word. Riven laughs a bit, causing Naruto to sweat drop. "I'm beginning to regret my earlier decision." Akira struggles to look up at her brother. "Well, it's too late now. If you don't activate them, they'll activate on their own, so you might as well join us down here." Naruto sighs and tries to focus a tiny bit of chakra into the seals. He was successful in not falling down, but he was still very hunched over and struggling to move. Naruto and Tayuya were staring at the three. "Hey Tayuya, do you know what they just did?" Tayuya nods and says, "Gravity seals. It's a special weight training designed to increase speed and strength over a PRD of time. How heavy you become depends on how much chakra you focus into the seals." Naruto nods. "But what surprises me is that they didn't focus a lot of chakra into the seals, so they shouldn't be in the condition they're in now. That's because their chakra is demonic and therefore more potent than human chakra," says Kyuubis to Naruto, who although didn't answer back was actually listening. Maybe it's because their chakra and mine for that matter are different?" Tayuya shrugs. "And whatever, all I know is they better hurry up and get used to the weight or their food is gonna get cold." Naruto shrugs and sits down next to Tayuya. "Hey Ni-san, a little help." "Sorry Akira Ni-chan, but you have to get used to the weight on your own." "I can't help you," says Naruto with a warm smile before turning back around and grabbing a piece of meat and chowing down, ignoring the anger rants of 3 very set-off former shadow clones. "So are you gonna get the seals drawn on you too?" asks Tayuya. Naruto grins and says, "Believe it." Scene change. "We have word of intruders on our border. Should we intercept them?" "Of course. We cannot have intruders. Intruders are absolutely not tolerated." "What should we do once we intercept them?" "If they're ninjas, kill them. If they're merely travelers, instruct them to turn around. Forcefully if need be." "Roger that." "Good, now go." "Hi." And with that, 3 unknown ninjas melt into the ground. Scene change. The research went by a lot smoother than expected. Cloud had successfully managed to create a new jujutsu by combining the Sharingan and the Byakugan. They had tried many times and failed over the last month, but the scientists worked tirelessly. Finally they were able to do it by taking out the eyes of a normal person and splicing it with the genetic codes of the Sharingan and Byakugan, therefore changing the eye. The Raikage was ecstatic. This new eye, Shiakugan as she called it, was pale lavender in color with no center pupil and 3 blood-red tomes and had all the powers and abilities of Byakugan and Sharingan. The scientists made sure of that. Right now they were currently standing above the unconscious figure of a young boy of about 4 years old. The boy was on an operating table with many different odd-looking machines that one would assume belonged in a torture room at first glance. Many were attached to the boy's empty eye sockets and another was holding his new eyes above his face. There were also 2 vials of blood. One labeled Hinata DNA and the other labeled Sasuke DNA. A small needle machine was currently drawing a tiny bit of blood from each vial and dripping it into the boy's eye sockets. Afterwards, a few other machines would begin to glow blue as they placed the DNA in the right spot. Numerous computers showed vitals, blood pressure, DNA readings, and stabilization. Alright, before we insert the eyes we have to alter his DNA a little to accommodate the eyes if we are to keep his body from rejecting them, says the lead doctor. How so? Asks the Raikage, who was drawn in with extreme interest. Well, by using a bit of the DNA gathered from Hinata and Sasuke, we can alter this boy's DNA to include the Shiakugan. That way when he is old enough he can pass it on to his offspring. Simply implanting T like what that copy Nin Kakashi has done will not do. The Raikage smiles and says, "Excellent. That reminds me, Raikage-sama." Yes. Not that we aren't honored to be doing this, but why are you using children instead of full-grown able-bodied ninjas? The Raikage smirks and says, "It was actually Hideki's idea and a smart idea it was. You see, with children their chakra coils aren't fully developed yet. Giving the new bloodline to a young child gives his body and the Jujutsu time to grow and sync up with each other as their chakra coils adjust to the new accommodations. With an adult that won't happen because he is done developing and growing. That could result in a poor bloodline limit and even rejection by the body." The doctor smiles. "Of course. That makes perfect sense. Why didn't I think of that?" The Raikage smiles. Just then a machine beeps and says, "DNA alterations complete. Subject is stable now. You can proceed." The doctor smiles and says, "Good. Implant the boy's eyes right away." "Hi." A second later the machine holding the eyes drops slowly and carefully as it lowers the eyes into the sockets. "Okay, now we have to reattach the nerve endings and muscles." "Hi." The machines and the doctors begin the task of fully reattaching the eyes. They started out with the nerves and then went to the muscles. Soon, a few hours. The eyes were fully attached and everyone was pleased to see the tomes and the pale lavender fade away, revealing deep brown eyes. "Operation success, Raikage-sama," says the doctor with a smile. The Raikage smiles as the machines leave the sleeping boy. "Good." A second later the room fills up with more doctors and the room's walls slide away, revealing numerous other operating tables. "Call in the rest of the patients," says the Raikage cheerfully before turning to leave. The doctor nods and prepares himself for a very long and tiresome day. A second later about 30 young boys and girls file into the room and pick an operating table. My, that's a lot more volunteers than expected. Of course. These children come from the orphanage. They were more than eager for an opportunity like this, says the doctor. The Raikage smiles again and ruffles a smiling boy's hair. "I look forward to seeing the results." And with that she leaves the doctors to their projects. She quickly arrives at her office and pages her secretary. "Yes, Raikage-sama? I want you to call for Hideki-san and his students." "Hi." A few minutes later Hideki, Hinata, Sasuke, and Yujito walk in. Hinata had white bandages wrapped diagonally over her missing eye and tied in the back where the rest of the material hung to her ankles in one long strip, while Sasuke's eye was covered up by a plain black fitted metal plate that went back to his ear. They both looked rather mysterious to her. "You wanted to see us?" asks Hideki. "Yes, I just wanted you to know that the operation was a success and that the others are being worked on as well." "That's great news, Raikage-sama." "Indeed. I also have a question for Hinata-san and Sasuke-san." The two mentioned children look at the woman in front of them. "Yais?" asks Hinata. "I would like for you two to train the children once they are out of the hospital." You two are the only ones who can fully understand how the bloodline limits work, and they will need to learn from the experts. Well, I'm still learning how to use Sharingan as well, but I would be happy to teach them all I know, says Sasuke. Two would be honored to teach them Raikage-sama, says Hinata softly. The Raikage smiles and stands. Thank you, you two. It's nothing. After all, you're providing us with training, right? It's the least we could do, says Sasuke. Yujito looks over at the two and smiles. The Raikage walks over to Hideki and Yujito and says, now for you two, I want you to search the village. For what, Raikage-sama? Asks Yujito. Why, for a suitable location for a new clan district, of course. Hinata and Sasuke widen their eyes. Hideki smiles and says, we'll get right on it, before vanishing with Yujito. Once Hideki and Yujito are gone, the Raikage looks back down at Sasuke and Hinata. I know you two are on your own mission, and I find it very noble, rubs Sasuke's head and romantic winks at Hinata, causing her to blush. But you want us to become the heads of the new clan, right? Asks Sasuke, causing Hinata to widen her eye. Precisely. Since you two will be helping them MSTR their abilities, it is only right that I give the title of clan head to you two. You can refuse if you like. I would completely understand if you want to return to search for your blonde friend. Hinata nods and Sasuke rubs his chin in thought. After a minute, Sasuke speaks first. I'll gladly become leader of the new clan. Hinata nods and says, Madame, too, on an condition. Yes, asks the Raikage, trying to hide her growing excitement. Will Sasuke-san and I have complete freedom to leave the village periodically in search of Naruto-kun? We promise to completely join Cloud and lead the new clan if you grant us this one thing. Of course, Hinata-chan. You and Sasuke will have complete freedom to leave whenever you want. You won't even be forced to stay with Cloud should you decide you're tired of living here or something. Just don't betray our secrets to another village, and make sure to return routinely to check up on your clan. Hinata and Sasuke smile. Thank you so much, Raikage-sama. It's nothing. Especially after what you two have given us. The two children smile. Now go on, get out of here, she says with a warm smile. The two children nod and prepare to leave. Oh wait, I almost forgot to ask the two most important questions. Yes. What will be the name of the new clan, and what will your new symbol be? Sasuke and Hinata freeze. You mean you want us to decide? Of course. Hinata looks at Sasuke and says, how about Hyukia? Hyukia, huh? I can live with that. And the symbol for the Hyukia clan will be a lavender-colored sun with 3 red tomes in the center, says Sasuke. The Raikage smiles and says, well, Hinata and Sasuke, you two are now the proud leaders of the new Hyukia clan. Don't worry, I'll teach you everything I know on how to be a good leader. The two children nod and leave the room, headed straight for a bright new future. Scene change. It took 3 hours for Naruto's siblings to adjust to the weight enough to actually get to their feet and slowly make their way over to Tayuya and Naruto so they could eat. They were all highly annoyed. Even Riven, who made it a point to grab his scythe and grumble, it's not a friggin' roasting stick, and plop down heavily. Naruto couldn't stop laughing. Why don't you put some of these things on your knees in? Yells Akira. Naruto chuckles and says, don't worry, I'm not gonna fall behind you guys. I'll be putting on my seals tomorrow. How about right now? Naruto shrugs and says, if you have the energy then okay fine, cause you're the only one who can do it right, he says to Akira. Akira smirks and draws a kunai. She nicks his finger and instructs Naruto to remove his shirt and roll up his breathe legs. Naruto does as he is told and waits patiently as Akira draws the seals on his body in blood. After about 5 minutes, Akira says, they're now focused some chakra into them. Naruto does as told and smashes into the ground, barely even able to move. CRP. Akira and Taiya chuckle while Naturo and Riven laugh loudly. Yeah, keep laughing. I bet I can get to my feet in less time than you guys did. Yeah, right. It true. And once I do, you're gonna have to fight me and 5 shadow clones with your scythe. Deal, Ni-san? And so for the next hour, Naruto struggled to get to his feet and failed every time. After another half an hour, he was actually making progress. Heh, he's still gonna lose, says Riven arrogantly. He was surprised, however, when Naruto manages to get to his feet 10 minutes later. Now I get to kick your butt in a spar. Riven glares but gets to his feet anyway. A bet's a bet and he wasn't about to chicken out. He grabs his scythe and Naruto grabs his sword. Let's hurry up and get this over with, grumbles Riven as he takes up a fighting stance. Naruto places his hands in the cross seal and gets ready to name his jutsu. Unfortunately, he never got the chance because 3 ninja bearing the symbol Kyuubi recognized as stone suddenly rose up out of the ground. "Oh, it's just a bunch of children," says one of the men sounding slightly disappointed. "You children are trespassing within the borders of the hidden village of Stone. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." "But we've been traveling in this wasteland forever, could we at least rest up for a couple days in your village?" asks Riven. "No brats, now beat it before I make you beat it." He locks eyes with a glaring Naruto and gasps. "Holy shit, it's an accursed Uzumaki." "What?" "Grab them." Before Naruto and the others even knew what hit them, they were tied up, gagged, and slung over the shoulders of the IW. "Uzumaki best, you're coming with us." And before any of the children could do anything, the ninjas vanish with them. Haha, what a prize. You brats don't know the severity of the mistake you have just made. The children gulp while Kyuubis within is trying to get Naruto to take her chakra. Orochimaru was not happy. Thus was evident in the body of the poor sap that had to deliver the news to the snake Sannin. His eyes were narrowed in frustration and his jaw was clenched. Damn it! Where are those damnable children? He mentally raged. He slams a file down angrily next to another file. So far that was 3 children whose bloodlines he sought after that had gone missing. The first was Uchiha Sasuke. He had snuck into Konoha one night to check up on the lone Uchiha to find out if he showed any promise, but was angered and disappointed when he found out the boy was missing. He currently had his men all over the countryside looking for the boy's location. Then the 2 other children that he was looking forward to making his had to vanish as well. One day before the Kagaya clan was destroyed. It would have been the perfect time to get them. He glares down at the files containing information on the 2 children. The file on the left depicted a small, dingy little white-haired boy. He had 2 little red dots on his forehead and was imprisoned in a cage. Kimimaro Kagaya, the holder of the dead bone pulse. An ability that would have been an excellent addition to the body he seeks to obtain. He looks over at the other child. A small girl with very long black hair dressed in a simple tan yukata. Kintsuchi, the sole remaining member of the Tsuchi clan from Grass. Said to possess a bloodline limit of great power and magnitude. He had been tailing her ever since she left Grass when her clan was executed for conspiring against the village. He tailed her all the way up until she was captured by the Kagayas, and during the one time that he decided to divert his attention away from the 2, they vanish. On top of that was the fact that after some research he found that the children that one of his students ditched him for was actually Konoha's Jinchuriki and his siblings. Yet another powerful subordinate he could have obtained. Yes, Orochimaru was having a string of horrible luck. And it was thoroughly pissing him off. But then he has a realization. The Kyuubi brats' 2 brothers also possess bloodline limits. Unique and powerful bloodline limits. He had witnessed them himself when they battled his students. Orochimaru grins and walks up to a list hanging on his wall. He lifts a pen and quickly scribbles something on it. He then laughs evilly for a few minutes before leaving. If one were to look closely at the list, they would have found that it was a list. A list of different bloodline limits. If one were to look closer, they would have seen that Orochimaru had added 2 more to the list, making it 6 Kikei Genkei long. Sharingan. Byakugan. Dead Bone Pulse. Kusa Dragon. Crow's Wings. Metals MSTR. You can practically feel Orochimaru's sickening smirk from this fanfiction. Scene change. Naruto was not having a good day. They had arrived in IWA 2 days ago and he and his companions were roughly thrown into a cell. Naturo had been knocked out, then had a restrictor seal placed on him after he melted the bars of 3 cells already. A seal that Akira made a point to learn how to take off once they escaped. All of their weapons had been taken from them, and so had Akira's forbidden scroll, and the rock Nin guarding their cells kept making snide remarks about BSTRD Uzumaki and Yandame's legacy. There was also the fact that Tayuya had been taken somewhere else. Brat, you know you can easily escape from this dump with my help. Oh yeah, there was also the fact that Kyuubi kept insisting Naruto use her chakra to tear this village apart. An offer that he ignored, much like everything else the vixen said. Brat, listen to me. You have to escape this rat hole. I will not be imprisoned in a vessel that allows himself to be someone's inferior prisoner, ranted Kyuubi. Damn it, Brat. Listen to me. I am the great vixen Kyuubi no Kitsune. I will not be ignored. You hear me? Now use my chakra to escape this CRP heap. Naruto says nothing, but his face was slowly transforming into a scowl. The Kyuubi had been at it since the IWA Nin first grabbed him and his siblings. It was wearing him thin. He didn't have much patience as it is with being a hyper 6-year-old, and a gigantic female screaming in your head was only making it worse. Brat, listen to him. Shut up, damn it. It's getting old. Naruto appears in front of the Kyuubi's cage with a terrible scowl adorning his whiskered face. Kyuubi, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Shut up and let me get some freaking rest. And why do you keep talking anyway? You're supposed to be not saying anything ever again until I want to talk. Kyuubi recoils a little. Naruto had never snapped like this before. She admired the boy's guts, but she wasn't about to admit that. Instead, she was going to respond to the boys yelling like she does most other situations. Kyuubi slams into the bars with great force and bares her white savage-looking fangs at the blonde. You insolent little flesh bag, she screams. It had no effect on Naruto. Shut up, you big furry nuisance. I don't want your help and I don't need it. I'll get out of here on my own. Unfortunately for Naruto, he had said this out loud, causing one of the IWA Nin to bash him in the head with the handle of a katana. Naruto stumbles back and clutches his bleeding head. Neezen, yells Akira, and she moves in to comfort the blonde boy. Quiet in there, brats. Or I'll kill you myself. Reven struggles against the bars, but to no avail. Just wait till I get my scythe back. I'll take you apart. Stupid grown-up. Before the Nin could snort and injure Reven, a rather loud and arrogant ahem sounded through the holding area. The Nin freeze up and turn to the left. The Uzumakis do the same thing and see an elderly man. He was dressed in Kage robes and looked like a man who has seen much battle. His face was covered in scars and his left eye was missing, or appeared to be missing, due to the fact that there was a thick scar running from the spot diagonally to his chin and across his nose. He approaches the Nin and eyes them until they eventually crack under the Kage's gaze and make a hasty exit, leaving the old man with the imprisoned children. For about 10 minutes no one says anything. The man just eyed the glaring children and smirks at their small forms. Interesting, he says at last, causing the children to harden their glares. What do you want with us, old man? And how do you know our last names? The old Kage's smirk grows. Young whelp, you should really watch your tone. Now as for how I know who you are. It's quite simple really. The name Uzumaki is quite infamous in this village. There's also the fact that you four are nearly spitting images of the BSTRD responsible for Iwa's embarrassing losses during the Great Ninja War. Naruto scoffs. Like I care about what you stupid grown-ups do to each other. Just tell me why you have us here like prisoners. The old man scoffs. Or what BSTRD? You'll tear me apart? I doubt you could do that even with your mysterious weapons. At this, a couple of copies of the man walk into the hall and hand the original man the belongings of the group. Naruto's eyes widen as the man examines his sword and Reven's scythe. I must say these are some really interesting relics you brats possess. To think the secrets of the Lost Light Village would be in the hands of 5 children. Hey, give those back, yells Naturo as he struggles to his feet. Oh, I think not, Uzumaki. These relics are powerful. Not suitable for children such as yourselves. We of IWA will make greater use of these weapons. No, those are ours. We won't let you, yells Akira. Now why would I do that when you're all going to be killed? They 4 children gasp. That's right, brats. Tomorrow you will be dragged through IWA, then presented in front of the entire village. After that we will kill you. Slowly. And painfully. You 4 will pay for what that BSTRD Kyokoto and your clan has done to IWA. The Uzumaki clan will die by our hands. The man then turns to leave. Wait, yells Reven. The man stops and raises an eyebrow. deciding to humor the brat once before he dies. What have you done with Tayuya? The Kage's smirk returns in full volume. So that is that girl's name. Don't worry. The girl will make an excellent addition to our project. Don't you dare lay a hand on her. The old Kage merely smirks and vanishes, taking their belongings with them. Naruto glares and flops down on his butt. The Kyuubi was still raging within his mind. Kira was said. She sat down with clenched fists and glared at no one. Naturo continued to struggle against his bindings but to no avail. Riven sat and comforted his siblings. His fists clenched so tightly he was drawing blood. I'll kill that bastard. He whispers as an image of Tayuya appears in his head. If one were to look at his eyes, they would have seen them turn blood red and slitted. For just a second. Scene change. Tayuya slowly opens her eyes. Ugh, where the hell am I? She yells as she tries to adjust to the dim light. Her mind was still unfocused and blurred. She vaguely recognized the presence of several chakra signatures approaching, but she took little notice of it. She was still a little out of it. Then where the hell is the blonde loud mouth and wing boy? She tries to sit up. It was then that her suddenly snaps into full awareness. What the F dash? She asks as she struggles against the bindings that are holding her down. What the hell's going on? Ah, so you've awakened at last. Tayuya snaps her head to the right and sees an old man dressed in Kage robes and several medical ninja. She glares. Old man Tsuchikage, she says with a glare. Ah, Tayuya-chan, I'm hurt. Are you still angry about the fact that I'm holding you here against your will and am going to personally make you watch as I kill those Uzumaki brats? Just tell me what the hell you plan on doing with me. The old Kage smirks and says, blunt. I like that. Well, Tayuya, you're going to become a subject for the project we have been working on. At this, the platform she was strapped to swivels and faces a strange array of medical machines and test tubes. There were numerous computers and many bizarre-looking machines that looked like they were used to dissect. Tayuya could feel her fear welling up inside her. You should be honored because you will be the platform that leads this project to great success. IWA will be all-powerful. Tayuya could only watch in sudden horror as the medic nin make their way over to her and begin to SWH on the sickening machines. Scene change. Naruto and his siblings spent the next day in silence. They were lost in thought. Who was this Kyakoto? Was he an Uzumaki? In that case, was he somehow related to Naruto? Naruto didn't know what to do. They were trapped and he was sure they were about to be taken out of their prisons any minute. Akira was furiously trying to create a destructive enough seal to blow away the bars, but sadly, her knowledge and skill just weren't high enough to accomplish such a feat. Naturo had been tirelessly trying to escape his bonds. He had managed to free his arms, but his legs were still bound. On top of that was that seal the IWA nin placed on him. The one that prevented him from using his bloodline. Riven had been oddly quiet. Ever since that old man said something about Tayuya and a project, he had just sat in the corner glaring up at the ceiling and clenching his fists. Naruto heard him say, Tayuya, a couple of times before going completely silent again. Suddenly the cell door slides open and 4 ninjas step in. Riven and Naturo lunge but are quickly subdued and tied up. All right, brats, time for your punishment, says one of the nin in a sadistic voice before wrapping each child's ankles up in rope. Once that was done, a ninja each takes hold of the rope and begin to walk, dragging their respective victim behind them. For about 5 minutes no one says anything. Not even Naruto as he is dragged along the cold stone of the hall. Even Kyuubi was oddly quiet. It was as if she had given up trying to talk to Naruto or if she was enjoying the torture that was soon upon the 4 children. Soon the 4 children could hear large doors opening and could hear the sounds of a large audience. It wasn't long before they were outside. Heh brats, now the real fun begins, says one of the stone nin as the children are hit in the face by the sun's bright rays. A second later, the most painful experience of their young minds begins. Scene change. Tayuya gasps as she looks at the screen through her bloody, barely working eyes. And no, she manages to stammer out but is quickly silenced by the severe pain running throughout her entire body. She watches as her 4 companions are dragged through the village of IWA and kicked, cursed at, and pummeled with flying objects along the way. She watches as the 4 children are repeatedly hit with rocks and sake bottles and even some shuriken and kunai. This lasted for hours. She felt like crying. There was nothing she could do. Heh. I hope you like what you see, Tayuya-chan, says the Tsuchikage with a sick grin. Tayuya spits out some blood trying to hit the old man in the face and says, F you. The old Kaya merely grins and raises a hand, signaling the medic Nin to continue their work. Tayuya-chan, once this is over we're going to work on that mouth of yours, he says as the sickly machines begin to move toward Tayuya once again. Scene change. Naruto was barely conscious. He could barely make out the sounds of his own labored breathing. Several bones had been broken and a blood vessel in his eye was pooped. "Die you accursed Uzumaki bis," yells a random villager before bashing Riven with the end of a shovel. The crowd cheers. The 4 children had never been through so much pain. Not even by Konoha's villagers who only beat Naruto for 10 minutes at a time before leaving him alone. Do we do? Asks Akira through strained breaths and tears. Riven didn't say anything, but he was shaking with pain and anger. Naruto could practically feel the rage rolling from the winged boy. Have to save Kyuubi, he says at last. Naruto, what do we do? You don't want to die yet, says Naruto. The 4 children were finally dragged to the center of the village and strung up to 4 poles that looked like they had been recently and hastily added. Naruto lifts his battered head and looks out at the village of IW. It was appealing. He would have loved to spend a few days here as a guest and not the descendant of another Uzumaki who had caused them great pain. He looks at the villagers as they glared with contempt and hate. He heard as his siblings asked him what to do. He was lost. He closes his eyes and tries to think of a way out of this. Riven was angry. Angry at himself. Angry at this village. Angry at adults in general. But most of all he was angry with that old man. He was doing something to Tayuya. He just knew it. Every time he thought of the obnoxious redhead and what might be happening to her, he was filled with rage. A deep hatred that seemed to get more intense every time he thought of her. He clenches his fists and closes his eyes. Tayuya. He reopens his eyes and casts a hate-filled glare at the populace of IWA. This causes some of the civilians to gasp and take a step back. Riven's eyes had turned demonic red with slits and his fingers were turning into claws. Naturo and Akira gave each other sad glances as the village continues to taunt them. They were overcome with emotions as they watched their brothers seemingly crack under the situation. They themselves felt like losing it, but every time they locked eyes with each other and then with the village, they felt their resolve return in full force. They were getting out of there whether this village liked it or not. Naruto opens his eyes and sees that he is in front of Kyuubi's cage again. The water was waist deep now, but that is not what he worried about at the moment. What do you want, Fox? A pair of large blood-red eyes appear behind the bars, then quickly begin to shrink down. After about 30 seconds, the familiar appealing form of Kyuubi in her humanoid form steps out of the shadows and approaches the boy. Naruto, she says with a voice that was totally alien to her. It was a voice not full of malice and anger, but that of caring. Naruto didn't know how to handle this change. Kyuubi glares. I'm not always angry, you stupid gaki. Just what the hell do you want? Kyuubi sighs. This was not going to be easy. I want you to take my power. I already told you, damn it, I don't need your help. I won't take your stupid power. Do not insult me, brat. My power is the only thing that can save your pathetic butt. I don't care. I've always done just fine by myself. I don't need help. Then why is it you had me create those clones? Why is it you let that foul-mouthed redhead join you on your journeys? If you truly believed that, then you wouldn't have helped those 2 humans back in that mist-covered village. If you truly believed you were better off alone, then you wouldn't have left your wretched home in search for companions. Naruto says nothing. Tell me the truth, brat. Why will you not accept my offer? Answer me. Brat, answer me. Damn it, brat. I said ants. It's because I'm scared, all right? They're happy now, stupid fox girl. There's my true answer right there. I'm scared to take your power. You're a demon. The Kyuubi no Kitsune. The monster that nearly wiped out Konoha. I have reason to be afraid to take on that kind of destructive ability. Naruto had dropped to his knees and was crying. "You don't know what I would do under your heavy influence." Kyuubi could only stare at the boy in front of her. So that was reason. He was afraid of getting possessed and forced to kill off his companions or something. An understandable fear, to be sure. She sighs and kneels down, forcing the water away with her chakra. "Naruto." The boy looks up at her and gasps. She was smiling. It was a warm, caring smile that he had never received from anyone above the age of 10. She was holding a hand out to him while crimson chakra was flowing from her body towards him. "You have no choice but to take my power, lest you and your siblings and that red-headed girl should meet with some horrible fates." Naruto wipes his tears away and stands up. "Fine." Kyuubi grins and the chakra begins to surround him, but then something on the outside happens that freezes them both. Scene change. Tayuya was drifting in and out of consciousness. The pain was far too severe for any normal child to endure. She herself was close to a breakdown. In the mere 4 hours that she had been here, she had been put through more pain than she ever thought possible. They conducted numerous experiments on her, saying it was for the purpose of creating an all-new and very powerful bloodline limit that even Sharingan and Byakugan would crumble under. They were relentless. No matter how much she cried out in pain or passed out, they just kept at it. She could hear the machines as they carved away parts of her flesh, then quickly healed it to do it again in the future. She knew the machines were messing with her appearance and were taking large amounts of her blood for extended amounts of time, then returning it to her after changing it somehow. But she could do nothing to stop it. She couldn't even fall asleep for very long. "Hehe, it looks like the procedure is almost done. I admire your strength, Tayuya-chan." 50. The old Kage merely smirks and moves behind Tayuya. A second later, the sound of a rather large drill could be heard. Then a rather feminine mechanical voice spoke up. "Now preparing the final alterations." A second later, Tayuya's mind is hit with a pain so intense that the only thing she could do to ease the pain was scream. It was a terrifying scream. A scream that had even the war-hardened Kage flinching a little. Her voice tore through the building, through the hall and out into the village. She screams out the first thing that comes to her mind. Scene change. The villagers had calmed down enough for one of the IWA nin that brought the children to begin a little speech. "Citizens of Iwagakure, I present to you 4 members of the Uzumaki clan, relatives to that blasted Kaya Koto." The people cheer loudly and call for their deaths. "It was bestowed upon me and my team by the very Tsuchikage himself to deal with these brats, but I shall leave their punishments to you all." More cheers. "Well, have at them." The villagers begin to move in, brandishing every assortment of weapon. Brooms, broken bottles, swords, kunai shuriken, stones and bricks. "Ha, time to die, Uzumaki." Suddenly a sound tears through the village and freezes everyone. It was a scream. A terrible pain-filled and agonizing scream of a girl. Only one word was said. "Vuraevin." It was faint but just loud enough for everyone to hear and cringe at the amount of pain help in that scream. Reven's head snaps up. He knew that voice. His blood-red eyes instantly begin to tear up and his chakra begins to fluctuate. Naturo and Akira also snapped their heads up. They too knew who owned the voice behind that scream. In Naruto's mindscape, Kyuubis chakra completely bypasses Naruto and exits his mindscape. "Hey, what's going on? Brat, I think you better head back into the outside world." Kyuubi for some reason was looking really surprised. Naruto nods and vanishes. Reven could feel the anguish and pain building up within him. That was Tayuya. "I know that voice." He clenches his clawed hands one more time and looks up at the sky. "Tayuya, what is that old grown-up doing to you?" The villagers had recovered from the scream and we once again moving toward the children. Naruto suddenly begins to glow with red chakra, causing the ninjas to freeze up under its amount of killing intent. Tayuya. Reven's hair was growing and becoming wilder, and Akira and Naturo suddenly felt their own chakra begin to act up. "Had time to die, brats," yells a villager as he throws a brick. The brick bashes Reven in the head, but he takes no notice of it. "Tayuya." Reven's voice was louder and Naruto's chakra was now seeping into the winged boy, causing Reven's eyes to begin to glow and his canines to become fangs. "Nizan, what's happening?" asks Akira. Naruto could only look on in awe. He's drawing on Kyuubis chakra. Riven finally focuses his demonic gaze on the people of Iwa. They had finally been frozen as well under the demonic chakra emanating from the boy. Kyuubi. Riven focuses on an area near the outskirts of the village, clear on the other side at least 5 miles away. Riven, what's going on? Asks Naruto. Riven ignores him and glares at that area. Finally, the red chakra stops seeping into Riven. The winged boy's appearances were something straight out of a horror movie. He had long fangs, demonic glowing eyes, and deeply defined whisker marks and wild black and yellow streaked hair. For 5 whole minutes the entire area was silent. The red chakra now swirling violently around Riven while Naruto's glow continued to increase. Finally, one of the Iwa recovers and throws a shuriken trying to impale Riven. What happens next scares the hell out of everyone there. "The Haven!" screams Kyuubi, again causing Riven to snap. Riven lets out an ear-splitting roar and the violent chakra explodes off of him in all directions. The kunai is vaporized, as were everything around him within a 10-foot radius, including their captors. Only Naruto, Akira, and Naturo were spared. The 4 children drop to the ground after their restraints were destroyed and instantly get into fighting positions as the villagers and ninja alike turned and fled. Riven roars again and activates his massive black wings. There is another surge of chakra as the wings change from black to crimson and destroy the seal holding back Naturo's own bloodline abilities. "Kyuubi!" He screams one last time before taking to the sky, causing a massive shockwave that crumbled buildings and threw people aside like rag dolls. Naruto, Akira, and Naturo take off as well, following the winged former shadow clone. No one tried to stop them. Scene change. The Tsuchikage stiffens and lets go of the drill. "What is this power?" he says as he takes note of the frozen forms of the medic Nin. "Teat Tsuchikage-sama. The power, it's coming right at us." The old man stiffens, then turns quickly. "Finish up with the girl. I'll deal with whatever it is outside." The medics quickly nod and the old man vanishes. Riven left a path of destruction in his wake. Buildings, ninja, and even some bold civilians fell to their destruction as he blasted his way through the village. His mind was focused on one thing and one thing only. Anything that got in his way was quickly dealt with. Another group of ninjas block his path. "Stop right there, monster," yells the man in the lead. Riven merely glares and flaps his wings once. A barrage of razor-sharp crimson feathers launch themselves at the ninja and tear through them like rocks through wet toilet paper. They die before they hit the ground. Riven blasts past them like a concentrated tornado and heads toward the outskirts of Iwa, blasting through the buildings and homes like it was nothing. He didn't bother to avoid them. Nothing mattered except getting to Kyuubi as fast as possible. He tears through the village, his crimson eyes focused on one destination. Naruto, Akira, and Naturo followed behind Riven's path of destruction with looks of awe and horror on their faces. There was nothing left to identify. All around them were the bodies of numerous civilians and ninjas. Each had looks of fear on their faces. Surprisingly, it was Kyuubi who spoke first. "Wow, he's really lost it. I like that clone." "Not now, Kyuubi, we have to find him fast. Just follow the path of appealing destruction he has caused." He sighs and continues his walking beside his siblings. The chakra swirling around him had long since vanished. He was about to suggest they stop and take a rest when they suddenly grabbed and lifted into the air and tossed to a large group of rather bloodthirsty-looking Iwa. "You brats die." The Tsuchikage waited patiently as the sickening chakra signature neared his position. Whatever was coming his way was strong and possessed a killing intent of unreal levels. He grins and hoists his new weapon up. A glowing orange-yellow scythe. "I like a challenge." Scene change. The medic Nins were terrified. That powerful chakra was coming straight at them and fast. Finally, one of the doctors snaps out of it and shakes his head violently. "Get a hold of yourself. If you screw up now, then you'll have more than just that thing with that chakra to worry about." He was soon calmed down enough to continue on his twisted experiment, ignoring the girl's cries of pain. Scene change. Whatever little bit of forest that Iwa possessed was reduced to a burning wasteland as Riven tore through it. Tayuya, he screams, causing a burst of chakra to escape his mouth and further obliterate the land in front of him. Riven's eyes scanned the area thoroughly. Tayuya was near. He could feel it. I'm coming. Scene change. OCRP 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 OCRP. Brat, calm down. I can't calm down. Look at all of them. Kyuubis sighs and engulfs Naruto in her chakra. This is why you should calm down. Naturo and Akira were standing back to back. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Tossed to a different part of the group. No one said anything. They just stared at each other for a few minutes, contemplating on how they should fight. Finally, Naturo raises his hands and liquefies the metal near him and summons it to him, causing a few of the nin to gasp. Akira looks over at her brother expectantly. He sighs and creates a large hammer for her. She grins and grabs the weapon. Thanks. The IWA nin laugh. So the brats want to fight, huh? They get into fighting stances and start doing hand signs. A second later, Akira and Naturo's chakra begins to act up even worse than before as they tense up and get ready for the fight of their lives. In another part of the mob, the IWA nin were tensing up as that same evil chakra engulfs Naruto once again. They hastily reach for their weapons and take up stances. They flinch as Naruto looks up at them with blood-red demonic eyes, and they nearly PSS themselves when the chakra explodes off of him and then reshapes itself around him in the shape of a one-tailed fox that was releasing a killing intent far stronger than the one the winged boy was releasing earlier. Then all hell breaks loose. Scene change. That Tsuchikage could only stare in awe at what stood before him. He didn't know someone could possess so much power, let alone this child. The old man decides to get a little more serious. This Uzumaki brat was a threat, and he was apparently said, "Give me Tia or die, old man," says Riven with the coldest voice he had ever used on anyone. The Tsuchikage smirks. Riven's glare intensifies and his demonic chakra swirls more violently at this. I wasn't joking, old man. The old Kage laughs and raises Riven's scythe. I'm sorry, Uzumaki, but your girlfriend belongs to IWA now. Just as your head soon will. Riven spreads his crimson wings. Half of this place doesn't even exist anymore, old man. The Tsuchikage rises an eyebrow. I'm surprised a whelp like you can even lift a weapon, let alone kill. What are you, like 6 years old? Riven hunches over and raises his wings. You'd be surprised what one can do when a stupid village kidnaps him and their friends and has them imprisoned and beaten. The old man chuckles and raises the scythe. Fine then, whelp. Let us begin. Riven flaps hard and skyrockets. The old man was thrown off balance for a second by the shockwave caused by Riven's wings and was just as unprepared for the sudden rain of razor-sharp feathers and ended up getting gashed in several places. He curses himself for being so careless. I'll say it again, old man. Give Taiya back to me or die. The old Kage glares and does a few hand signs. Doton, great earth wall. And faster than Riven could react, the Kage is standing atop a huge earth wall and was at eye level with the boy. Doton, multiple earth dragon. A second later, several dragon heads made of earth emerge from the wall and shoot numerous blasts of earth at Riven. The boy is hit several times and is sent smashing into the ground. The Tsuchikage wastes no time as he leaps from the wall at Riven with the scythe at the ready. Aya! Tayuya's scream causes Riven's eyes to snap open. Tayuya! A second later, the Kage is blasted away by yet another surge of demonic chakra. Damn it! He gets to his feet and looks around. Riven had vanished. Above you, old man. Without even bothering to look up, the Tsuchikage leaps to the right just before Riven smashes into the ground with enormous force, causing cracks to spider web out in all directions. Riven instantly throws his hand out and a claw made of chakra rushes the old man and grabs him. Sheet! He yells as he does a quick replacement jutsu. The old man smirks, but soon has to dodge again as Riven is suddenly upon him again with a claw slash aimed at his face. Demand this kid's fast. The old man punches Riven in the stomach. Big mistake because the demonic chakra surrounding the boy quickly burned his hand to the point of non-use. He grunts in pain and grabs the scythe with his good hand. I will not be outdone by a child. He charges. Riven's body was at its limit. He could feel it. This chakra was becoming too much for his body to handle, and on top of that he was still recovering from the earlier beating even though the Kyuubis chakra had healed him for the most part. But he wasn't done yet. He had to save Taiyuya. No matter what. He quickly rolls to the side as the blade of the scythe nearly takes him apart. Riven dodges another slash. CRP. I don't have a lot of time. I'll kill you, Uzumaki. Riven had his side severely gashed. He cries out in pain but still fights back. It's you who's gonna die, he yells. Riven flaps his wings hard and the old man is lanced all over by the blade like feathers that shot from his wings. Riven then jumps up and punches the old Kage in the throat. A second later the man dissolves into mud with a smirk on his face. CRP. Where'd he go? A second later his danger senses go off and by pure instinct and what could only be described as a miracle from above, Riven ducks under the blade with only microseconds to spare. Riven jumps up and uses his wings to stay in the air. My brat, you're quick, aren't you? Eh. Taiyuya's screams were becoming more frequent and every time she did, it made the boy angrier and more powerful. The Tsuchikage smirks to cover Kyuubis' worry and says, Heh, looks like they're about done with that girl. She'll make an excellent IWA shinobi SLV. Riven roars. He then heirases a faint voice. It was feminine and powerful. Use your feather, boy. What? Use your feather? Riven was confused but plucks a feather from his wing anyway. Now focus power into it. Riven nods and does so. A second later, the feather begins to grow. Harden. Sharpen. The Tsuchikage grins. Just full of surprises, aren't we? He raises the scythe. All right, kid. Come. And Riven does. With great speed, brandishing his feather sword. You die, old man, yells Riven as he slams his blade into the Kage's weapon. The Tsuchikage's eyes widen. This brat was a lot stronger than he looked. He could feel his arm beginning to give away as Riven pressed harder with his weapon. No. I won't lose to an Uzumaki brat BSRD. The Tsuchikage quickly rolls to the side, surprising Riven and causing him to stumble a bit. This is all the old man needed and he capitalizes on it. He swings and catches the boy across the back. Dropping him. Heh brat. Looks like I win. He stares down at the bleeding boy. BSRD Uzumaki. Do you know why I despise you all so much? Do you know why the Uzumakis deserve to die? I'll tell you. He kicks Riven in the side, causing him to roll over. It's because the Uzumaki are a clan of cowards and traitors. He turns and begins to walk away. And don't worry. I'll take real good care of Taiyuya-chan. A second later pain explodes from his back and chest, and it felt like he was being burned from the inside. ACK what? The Tsuchikage's eyes widen as blood begins to pour from his mouth. He looks down and gasps. There was a feather-shaped crimson blade jutting from his chest from behind. What? He stupid grown-up. Make sure you actually have killed your enemy, says Riven as the bloody wounds on his back and side vanish, stunning the Tsuchikage. I don't know or care about what other Uzumakis have done. If I ever meet one, I'll kill them myself for abandoning Nissan and forcing him to find company in shadow clones. The old man's eyes widen. All I care about right now is finding Taiyuya. And nothing will stop me. The Tsuchikage glares and says, best it. By a blasted shadow clone of a child, Riven glares and violently yanks the blade from his fallen foe. Former shadow clone old man. Now tell me where Taiyuya is. The old man chuckles and points to a large building not too far behind him. The girl is there. Thanks, old man. The Tsuchikage coughs up a large amount of blood and charred remains of his innards before nodding and dropping dead. And I'll also be taking my scythe back. He yanks the scythe from the dead man's hand and hefts it upon his shoulder and lifts his sword with his other hand. He spreads his wings despite his body's protests and takes to the sky. Don't worry, Taiyuya. I'm coming for you. Scene change. Chaos. That's the scene that befell Naruto, Akira, and Naturo. The entire area within a half-mile radius was a series of craters, burn marks, crumbled buildings, unconscious ninja, dead ninja. Pieces of jagged forgotten metal, displaced earth, and still active jutsus. Naturo grunts as a large boulder smashes into his metal shield and slams him into the remains of a charred building. His metal instantly lashes out and attacks everything that got too close to him. Civilians were running in all directions, trying to escape the growing area of devastation the battle was causing. Akira was jumping to avoid a large water dragon. The entire village was in panic. Smoke billowed from several different points in the village. Started by fire jutsus being thrown at Naruto, the three siblings or by Naruto's Kyuubi chakra as hit and slammed a victim into the area. The Adabunin were growing weary of these three children. They had no idea where they were getting this power and couldn't wrap their fingers around why the blonde boy has such powerful killing intent. Killing intent that was increasingly making it harder for them to move and making it easier for the children to fight them. The weaker ninjas were already gone. Ran off to take care of the civilians. Naruto. Duck. Naruto obeys Kyuubi without a word. A large fireball soars above his head and incinerates an enemy ninja in front of him. He growls and reaches backward. A chakra claw lashes out and grabs the attacking nin, burning him to a crisp before he could scream out in pain. Akira's body was becoming stronger. The more her chakra acted up, the more powerful she became. And her chakra was acting a lot now that Naruto was using Kyuubi's chakra to such a great extent. It was still nowhere near what Riven had accomplished, but it was quickly getting there. Her eyes had already changed color and her strength was already that of a young man. She charges with reasonable speed and smashes her hammer into the kneecap of the closest ninja. He screams in pain and collapses a second before he is bashed in the head by Naturo's metal, killing him. It barely registered in either of the children's minds that they were effectively taking lives. Perhaps it was the pure instinctual drive to kill that came with using the Kyuubi's chakra. Naturo grins and he liquefies yet another barrage of kunai. "UBSTRD," yells the nin who threw the kunai. He begins to do hand signs but is interrupted by the clawed hand that suddenly burst from his chest. What? He turns around and sees a glaring Naruto before he dies. The IWA nin were getting decimated. Despite their superior size and ability, they just couldn't keep up with the children's growing power and reflexes, courtesy of Kyuubi. There was also the fact that weapons became useless in the presence of Naturo and their jutsus were constantly blocked by either Naturo's metal or reflected by Naruto's chakra. On more than one occasion a nin would comment on Naturo's ability, saying it was more annoying than the sand user from Suna whose father wants him dead. Naruto yells, sending a violent burst of chakra from his mouth, decimating numerous buildings and throwing a good majority of the attacking ninja away like dolls. "We don't have time for this, damn it," yells Naruto in that mix of feminine demon and human boy-child voice. "We have to find Riven and Tayuya." Akira nods. "Niece, and what do we do?" "I have a suggestion. Naruto, walk up to your sister and touch her head," says Kyuubi suddenly. Naruto nods and does as he's told. Kyuubi has a plan. "Naturo, make a shield for us." The boy does as he's told and surrounds them in a sphere of metal. "Okay, what's the plan?" asks Akira. Naruto walks up to her and places his hand on her forehead. A second later, after a flash of red light, they both are transported to Naruto's mindscape. Akira gasps and falls down when she sees the massive form of Kyuubi no Kitsune. "Well, what do you know? It actually worked." Akira gulps. "Kyuubis-san?" "That's right." "Hurry up and tell us your plan, Fox," says Naruto. "Shut up, brat." A second later, a large blood-red scroll appears in front of the two children and unrolls in front of Akira. "Girl, sign the contract in one of the empty slots. Use blood." "What for?" "Just do it. You want to hurry and get to your brother, right? Get rid of the obstacle?" Akira nods, not noticing the grin growing on the fox's face. "Good, then do it." Akira nods and bites down on her finger. She then signs the name Akira Uzumaki on the scroll that places her bloody fingerprints underneath her name. Kyuubi grins, then the scroll rolls up and vanishes. "Now I want you, girl, to remember these hand signs, then shout out the name of the jutsu. Channel as much chakra as you can." Akira nods and the images pour into her head. Only Naruto was thinking this was a bad idea as the fox chuckled evilly for a second before regaining her composure. Scene change. Asleep? Awake? Conscious? Broken? Confused? Dazed? Alive? Dead? Anyone who would have laid eyes on Tayuya, who haven't already, wouldn't know which one of these questions to choose. She was that messed up. She was strapped to the wall by shackles and chains, and she was covered in dried blood. She was breathing. Barely, and her eyes didn't have any life in them. It was as if she was indeed a broken spirit. Her willpower crushed by the IWA medic Neen during their experiments. They smirked at the white mist that escaped her mouth every time she exhaled. The medics couldn't help but smirk as they looked at the girl, despite their fear of that power just outside the premises. The experiment was a complete success. IWA will soon rise above all other villages. They stood and admired Tayuya for 5 more minutes until they decided to add one last detail. A device that would give the Tsuchikage absolute control over her mind. "All right, let's get this over with," says the lead medic as he nears a large drill-like machine. Their fear was all but forgotten as the excitement of finalizing their project reaches new levels. Right up until their door suddenly swings open and the room is filled with a killing intent strong enough to make Anbu pass out. It was followed by the bright red glow of that chakra. "Oh God!" yells one doctor as he lays eyes on what could only be described as a bloody angel of death. "Give me Tayuya, or die." Reven's POV. Reven studies the trembling medic Neen in front of him and glares after 2 minutes. "I said, give me Tayuya." One of the doctors dares to speak. His voice was shaky but full of determination. "If you mean that red-haired girl then Forg?" The man is cut off as Reven charges forward with the speed Fa Jonin and lops of the man's head with his scythe. Blood sprays everywhere as the body collapses. The other Neen were backing up and sweating bullets. "Please. I don't want to kill anyone else. Just give me Tayuya and I'll leave." When no one does anything, Reven sighs. "Fine then." And without another word, hurls his feather sword. It buries hilt deep in a man's chest and pins him to the wall. Reven swings his scythe and begins to destroy the machinery in the room. "Hey!" yells a medic without thinking. Reven responds, focusing chakra to the ends of his wings and impaling him through the stomach. The man coughs up blood and collapses. He walks up to the man he impaled with his sword earlier and violently jerseys from his chest. The other medics were cowering under anything big enough to hide them. He wasn't worried about that. All he cared about was locating Tayuya. His eyes scan the room until he finds her. She was in the very back of the room and hanging on the wall. A drill was slowly nearing her forehead. He charges and decimates the machine. "Tayuya." He examines the girl and could feel his anger building up again. Tayuya was in horrible condition. She was covered in bruises, signifying the after effects of numerous healing techniques designed to treat very severe wounds. She was also naked. The shredded remains of her clothing lying in a pile to the left, torn apart by the many machines. But that wasn't all. She was different. Her half-closed eyes were now a glowing green instead of the soft brown that they used to be. Her hair was light gray with red highlights. He gasps when he sees that her hair has become transparent. He gasps again when he sees her forearms. They were also transparent and light gray. On the back of each hand was the kanji for smoke. Reven raises his sword and cuts the chains from her body. She was light. Too light. That's what he thought as she landed in his arms. He strokes her back and widens his eyes. He sits her down and rolls her over. He gasps, then glares as he sees the huge bloody scab of a stone symbol and a number underneath carved inches deep into her back. 1 was the number. His eyes tear up as he rounds on the nearest person left alive. "What did you do?" he yells as his clawed hand grabs a young man's throat. The man gasps for air and stammers out his answer. WWE cough took that girl's chakra cough and fused it with an element cough of nature. We created the first of a strain of elemental soldiers. The ultimate ninja with more potential than that of a Jinchuriki. Reven scoffs, then crushes the man's windpipe. He tears the man's ropes from him and walks over to Yuya. He lifts her up and gently wraps her up. He strokes her hair and picks her up bridal style. "It's okay now, Yuya, I'm here." Taiyuya's eyes suddenly filled with life and she slowly looks up. She tears up and wraps her arms around the boy's neck, surprising him a little. She smiles and buries her face in his chest, not caring about the blood that decorated his person. She begins to silently cry. "You actually came for me?" Riven's eyes begin to tear up as well. "Of course I did." He trails off and looks up with a smile. Riven's demonic features fade away and his wings return to normal. He adjusts the girl and grabs his weapons. "Come on, Taiyuya, let's get out of here." He then exits the room, not noticing the chemicals that were spilling and mixing on the floor. He gets about 50 yards away when the building suddenly burst into violent flames, taking the surviving medics with it as it burned to the ground. Riven ignores the fire and heads back toward the Tsuchikage Tower. He was going to reclaim their stolen possessions. Scene change. Naturo's metal liquefies again when Akira suddenly begins to go through hand signs. "Ni-san, what's she doing?" he asks Naruto, who responds by grabbing the metal manipulator and jumping a few yards away. The IWNIN were slightly confused by this up until one of them spots what the girl is doing. "Stop her! He never got to finish as Akira slams her hand into the ground while her body erupts with red chakra. Summoning jutsu. "CRP!" yells the IWNIN as he jumps back. Suddenly they're in a huge blast of smoke as the jutsu is completed. Naturo and Naruto just stared at the cloud of smoke as a logger figure appears in the cloud. A massive figure actually. "What the?" asks a stunned IWNIN as the smoke clears. "What the hell? How is it that I was brought here?" Everyone could only stare at the creature. It was truly a sight to behold. A massive pitch-black 8-tailed fox with golden paws, ears and tail tips. Its underbelly and chest were also gold. On top of his head between the ears was a heavily breathing Akira Uzumaki. "Answer me, humans, or I'll eat you all right now." The IWNIN step back. "Fine then." The fox tenses up then freezes as Akira speaks up. Fox-san, I was the one who summoned you. My siblings and I need your help." "Huh." Akira shakily gets to her feet and walks down the fox's snout and looks into its massive golden slitted eyes. The fox eyes Akira grabs her with a tail and brings her to his nose. It sniffs the girl several times before widening his eyes. "You're no ordinary human. Tell me, girl, why do you smell like Kyuubis-sama?" Akira tenses up. "I'll tell you everything if you help us." "And what makes you think I'd help a brat like you?" Akira looks nervously at the fox. "Fine then. What if I told you I am essentially a part of Kyuubi?" Interesting claim. What is your name, girl?" "It's Akira. May I know your name?" The fox nods and says, "I am known as Shadow no Hachibi Kitsune. Second in command of the Kitsune clan, and if what you say is true and you have indeed signed the contract to our clan, then fine, I'll lend you and you a hand. Now tell me what humans are in need of our help." Akira points down to Naruto and Naturo. "Those two are my brothers. They are on our side. There are also two more. One is a girl with reddish-pink hair and the other is like us. He has black wings. He is somewhere on the other side of this village." "Fine then." Shadow then grabs the two boys with a tail and places them on his back. He then inhales then exhales a black flame that incinerated the stunned Nin in front of him. The ones that survived took off running. Pathetic humans. He was getting ready to give chase when Akira speaks again. "Please, Shadow-san. Don't kill them. We just want to find our companions and our belongings and get out of here." Shadow scoffs. "Fine." He then sniffs the air for a few seconds before chuckling. "This village is a mess. You brats did all this? You're something else." He takes off toward the center tower, causing even more damage to IWA as he ran and killing all who dared stand in his way. Scene change. Riven tore through the Tsuchikage's office and scroll room searching for the belongings that were stolen. Taiyuya was placed gently in the Tsuchikage's chair while he searched. "At last," he says as he uncovers the Hakiri Forbidden Scroll and Naruto's sword. He grabs the items and places them next to the sleeping Taiyuya before returning to his search. Finally, after about 10 minutes, he had recovered everything, except for Taiyuya's flute and instruction book. Those he could not find. He also took a few other things. such as a few jutsu scrolls and the Tsuchikige's crystal ball. He had plans for this item. He also made it a point to copy a few jutsus from Iwa's forbidden scroll before smirking and hacking it to pieces with his feather sword. Stupid grown-ups don't deserve these, he says, and he prepares to hack away a section of wall. He stops though when he hears something huge suddenly drop down outside. He tightens his grip on his weapons and approaches the window. What he sees makes his eyes go wide. It was a huge fox and his siblings were sitting on its back. He sighs in relief and destroys the wall with his weapon. Guys, am I glad to see you? Look, I got our stuff back. Naruto smiles and leaps off of the fox along with Naturo and Akira. They run up to Riven and hug him before they head over to the items collected by Riven. Akira wraps her scroll to her back and places her original hammer in the belt beside the one made by Naturo. Naruto reclaims his sword, then looks at Riven's feather sword. Where'd you get that? It awesome, he exclaims. Riven smiles and says, I made it then killed the old man with it. Naturo grabs his big glowing kunai and smiles. Good to see you again, he says to it. Well, come on, let's get out of here, says Akira. Riven nods and hands her his sword and Tayuya's glowing kunai. He then walks over to Tayuya and picks her up. She smiles and wraps her arms around him. Riven. The winged boy smiles and says, Come on, Dieng. We're leaving this place. The four children nod and head back out to Shadow. Where to now? Anywhere but here, says Akira. Shadow nods, then looks up while inhaling deeply. What are you doing? Asks Riven. Shadow doesn't say anything. He merely exhales sharply. A second later, a massive black fireball erupted from his mouth and rises high above IW. A parting gift. The fireball suddenly explodes into thousands of smaller fireballs and rain down upon the village. The screams of the village could be heard clearly as the fox demon takes off with the 5 children at blinding speeds. It was only after all of this did the children realize the extent to which their bodies and minds were exhausted. It was also when the severity of the last few hours finally kicked in. Riven's thoughts before he passed out with Tayuya in his arms were, I think I killed them. Bird looks back at the retreating form of IWA as the fires and the smoke billowed into the sky like a beacon from hell. He lets a few tears fall for the village. Shadow smirks as the children pass out. He didn't know how these kids even pulled that off. Destroying an entire village. Summoning him, the second strongest kitsune. Perhaps he'd ask them later if it had to do with the Kyuubi. Interesting brats. Time skip. A few days later, the entire world would know of Iwa's literal destruction. No one knew what caused it, and the survivors could only say one thing when asked about it. Monsters. Shadow had brought them to a large cavern after a week of running. The children were exhausted and nearly fell off of the giant fox on several occasions. The demon could tell the children had been lost in thought at times about what had happened. He could only surmise that their young minds were still trying to grasp the whole situation. He sighs as he gathers a few large logs and ignites them with his black fire breath. The children were all huddled against each other, sleeping soundly. The red-gray-haired girl intrigued him. He didn't know abilities such as hers existed. He'd ask her about it in the future. For now he just lies down next to the children and closes his eyes. His tails curling in a circle around them. Scene change. Sasuke and Hinata once again found themselves standing in front of the wreckage. The dark-skinned woman was looking at the 2 children with a look of worry and concern. Sasuke was looking back at the woman with confusion showing in his eye. The same could be said for Hinata as well. You want us to postpone our search for Naruto? Asks Sasuke after a minute. The wreckage sighs and looks the boy in the eye. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I would feel a lot better if you stayed here in Kumo for a while to train. Whatever destroyed IWA is bound to be roaming the countryside unchecked. It was then that a look of understanding crossed both children's faces. You're worried about us, says Sasuke, once again speaking for him and Hinata. The woman nods slowly and gets to her feet. She walks around her desk and pats both children on the head. That's right, Gaki. Whatever destroyed IWA might catch you too during your search. I would like for you two to stay here until it calms down a little. Perhaps for a few years. At this, Sasuke and Hinata exchange questioning glances, as if debating on whether or not they should postpone their search for a few years in order to get strong enough to face whatever was out there destroying villages. They nod to each other after a few minutes and look back up at the wreckage. Okay, fine. We'll stay. The wreckage smiles happily and gestures toward the door. You two can come in now, she says cheerfully. A second later, a sheepish-looking Hideki and Yujito shuffle into the room. Well, since you two like to listen in on private conversations, Hideki and Yujito blush. I'm assuming you know what these two have planned for the future? The two nod and Yujito walks up to the two former citizens of Konoha. I don't want to see you two go, but if there's anything I can help you with, I'd be happy to lend it to you. She gives both children a hug and Hideki smiles down at the three. Happy to see the Nibi Jinchuriki finally get some friends. The wreckage smiles and says, now, since Sasuke and Hinata are staying for a while, we can begin to really train them. Hideki-san and I will teach you three everything we know. Sasuke, Hinata and Yujito gain wide eyes. You three are quite possibly the greatest asset Kyuumo has. It's only natural that you receive personal training. Along with the Hyukia clan, of course. Hinata, Sasuke and Yujito smile and look up at the Kyuumo leader. So when does the training begin, sensei? Hideki smiles and says, right after we give Hinata and Sasuke their rightful digits. Scene change. Kin and Kimimaro arrived in Konoha a week before the IWA incident and were now currently standing in front of Sarutobi looking quite nervous. The reason was because of the tall man wielding a huge sambato whose mouth was covered in bandages. A little boy who looks like a girl was standing next to him and also had a large sword, only his was a pale blue. They had just been told of the IWA incident and that they were to train under the huge sword-using man. They didn't quite know how to take all of this in. Sarutobi smiles down upon the two children and says, Kimimaro Kagaya, Kintsuchi, I'd like you to meet Zabuza Momochi, former member of the 7 Miss Swordsmen. At this, Kin and Kimimaro widen their eyes. I figured this is the best arrangement, seeing as all four of you have some sort of ties to Kirigakure and have met Naruto at one point. Now it was Zabuza's turn to look surprised. You two have met that blonde boy and his siblings? Kin timidly nods while clinging to Kimimaro's arm. I see. Things just got more interesting. Indeed it has. Now I suggest you forget to know each other. You have 3 years before your genin exams. The group nods and Zabuza turns to his two new students. Well, first things first. We're getting you 2 weights and a large sambat. It's time for a new generation of swordsmen. Kimimaro and Kin could only nod. They were nervous. They follow Zabuza out of the room and Sarutobi smiles. The last members of 3 powerful clans had moved into Konoha. Even if it was only for a few years. Time skip 1 week. Tayuya's eyes slowly open and she yawns loudly against the mass of warmth against her face. She smiles and snuggles in closer to it, causing it to move and adjust. She bolts upright and looks around with wide eyes. Where the hell am I? Where's Ryuvenkin? She says as her glowing green eyes adjust to the darkness. She nearly screams in fear when she sees the massive form of Shadow, who was asleep with his tails around the group of children in a protective circle. What's going on? She gets to her feet, ignoring the pain racking her body. She looks around and notices that she was previously asleep in Riven's arms. She smiles affectionately as the memories of the winged boy's valiant rescue of her. She notices that the boy and his siblings, for that matter, are still caked in dried blood in places and that their stolen items had been recovered. Suddenly she gasps as more memories flood through her and she darts toward the nearest reflective item she could find, namely a glass ball sitting near Riven's scythe. She peers into it and examines her reflection. The first thing she notices is that her eyes had done a complete 360 in terms of color. She glares. She liked having brown eyes. There was also her hair. It was transparent gray with pink-red streaks. Her hair kind of looked like pink and gray wispy smoke. She sighs and goes to rub her temples in annoyance, only to freeze when she sees her transparent gray forearms and hands with the kanji for smoke on the backs. God damn it, what else did they do to me? She drops the medical cloak and examines her body further. Everything was normal except the purple tattoo-like lines that snaked around her neck, underneath her arms down her sides and stopped in an incomplete V around her navel. Those stupid grown-ups experimented on you by giving you an unnatural bloodline limit. Tayuya whirls around and sees Akira, who was getting to her feet and trying to wipe some of the dried blood off of her face. Tayuya looks on in confusion. Bloodline limit? She asks. Akira nods. Yeah. Riven Neeson told me that when he came for you they told him they changed your chakra and blood by combining it with an element of nature. I'm guessing they used the element called smoke. SSO, what does that mean? Akira looks at Tayuya with her own eyes swimming in confusion. She didn't really know how to explain this. Luckily, someone else decides to speak up. It means, girl, that you have exclusive power over smoke. That includes making smoke shields, weapons turning completely into smoke. Those are just some of the possibilities. Tayuya freezes as she looks Shadow in his big golden eye. She had forgotten all about the huge fox. Then her mind takes in what he has just told her. So, I'm some kind of smoke freak? She asks a little sadly. Akira walks up to and hugs the other girl. Tayuya, don't call yourself a freak. You're just different now. We all are in some way. Tayuya relaxes and shoves Akira off of her. Yeah, you're right, but keep the sappy hugs to yourself. Akira giggles. Anyway, what's going on? Who's the giant fox and how did we get away from IW? All I remember is Rievenkin going psycho on the people that had me chained up. I think he even killed the Tsuchikage. This time a fourth person speaks up. It was Naruto. His voice sounding as emotionless as ever as he speaks. All of us were captured in IW. Neeson and us three because we are related to some guy named Kyakoto Uzumaki. They took you somewhere else and Riven got angry. He started channeling Kyuubi-san's chakra and went into a rage. He destroyed half of the village. All he cared about was rescuing you. Tayuya casts another smile in Riven's direction. She then realizes that she is still naked and turns violet before quickly snatching up the white robe and wrapping herself up. Naturo chuckles. It ain't funny, jackass, she screams. Naturo quiets down and continues. Anyway, the giant fox is Shadow. He's the boss summon of the Kitsans. Kyuubi had Akira sign the summoning contract and taught her the seals. She can summon help in a pinch. We escaped IWA a couple of weeks ago because of Shadow, I think. I can't really tell how long it's been. I've been asleep. Shadow gets to his feet and yawns loudly. This causes Naruto and Riven to wake up. Ugh, what hit me? Asks Riven. Naruto shakily gets to his feet, groaning loudly as his joints protest to the movement. So you're finally awake, holder of Kyuubi-sama. Naruto looks up at Shadow with wide eyes. Yuri, that huge fox. Shadow chuckles. A sound that causes more fear than joy in the children as they gazed up at his gleaming white and considerably huge fangs. That's right, human. My name is Shadow no Hachibi Kitsune. I saved the 5 of you from that pathetic human village after your sister called for my help. Naruto looks over at Akira, then the memories come back to him in a rush. He falls to one knee and takes a few long and strong breaths. That's right, he says quietly. He then looks around and sees Riven and Tayuya smiling at each other. So, we really did kill all those people? That's right. I was quite impressed. By the time my assistance was needed, the village was already in ruin and blanketed in panic. You should be proud. Naruto looks down, as do his siblings. We have nothing to be proud of. We destroyed an entire village. You did what was necessary to protect your companions. Those stupid humans just chose the wrong group of brats to F with. Naruto nods, but it does nothing to quell how he felt. Shadow feels the boy's doubt but ignores it. He had more pressing issues to assess. He lowers his head and peers into Naruto's eyes with a full calculating stare. You 5 travel alone? Naruto raises an eyebrow at such a sudden question but answers anyway. If you mean do we travel with any grown-ups, then no. We have each other and that's it. Grown-ups have been nothing but trouble for us. I see. What made you ask such a question? First answer me this. Why is it? No, how is it you hold Kyuubi-sama within your navel and why do the other 3 smell like you and Kyuubi-sama? The girl has already told me that she is a part of the queen. But how? Tayuya looks a bit confused but stays quiet. She gives Riven a sideways glance but does nothing else. Naruto looks down and kicks his feet a couple of times. 6 years ago Kyuubi attacked Konoha, my home village. She was sealed in my belly by the fourth to keep her from destroying Konoha. It killed him as well. Because of that, the people of Konoha treated me badly. They starved me, called me names and tried to kill me on several occasions. I eventually left the village in order to find some friends. Shadow raises an eyebrow at the pause then widens his eyes as the realization dawns on him. Your siblings? They're a human jutsu, correct? Naruto nods and Tayuya gasps. Riven, Akira and Naturo are modified Kage Bunshins. Tayuya looks at Riven and the others with disbelieving eyes. Shadow clones? Riven gives Tayuya a hug and says, we're all different in some way. Tayuya's eyes widen even further. She now knew why they were always saying that. She now knew why they sounded unsure of the world when something that could lead up to their origins came up. She now knew why they treated Naruto like the boss. She does the only thing she can think of when something like this is told to her. She relays her thoughts on the situation. Well, sheet. She returns Riven's hug and says, I knew comin' with you buncha blonde bakas was gonna be better than stayin' in Odo. Riven smiles. Shadow looks over at Akira and Naturo who both had emotionless expressions on their faces while Riven stood next to Tayuya. He mulls through all of his thoughts then speaks again. Let me speak to her. Naruto just looks dumbfounded until the massive fox walks up to him and touches his forehead with his nose. Naruto found himself standing in between a huge red fox with 9 crimson tails and an equally huge 8-tailed black and gold fox. Quite an odd feeling. Shadowson. What a pleasant surprise, says Kyuubi. Likewise, Kyuubi-sama. I am greatly honored to make your acquaintance. Kyuubi smiles then transforms into her humanoid form. She gets as close to the cage bars as she can and looks up at the large fox. Why don't you transform? It would be a lot easier to converse, no? Shadow bows his head and says, as you wish, Kyuubi-sama. Shadow instantly begins to shrink down. Fur receding to the top of his head, legs becoming straight ECT. In a few seconds Shadow had transformed into a rather young-looking man. He looked even younger than Kyuubi did. He was wearing a black battle yakuta with a golden chest plate and sash. His left shoulder also sported a golden shoulder protector and his hair was shoulder length and slicked back. His golden fox ears were facing forward at attention and his 8 golden tipped tails were dancing around behind him like they had minds of their own. Kyuubi take one look at him and grins. You've grown handsome. Shadow smiles slightly and bows his head. And you still radiate with an unmatched beauty. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick, says Naruto. Shut it, brat. You shut it, Baka Fox. You will watch your tone with Kyuubi-sama, says Shadow. Naruto glares and says, I'll talk to her however I want. I'm not gonna stop just cause some other fox comes in and thinks he's all that. This is my mind. If you don't like it then get out. Shadow growls. Enough, Shadow. The brat is too stupid to know who his superiors are, so don't waste your breath. Has superior my butt? I've eaten fox before. Why you insolent? Little. Enough, Shadow. What is your purpose for coming to this brat's mind? Shadow casts one more glare in Naruto's direction before saying, I came for answers. I see. No doubt you have questions about the brat's so-called siblings and why I gave the girl the summon contract for our clan. Yes, Kyuubi-sama. I do not understand. I thought you despised all humans. And clearly this little insect isn't worthy of your help. That's not what you were saying when you took us out of that village. Shut it, brat, yells Shadow. Kyuubi smirks and says, believe it or not, I have no reasons for helping this brat and his siblings other than the fact that I refuse to have a miserable vessel. Is that all, Kyuubi-sama? Kyuubi touches her chin in a thinking pose. Well, I guess you could say I hold a faint amount of respect for the brat. He has the drive of Kitsune and a stronger will than most others. He is also unafraid of us, as I'm sure you have noticed. Shadow scoffs at Naruto, who merely gives him the finger. Yeah, I'll admit the brat's got guts. Also, he has great potential. Shadow smirks and says, He doesn't look all that impressive. Shut it, Fox. Kyuubi grins and says, he may not look like much, and he isn't much compared to us demons, but he does have the potential to get there. As do his siblings and that other girl the humans experimented on. They just need the proper guidance, and they refuse to associate with human adults due to his past. Shadow mulls it over for a second before saying, if it is your wish that me and the other members of our clan train them, then I'll gladly comply. Even if he is an insolent brat. Naruto freezes. This was not something he expected. Oh, here. Training? From demons? For some reason this revelation scared him a little but excited him at the same time. Shadow looks at Naruto and then bows to Kyuubi. It's good to know that you're still alive, Kyuubi. He then vanishes, leaving a smirking Naruto. So, he your boyfriend? Kyuubi glares and pushes him out with chakra. Stupid brat, she says with the faintest of smiles. Naruto awakens in the real world just in time to hear Shadow say, and that's why I've decided to get you brats trained. Really? Asks Riven with a huge grin. Akira, Naturo and Tayuya look over at Naruto with questioning looks. The foxes respect us, says Naruto with a cocky grin. Shadow scoffs but instead says, get ready. Because you 5 aren't leaving this place for a while. We have a whole lot to cover. Tayuya smirks as a bit of smoke escapes her mouth. She links an arm with Riven and says, after all the shit we've been through, I say do what you have to in order to make us strong. Shadow grins. And says, alright then. He then does a jutsu that seals up the entrance, making it so no one can get in. Or out. Prepare, brats. For hell. None of them liked the way Shadow was grinning. Also to get lost. You have an absolutely good point. Heh, sheepish smile at this one. I didn't really think too much on their traveling paths. I don't have a map of the elemental countries and cannot locate one, so I just sorta winged it. Heh. Please bear with me here. Now about the IWA arc. I understand your skepticism on the whole thing, but you have to remember there were several factors that I thought I described pretty clearly during the scene. What? Naruto and his siblings were said and were tapping into Kyuubi's chakra. 2. Said chakra possess a killing intent of unreal levels. Levels that drastically slowed the reaction time and lowered strength and resolve of the IWA nin. 3. They were also underestimating the children. 4. In the presence of Naturo's Kikei Genkei and Naruto's chakra barrier, weapons became useless and jutsus did far less damage than they could have. Sorry if my FIC is a bit too choppy for you, but hey. Things happen. I really appreciate your criticism. It helps me improve. Well, that's all I got to say. Here's Chapter 11. Enjoy. Chapter 11. 5 years later. 3 young shinobi slowly made their way through the ruins of Iwagakure. Their Kumo headbands gleaming proudly on their foreheads. So, what are we supposed to do again? Asks an orange-haired kid of about 11 as he fiddles with the handle of his short sword. We're supposed to be looking for anything that can be salvaged and used. I suggest going to the Tsuchikage Tower, says the girl. The last shinobi grunts and says, we'll be lucky if there's anything there. It has been 5 years after all. He is bopped in his bald head by the girl a second later. Ikamu, stop being so negative all the time, she yells. Ikamu glares and says, I was speaking the truth, stupid girl. So quit attacking me. The 3 cloud shinobi make their way up to the Tsuchikage Tower while taking a look around. Geez. Old craters, gigantic scorch marks. Skeletons. And are those claw marks? Ikamu and the other boy look at each other and enter the tower. Izuki, come on, yells the orange-haired kid. The girl glares but obeys. They made their way up the stairs and eventually enter the Tsuchikage office. It was plainly obvious that the place had been raided already. There were old scrolls and paper lying all over and a large hole in the wall leading outside. They entered the scroll room and gasp. The place was full. Okay, who's the dumbass that raided this place and left everything here? Asks Izuki with a smile. Ikamu shrugs and grabs the nearest scroll. It was marked Basic Doton Justice. He stuffs it in a pocket. Guys, we hit the jackpot on this one, says the orange-haired boy as he pockets a few scrolls as well. They continued deeper into the room, taking scrolls and copying down other scrolls that were too big to carry. They were in there for what seemed like hours collecting the secrets of IW. Izuki had even found the forbidden scroll. Thought it was in about 6 pieces. Still, the rakeage could fix that. Finally they sigh and decide to leave. We'll come back again. I can't believe no one came here earlier, says Ikumo. It's probably because of the way this place got destroyed. They say 4 demon children with glowing red chakra and weird powers like manipulating metal and wings that shoot sharp feathers are responsible for killing this place, says the orange-haired kid. Inakudo, that's ridiculous. If you weren't my brother I'd stab you just for coming up with such a stupid story, says Izuki. Inakudo shrugs and says, whatever, before taking a step forward. Hey, what the? Inakudo had been tripped by Izuki and stumbled into a shelf, causing scrolls to bury him as they fall. God damn it, girl, screams the boy as he burst from the pile with a glare. Ikumo sighs and says, I have idiots for siblings. Shut up. Izuki throws a large scroll at him but he catches it with no problem. He was going to throw it back but pauses as a certain word catches his eyes. Hey, you two, look at this. He lifts the scroll to show his siblings. Inakudo and Izuki look at the scroll and raise an eyebrow. History of the traitorous Uzumaki clan? That word sounds familiar. Uzumaki? Ikumo sighs and says, it's the word we've heard Sasuke-sama and Hinata-sama use. Oh, that's right. It's the last name of that guy they're currently off searching for, says Inakudo. Precisely. That's why Raikage-sama sent us here. She says that the name Uzumaki was an infamous name in IWA, says Ikumo. Izuki grins and snatches the scroll from her brother and opens it. Well, let's find out what's so infamous about it, she says excitably. Inakudo and Ikumo lean over the girls' shoulders and all 3 begin to read. About 5 minutes into it they gasp and Izuki drops the scroll. Her eyes wide with shock. Scene change. 5 figures stood near the edge of the sea. How long had they been traveling? A month? A little more? They could not really say for sure. It had been about that time since they left their cave. Shadow and the rest of the demons they trained with had been relentless, pounding every bit of skill they could into them. They tore through forests, grassy plains and rocky hills on their way to their destination and were now watching as the distant form of a ship slowly approached them. The gleam of the midday sun shining brightly off of the endless void of crystal blue salty water before them. 11 and 13 they were. Powerful preteens with something to prove. Something to achieve. The blonde girl with a large scroll strapped to her back and holding a large warhammer in her left hand. The boy with black-yellow streaked hair wielding a pair of scythes. One that glowed yellow-orange and the other that was made of nearly transparent, unbreakable material and had a crystal ball embedded in the blade near the base. The other girl whose hair was a transparent pink and gray and wielded a kunai and a pair of metal gloves. The tallest boy with silvery gray hair with yellow tips and a ponytail at the back that puffs out and looks more like a fox's tail. Metal combat boots, large foot-thick wrist bangles, a chest plate and a huge kunai attached to a chain adorned his person. The 4 of them were dressed in tattered cloaks, so not much clothing could be seen. The 4 all shift their gazes to the last boy. The boy stood at the front of them. He is the apparent leader of this group. Arms folded over his bare chest and short spiky yellow hair blowing in the soft wind. A pair of swords strapped in an X across his back. One glowed orange-yellow and the other was crimson and shaped like a huge feather. Large weights that looked like big clock gears were fastened to his wrists and ankles. They glowed with gravity seals. He wore a pair of baggy orange briefs. So what are we gonna do once we get there? Asks Taiyuya. Reven grins and locks his fingers with hers. We are gonna have some fun for once. Akira smiles as well and says, the sea. It looks so enchanting. Naturo merely stares at the water. Come on, the ship's almost here. Hi, Nisan. The 5 preteens made their way over to a dock and waited. They were standing there for what seemed like an eternity until the ship that would take them to sea country finally docks and everyone leaves the ship to go on about their own business. The 5 wait until everyone is off, then they make their way on, paying for their trip and getting settled in. The ship itself was no luxurious cruise ship, but it wasn't bad either. 3 sails and 2 wooden masts, along with literally hundreds of different ropes and ties, signaled the mechanisms for moving the ship. About 30 crew members ran about keeping the ship in top condition and preparing it for its next trip. A large storage room toward the back of the ship signaled that this ship is also used to transport supplies back and forth from the mainland to the island out to sea. The 5 look around for another second before heading to a room. "Last call for passengers," yells the cabin boy from the crow's nest. When no one boards the ship, they prepare to leave. A swiveling of the sails and a gust of wind later, and they are heading out to sea. Naruto sat and stared off into the sky without uttering so much as a word to the others. He had decided to think about the last 5 years spent with Shadow and the rest of Akira's summons. They had spent the first year weight training and learning from Hakiragakure's forbidden scroll. There was still much to learn, such as the history of that forgotten village and why the word bloodline is mentioned so many times. Naruto sighs. There was something that told him that the Hidden Light Village held many great secrets. He remembers coming across that section of the Forbidden Scroll. He remembers learning that Hakiragakure existed right up until about 20 years ago. That also had him going. A village that was wiped out only 20 years ago by 7 other hidden villages, and no one has said anything about it? And what was their connection to bloodline limits? The way the scroll kept mentioning them made him wonder. "Hey Nisan, we're almost there," yells Akira over the crash of the waves. Naruto snaps out of it and looks around. He had been out of it for this long. The sun was already going down. Hi, I'm coming," he says with a sigh. "So where do you want to go first, Taichan?" asks Riven, only to receive a bop on the head. "Don't call me that," she yells with a blush, causing the others to laugh. Akira smiles and leans over the edge of the ship and down at the water. Her own memories of the last 5 years with Shadow. Training with the demon had been exactly what he said it would be. And the fact that her Baka brothers Naruto and Riven kept insulting the fox only made it worse for all of them. She glares at the back of Riven as he and Tayuya held hands and looked out at the sea. Thinking about the last 5 years? Akira turns around and sees an emotionless Naturo staring at her. That was another thing that changed over the years. The clones had fully developed their own personalities. Naturo was completely emotionless and cold most of the time and was a bit more aggressive than the others. Riven was loud, arrogant, and as free as his ability to fly. Naruto was still loud and hyper, but his constant bickering with Kyuubi gave him a drive and a resolve not many could claim to possess. Tayuya's attitude was still the same. Though her language has gotten severely trashier and Akira herself had become way laid back, quiet, and reluctant to do work. She looks over at her brother and shrugs. Just trying to sort out everything. It seems to have gone by so fast. Naturo nods. "I know what you mean. Perhaps it's merely because we are still infants in terms of lifespan." Akira chuckles. "Don't let Naruto-san hear you say that." Naturo smiles a bit and some of his metal forms a mask over his mouth and nose. "My lips are sealed," he says with a bit of mirth. Akira chuckles and slaps him on the shoulder. "Let's keep them that way." Naturo shrugs and leaps over to one of the crew members. Now arriving in the land of sea. The 5 young people grin and look out at the rather small island village with an appealing cove and numerous caves and a smaller island out a ways. "Well, let's go have some fun, says Tayuya. The others nods and leap off of the ship and onto the ground. None of them saw a girl about Tayuya's age look at them with calculating and sad eyes. 2/3 of her body covered in bandages. She follows them. Scene change. Sasuke and Hinata stood before the ruins of an old ninja village. They both had raised eyebrows at the strange spires with the glowing spheres at the top. They nod to each other and enter the place, not really sure what they were doing here. Hinata and Sasuke had changed over the years. Hinata's left hair spike having grown down to her stomach while the other stuck out to the side over the bandages that slanted over her right eye. It had been replaced with the Shiakugin, but she decided she liked the look. Especially when the end of the bandage swayed in the wind behind her looking like a tail. The rest of her hair was still short and stuck out in the back. She was dressed in a pale lavender yukata dress that has long slits on the sides revealing long pretty legs. Even for an 11-year-old girl. Her back was decorated in a pale lavender sun with 3 red tomes in the center. A black stripe went down the left sleeve and the end of the right sleeve had a black ring around it. Another black stripe started at her left shoulder, slanted across her chest, and led all the way down the right leg slit of the outfit. Sasuke had pretty much stayed the same except the plate covering his eye had vanished. He had grown taller and had a wiser look in his eyes. He was dressed in a lavender kimono and had the design of the lavender three-tone sun on a dark blue shirt underneath. He had a standard katana strapped to his waist and he wore a pair of Japanese-style sandals. He looks at Hinata and Hinata looks at him. They nod to each other and walk into the ruined village. They spent the entire day rummaging through the village and managed to locate a couple of headbands. They were yellow-orange and had a decoration of a sun on the metal plate. But other than that there was really nothing else. Hinata had split up with Sasuke and headed toward what she suspected was the remains of the Kage Tower. She silently observed everything around her. Something just didn't feel right about this place. How could she not know about this place? It had obviously been a powerful ninja village. How could this not be in the history books? She'd ask Reikage-sama about it once they returned to Cloud. Sasuke was rummaging through the remains of an old weapons shop when he spots it. It was a white t-shirt. But what had him widening his eyes was the style of the t-shirt. It was a toddler's shirt and looked to be pretty old. It was covered in dirt but one detail stood out like a sore thumb. "Hinata, come over here," says Sasuke in a voice that was riddled with excitement. Hinata rushes over while still holding the headbands. What is it, Sasuke?" Sasuke holds up the shirt and shows it to her. Who in the entire world wore this shirt as a little kid? Hinata squints her eye and examines every detail of the shirt. The dirt, the white, the t. She gasps loudly as she spots the signature orange spiral. "Naruto was here." Sasuke nods. "Come on. I think we need to get back to Kyuubi. Maybe Yujito can pick of his scent and close in on him." Hinata grins. Of course this shirt has to be at least 5 years old and there's no telling where he is now. But it's our only lead right now. Hinata and Sasuke exit the village and dash back toward Kyuubi. Scene change. Naruto, Tayuya, Riven, Akira and Naturo were sitting on a cliff looking at the sunset. They had huge grins on their faces and were covered in numerous scuff marks and salt. Sighs of rough housing in the water. Tayuya's head was resting on Riven's shoulder and Naruto was spaced out. Probably talking with Kyuubi. It felt good to finally be out of that cave. All of their weapons and scrolls were in a pile a few yards back. "Hey Taichan." Riven is interrupted by a fist to his head. "Stop calling me that. It's such a girly but name." Akira and Naturo chuckle. Riven rubs the lump on his head and looks at Tayuya. "Anyway, as I was saying, you want to go for a flight?" Tayuya grins and turns transparent while sprouting a pair of smoky wings. "Of course, Riven-kun." Riven smiles and activated his wings. Gasp. The 5 whirl around and leap to their feet. "Oh no," was heard and a figure could be seen running away. Naturo springs into action, liquid metal coming off of him. "I got this," he says before vanishing. POV change. She was running. Tired and scared. She didn't mean to follow them for so long but something about them seemed off. They were obviously not from around here and were all around her age. Something seemed to call out to her. But what she had witnessed that girl and the boy do stunned her. Now she was running for her life not knowing how the group would react to her spying on them. Her heart was racing. Someone was pursuing her. "No, I can't get caught." She trips over a root and slams into the ground. She curses and leaps to her feet but it was too late. Something had her ankles. She gasps as her fear reaches whole new levels. "It's no use running. You won't get away." She freezes and slowly turns around. What she sees scares the hell out of her. It was one of those boys. He was standing on the roof of the house behind her and looking down with emotionless eyes. A strange substance was moving around his body. Memories of her previous encounters with captors begin to resurface and she begins to shiver. "Please. 2 didn't mean to spy, I just wanted to know who you guys were. 2 won't do it again, I promise. Please, just don't hurt me." She drops to her knees and tears begin to gather in her eyes. Naturo was taken aback by this reaction. All he was going to do was ask her why she was spying on him and the others. He didn't expect this. He leaps down and crouches next to the girl. He notices that most of her body was covered in bandages. He puts a hand on her shoulder and mentally sighs sadly at her harsh flinch. "What is your name?" The girl freezes and chances a look at the boy next to her. She gazes into his light gray orbs and widens her eyes at what she sees. It wasn't anger or contempt. It was concern. Concern for her. She slowly averts her gaze. "My name is Isaribi." Naturo smiles a bit and stands back up. "My name is Naturo Uzumaki." She looks up and sees that he is offering his hand to her. She freezes again. Should she do it? Should she really take a chance with this boy? What about his friends? And what if they find out her secret? She tenderly raises her hand and places it into his. He pulls her to his feet. "Isaribi, huh? Pretty name." She blushes a bit. "Come on. I'll introduce you to my siblings." But do not worry. My niece-san has lived a life like yours. The pain in your eyes is similar to his own. He will accept you as will the others. But you don't understand. I'm different. I'm not normal." Naturo grins and forms a perfect replica of Isaribi out of some of his metal. "We're all different in some way." Isaribi relaxes a little and smiles. Besides, that boy and that girl obviously had unique abilities. So maybe they wouldn't shun her. She nods to Naturo and follows him. Her hands still clung to his out of fearful anticipation. Scene change. Ikamu, Inakudo, and Izuki were dashing through the forest at breakneck speeds. They had just rested up for a day and were fully rejuvenated. The three young Hyukia members were still stunned at what they had learned back in IW. "Man, to think that those Uzumakis could those types of things," says Izuki. "Yeah. It makes me wonder about my Shiakugan. Could it really be?" begins Inakudo. Ikamu shrugs. "It is rather unbelievable. Still, Reikage-sama might know something. Especially about this village. The hidden light. Hey, I wonder if this Naruto person that Sasuke-sama and Hinata-sama are looking for know anything," says Inakudo. "Probably not. Remember, Naruto is close to our age. That means he was 6 when he left Konoha shortly before Sasuke-sama and Hinata-sama came to Kumo. That means he was either disliked by his clan or he is the only one left." Yeah, good point. But still, this is all so exciting. The Uzumaki clan, IWA, Hikiri, DNA manipulating technology. This is so rad. And we discovered the scroll. The three children grin and pick up the pace. Eager to get to the hidden cloud village and show their discovery to the Reikage, completely unaware of the chain of events that was sure to follow. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Hinata make their way back as well. Naruto's old shirt tucked safely away in his pack. "Soon, Naruto, we will find you, I hope," says Hinata quietly. Hinata and Sasuke arrived at the gates of Kumo almost exactly at the same time as Inakudo, Ikamu, and Izuki did. They looked at each other and a silent question and answer passed between them. They enter Kumo as a group and make their way toward the Reikage Tower in silence. Sasuke notices the Inakudo and Izuki are abnormally serious and quiet. They must have found something in IWA. Upon getting to the Reikage Tower, the group of 5 is greeted by Hideki, Yujito, and the Reikage. "Ah, what a surprise. All 5 of you are back at the same time? How went your mission?" she asked. Inakudo spoke up first. The young Hyukia quickly opened his pack and drops the many scrolls they had taken from IW. "We were able to secure many useful jutsu and started scrolls, Reikage-sama," he said. Ikamu was next. He dropped the pieces of the IWA Forbidden Scroll. "We also found the remnants of their scroll of sealing. It appears someone cut it up in anger or just to spite the village. Perhaps it was whoever destroyed the place 5 years ago." The Reikage nods. "Good job, Ikamu-san. You and your siblings will be rewarded for your efforts." Ikamu bows respectfully. Izuki was next. "Reikage-sama, we found something that we think is of great importance in IWA as well. It has to do with a lost village and the origins of all Kikei Genkei." The Reikage's eyes widen a bit. The 3 Hyukia siblings suddenly direct their attention to Sasuke and Hinata. "It also may involve this Uzumaki Naruto you two are looking for." Hinata gasps. Did you find him? Izuki shakes her head. Perhaps it is best if I just read the contents of the scroll. She then unwraps and positions it in front of herself. Let's see. It starts like this. Scene change. Naruto, Tayuya, Akira and Riven were locked in a spar. Tayuya and Riven versus Akira and Naruto. They figured they might as well get some practice in while they waited for Naruto to return. Tayuya launched herself at Akira, who swung her hammer with 2 hands. The weapon smashed into Tayuya's head, only for said girl to burst into smoke and wrap around Akira with thick solid ropes. Tayuya's head materializes in front of Akira and smirked. Wind release. Air bullet. CRP. Tayuya is blown apart by Naruto's wind, freeing Akira. Thanks, Ni-san, she called out as she dropped to the ground. Riven appeared and slams his fist into his sister's stomach and sends her crashing into the sea. Naruto yells, "Hey, a-hole!" before drawing his orange sword. Riven grinned and drew his crystal scythe, and Tayuya materialized beside him, her arms taking the shapes of blades. They all vanished a second later. Scene change. Naruto couldn't help but wonder about the girl next to him that was fearfully clinging to his hand. Just what the hell had this village done to her? She was so afraid. So unsure. So weary of her surroundings, and her eyes held unyielding fear. Please relax, Isaribi, I won't hurt you. Isaribi looks up at Naruto with unsure eyes. I'm sure you won't, but... He places a finger on her lips. A gesture that causes her to blush a little. My siblings won't either. I promise. Isaribi couldn't help but smile a bit and move a little closer to the metal manipulator, enveloping herself in his protective presence, and as they arrived back to the spot where they were gazing at the sea, they arrive on a scene of chaos. Tayuya, who was completely transparent with smoke at the moment, creates a gigantic smoke hammer and slams it into the ground, trying to hit Naruto, who used an earth barrier to shield himself. And as the dirt and wisps of smoke flew all over the place, Riven unleashes a barrage of black feathers at Akira, who was riding on the back of a large red fox with 2 tails that simply breathed in and sent a large burst of wind and sent the feathers all over the place. Isaribi gasped out and buried her face into Naruto's chest, but Naruto merely twitches an eyebrow and a round shield of metal formed in front of the pair and deflected the feathers. After which Naruto sighed and said, "Guys, I'm back." The battle ended instantly and the 4 others approached him looking happy. Well, it's about diamond time. Did you get the spy? Asked Tayuya. Isaribi flinched and hid further behind Naruto. Naruto gently had a tendril of his metal wrap around Isaribi's waist and lift her up and over to place her down in front of her. She gasped and tried to struggle free, but it was no use. Naruto approached first. The girl was around Tayuya's age, possibly a year older. She had dark brown, almost black hair and was covered in bandages all over. He looks into her eyes and saw eyes so much like his were. He smiles warmly. "Hello. My name is Naruto." The blonde girl is Akira, while the winged scythe using hyperactive fool if Riven and the smoky girl with foul language is Tayuya. "We are travelers who were just looking for a place to relax for a while. May we know your name, please?" Isaribi looked unsure, then gave a glance in Naruto's direction. He nods his head. "Isaribi," she said quietly. Naruto releases her from his metal and joins his siblings. Naruto extended a hand and said, "Isaribi, huh? Pretty name." "I said the same thing," said Naruto. Tayuya grinned and approached the bandaged girl. She circles her a few times while examining every part of her. You seem all right. Say, do you know any good places to stay? We've only been here for a little bit and the blonde bakas start going into ramen crazes every 2 days or so." Isaribi let a ghost of a smile form on her lips, then it vanished. "Well, there are a few places, but I..." She trailed FF and gave Naruto a glance. Naruto understood instantly and smiled again. "Where do you stay at?" Isaribi freezes and gives Naruto a wide-eyed stare. "Huh." Naruto grins and says, "You look like you could use some company. So what do you say?" Isaribi looked down uncertain. "I don't know. The villagers, them," yelled Tayuya. Naruto and Riven gave grins. She said, "Them. Stupid adults all think they know everything and they all think they can treat others however they want. We've all been on our own since we're very little. We only had company in each other, and a clan of over-pompous demon foxes, grumbled Naruto at the last part. Isaribi didn't know what to say. She had never gone against the will of any adults in her life. She took everything they threw at her and continued on with her life, ignoring all around her. Come on, girl. You can trust us. We won't do anything, said Tayuya with a smile. And besides, there are not enough girls in our group, said Akira. Naruto and Riven grunted and said, not enough human girls she means. Hey! It true. Beside you and Tayuya-chan, we don't know any more human girls, so shut up. Isaribi couldn't help but give a small giggle. She looked over at Naturo and gave his hand a gentle squeeze. Follow me. The group smiled and Isaribi turned to lead them to her home. I must warn you. The villagers, don't worry. If they try something, they're dead, said Tayuya. Isaribi widened her eyes. You'd kill them? Yeah. So? Isaribi chose to say nothing else. She just nodded and proceeded to lead Naruto and his companions through the village to her house. As they made their way through the village, the five did indeed notice the looks of disdain Isaribi was getting. There were sneers and scoffs, and someone even muttered, "Freak," as the group passed a man and his wife. These events didn't sit very well with Naruto, and he unconsciously began to leak killing intent. Hey bro, relax, whispered Riven. Naruto looked over at his brother and smiled. Sorry. It's just that I hate these kinds of people. When I lived in Konoha it was like this. And the fact that stupid Shadow kept making me relive those events with a genjutsu until I learned how to break it effectively doesn't help either. Hey Fox, remind me to give your little boyfriend a punch next time Akira Nachan summons his black and golden butt. For the last time, you annoying little insect, he is not my boyfriend. He's just an acquaintance of the royal family. Yeah, whatever, let's just make sure to remind me. DMN Foxes. While Naruto was talking with the Kyuubi, Tayuya and Akira were trying to get Isaribi to open up a bit more. So what do you do for fun around here? Asked Tayuya. Isaribi flinched a bit but answered anyway. Fun? Swimming, I guess. What's swimming? Asked Akira and Riven at the same time. You don't know how to swim? Asked Isaribi, surprised. Hey, Akira, Naturo and I spent nearly our entire lives training in a cave with demon foxes. The only thing I know about swimming is that it has something to do with water. I think, said Riven. Isaribi couldn't help it. She laughed. What kind of backwater town are you guys from anyway? Are you from Suna or something? At the clone's confused looks, Isaribi laughed some more. Oh, don't mind them. Naruto and I are the only, how do I say this? Normal? No, that definitely ain't the description to use. I got it. Let's just say they haven't been out long. Yeah, that's it. Isaribi raised an eyebrow but dropped it. Everyone had their past, she guessed. They rounded a corner and came upon a badly graffiti-covered shabby-looking house with busted windows and a blanket for a door. Well, this is it, muttered Isaribi. The group looked at the house for a full minute before Tayuya smiled and said, Shit, it's not bad at all. Better than that demon cave. The others nodded and gave Isaribi a big smile. Her mood quickly brightened back up. Come on in then, she said excitably as she yanked Naturo by his hand toward her home. But when they got inside, the mood was gone in an instant. Isaribi and Naturo, followed closely by Naruto, Riven, Tayuya and Akira, came into the living room and saw a man sitting on the couch eating some sushi and reading a little orange book. He had long white hair and red lines tattooed on his face that ran down the sides of his face and intersected with his eyes. He wore a headband with the kanji for oil on it, and he had a large scroll strapped to his back. He looked like he didn't have a care in the world and was giggled perversely. Tayuya was first to act. Without a word, she threw one of her glowing kunai knives at his head. He deflected it with a lazy flick of his wrist. Little girls shouldn't play with sharp things. They might get hurt, he said. Riven growled and grabbed the handle of his scythe. Who are you and what are you doing in my home? Asked Isaribi with narrowed eyes. The man looked up for the first time and examined the bandaged girl. Oh, so you're the monster I've heard so much about. Didn't expect a young woman though. Quite intriguing. Naruto grabbed his sword and glared. Who are you, old man? The man threw a glare at Naruto and was getting ready to retort but froze. His eyes widened and he slowly got to his feet. The group noticed at this moment that this man was tall. A foot taller than they are at least. "No way. You're..." began the man as he stepped a bit closer. Naruto drew his sword in a flash and pointed it at the man's stomach. "Stay back." The man looked over at the others. First was Kyuubi, who was transparent at the moment and ready to strike. Then there was Isaribi again. She was looking a bit afraid but determined as well. Her hand was gripped on the bandages on her head. But when he got to Akira, Riven and Naturo he gasped. "What are your names?" he asked, pointing at the 3 clones. Naruto appeared in front of the man and glared full into his eyes. "Answer our questions first." The man shook his head and cleared his throat. "My apologies, brats." Riven and Akira growled. "It's just that I didn't think there were nay more Uzumakis left alive besides the Kyuubi container. And here I find not only the Kyuubi container but 3 other Uzumaki children as well." Naruto gasped and so did his siblings. Quicker than most would have been able to comprehend, all 4 of them were upon the man. Naruto had both swords in an X across his throat, Naturo had his huge kunai at his chest, Riven had both of his scythes at the man's legs, and Akira was sitting on the back of a large 3-tailed fox that was growling and prepared to bite his head off. The man chuckled and said, "Such skill you all have. One must wonder who and what you've been training with." Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell us how you know who we are." The man vanished in a puff of smoke, then his voice sounded from outside. "Follow me if you want to know. I have questions as well." The 4 Uzumakis sheathed their weapons and turned toward Isaribi. She was looking at them with wide eyes. "Demon container?" she asked. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, that's why we've been on our own. We all have some sort of thing that makes us different from everyone else. My difference in the 9-tailed grumpy but vixen sealed away in my navel." The others gave Naruto sympathetic looks as he left the house. They soon followed after Naruto. After they were gone, Isaribi got lost in thought. A demon container. She had heard a lot about them. She was taught to hate them. Taught that they were monsters and weapons. But this one was different from what she heard. He was kind-hearted. And even had siblings. Besides, how could she hate a demon container when she too has dealt with that same hell? After a quick thought, she ran out of the house after the group. Naruto and his companions arrived in a small clearing outside of the village and saw the man sitting cross-legged in the center of the clearing. When they arrived, he grinned and said, "Okay, first off, my name is Jiraiya. I am one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha." There were some gasps and weapons were drawn. "Heh, relax, I haven't come here to try and take you back to Konoha. I actually came here investigating a rumor about a sea monster that lives in this town." Naruto relaxed and said, "Fine, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but explain to us how you know who we are." Jiraiya looked at the group and said, "Well, first off, I don't know who you all are per se. I only know who you are, Naruto. After all, that seal that holds back the demon was partly created by me. Guess. I instantly recognized you as an Uzumaki because 1. The whisker marks on your cheeks that mark as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. 2 is your stunning resemblance to your father who was married to an Uzumaki, and the reason I recognized you 3 as Uzumakis as well is because of your eerie resemblance to Naruto that could only mark you as his siblings. Or something else closely similar." There was some widening of eyes before Kyuubi interrupted. "Wait, you said you know who Naruto's dad was, right? Let's hear it." Naruto nodded and looked up at Jiraiya, who sighed and said, "I'm not sure I should tell you. It might complicate things." "Complicate things?" "Listen, old man, I left Konoha when I was 6 years old." 6? Don't you think things are already complicated enough? Tell me who my father was, and while you're at it, tell me who my mom was too." Jiraiya sighed. "I guess I could tell you." He froze as he took notice of the scroll hanging on Akira's back. "Girl, where did you get that?" he asked, sounding almost frantic. Akira tensed and positioned her hammer. "What's it to you, old man?" she asked. Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Sorry, it's just that ever since the destruction of Hikari no Sato we all thought that the scroll of sealing was lost forever." "Hikari? Wait, you know about the Hidden Light Village?" Jiraiya looked up with remorse shining in his eyes and said, was one of the people responsible for its destruction. There was a long pause before Naruto leapt to his feet and pointed his sword. Okay, old man. Now I have more questions and I want them answered. Why would 7 different villages attack and destroy a prospering village out of the blue like that, and why wouldn't it be in any history books? Jiraiya sighed and looked at the group. He ignored the presence of Isaribi, who was hiding in the bushes. The village hidden in the light was a threat to the world. And so was the Uzumaki clan. All 6 young people gasped. What do you mean? Said Naruto. Jiraiya sighed and looked down. Naruto, your clan has a certain knowledge. Such knowledge had the potential to make them the single greatest clan ever to have been born into the world. And a young charismatic man by the name of Kyakoto Uzumaki was the ultimate testament to such a claim. Naruto continued to stare. I want to know more. Jiraiya nodded and sat back down. He sighed and said, you come out now. A second later, Isaribi emerged looking sheepish. Naruto smiled and said, so you don't care? Isaribi shook her head and said, I'd be a hypocrite if I cared. Naruto smiled more, and so did the others. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, I don't even know if I should be telling you this, but I guess it is your rightful legacy. Naruto nodded. Well, first off, you should know that your clan was never a part of Konoha. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You must also know that besides the village hidden in the clouds, Hidden Light had no allies. They were labeled a threat to the world. Why? Asked Naruto. It's because of what the man named Kyakoto and the rest of his clan had done to create it. And why there are so many different bloodline limits. And why many fear said bloodline limits. There were some more gasps. The Uzumaki clan created Hikarigakyure? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto. Your clan is responsible for the birth of the most powerful ninja village in the entire world. Sasuke, Hinata, the triplets and Yujito sped through the forest as fast as they can. There was no way in hell they were going to give up on finding Naruto now. Not after what they had learned. Not with the history of the Uzumaki clan still fresh in their minds. This way, called out Yujito as she banked to the right. The group followed and trailed behind the Nibi Jinchuriki. 2 weeks had gone by since they read that scroll. 2 weeks since they left the hidden cloud on a desperate search, going only by the sensory powers of the Nibi sealed inside of Yujito. 2 weeks since they had discovered a starting thing about the boy they were searching for. Flashback. The group stood there stunned as the scroll clattered to the ground and rolled away, unraveling the whole way and exposing the words inside to all. The Raikage looked outside the window and said, I never thought this day would come. I never thought I'd ever hear of that village again. Of my love. Sasuke stepped forward. Raikage-sama. What happened back then? The Raikage wiped tears from her eyes and said, I will tell you in time. Fist, you must locate Uzumaki Naruto and bring him here. He has a right to know what is in that scroll. Yujito. Can you track the scent of that shirt? Yujito furrowed her eyebrows and took a sniff. I can't really. The scent is old. Very old. There's no way for me to. Her eyes widened and glazed over. The group looked on with anxiety. Suddenly Yujito grabbed the shirt and sniffed again, taking a huge whiff. And no way. What? Asked Inakudo. Yujito suppressed a smile. Nibi is happy. She said the scent belongs to a friend of hers. Really? Who? Asked Hideki. Yujito widened her eyes and said, Nibi said the scent belongs to the Kyuubi no Kitsune. There were gasps from Sasuke and Hinata. So what does that mean? Asked the Raikage. Yujito looked at them with excitement and said, It means that I can track him now. It also means that Uzumaki Naruto is a Jinchuriki, the container for the Kyuubi. Sasuke, Hinata and the triplets gasped. But how? The Kyuubi was killed by the Yondaime, exclaimed Sasuke. No. Konoha has apparently lied. The Kyuubi was sealed away. The scent is all over this shirt along with the smell of sweat and ramen. Hinata looked up with teary eyes. So that's why he left. Sasuke nodded, then looked back at Yujito. You said you could trace the scent of the Kyuubi back to the source? Yujito shook her head and said, I can't, but the Nibby can. If we leave now, we can find him in 3 weeks tops. Hinata smiled a true smile. The Raikage stood up and looked down at the three. You're going after him then? Of course, said Sasuke. The Raikage smiled, then looked at Inakudo, Izuki, and Ikamo. You three will accompany them. We don't know if Uzumaki has any companions, and ninjas suddenly appearing and asking him to go to a village might cause a negative reaction. You three can support them in case he has more than 2 companions traveling with him. The three nodded. Also, you three have been wrapped up in this as well. You found the scroll and discovered the secret of the Uzumaki clan. You three are just as entitled to this as Sasuke and Hinata. The three looked over at Sasuke and Hinata and bowed. It would be an honor to assist you, Sasuke-sama and Hinata-sama. The Raikage smiled and said, Hideki, you will look after the Hyukia clan while they are gone. Hi, Raikage-sama. She nodded and looked down at the 5. Well, what are you waiting for? You have a lost friend to reunite with. Sasuke and Hinata smiled and exited the room without another word. The 3 Hyukia triplets and Yujito following close behind. In flashback, the group of 6 dropped from the trees and landed in front of a large cave. Naruto spent a lot of time here, it seems, said Yujito. She sniffed around a few times and widened her eyes. There are 4 identical scents here. They all belong to Naruto-san. She sniffed again. And there's someone who smells strongly of smoke. Which way does the trail lead? Asked Sasuke. Yujito sniffed a few more times and said, It leads to sea country. The trail is still fairly new. Sasuke nodded and dashed off. The others followed close behind. Come on this way, said Yujito as she pulled ahead and veered lightly to the left. Hinata smiled and looked up at the sky. I'll see you again, Naruto. Sasuke looked forward in determination. You better be there, Naruto. Inakudo, Ikamo, and Izuki didn't have any thoughts, as they had never met Naruto before. However, every time they thought of him, they unconsciously touched the edges of their eyes. And as the crimson tomes spun and the veins around their eyes bulged, they thought of one thing. Uzumaki. Scene change. Naruto, his siblings, and Tayuya stood at the edge of the sea and watched as the ferry approached. They had been completely stunned about what they had learned from Jiraiya. To think Naruto was the heir to such a legacy. They didn't know what to think anymore. Jiraiya's news had been like a blow with a hammer to Naruto. He was the descendant of Kyoto Uzumaki, the most dangerous man on the planet. His clan had created a powerful village. A village so powerful it scared the rest of the world and led to their destruction. He's the son of the Yondaime Hokage. And even now, as he and his companions stood and waited for the ferry, his mind was clouded with unanswered questions. Who was Kyoto actually? Why was he considered too dangerous? Why was the Uzumaki clan considered so dangerous? Why didn't anyone tell him of his parents? Why did his father seal this demon within him? Was it just to save Konoha? What exactly do bloodline limits have to do with the Uzumaki clan? So many questions. And yet he had no answer. He tried to pry Jiraiya, but even he didn't know that much. Or he refused to tell them. He looked over at his companions and felt a bit of guilt. Now they were wrapped up in this with him. But they were so like him, burdened with a deep and shocking secret. Tayuya's past was filled with beatings and RP. She never knew the love of a family. Orochimaru had saved her, but she hadn't really gotten to know him when Naruto arrived in Oto. Then there was Riven, Akira, and Naturo. 3 normal kids, but with a secret that would undoubtedly land them on the nearest dissecting table. Living, growing, and very human shadow clones. 2 of them even possessed bloodline limits of their own, created by Kyuubis and himself 5 years ago. His thoughts were interrupted by a call of Hiei. They turned around and saw Isaribi running up to them. She was another one, an experiment of Orochimaru, and now the holder of an artificial bloodline limit that allows her to breathe underwater. Her transformation was burned into his skull. A backpack was dangling on her back and she was smiling brightly. Naruto raised an eyebrow while Tayuya, Akira, and Naturo grinned. Riven just smirked. Isaribi looked at them and said, "You don't mind, do you? If I travel with you all?" she asked. Naruto and the others approached the girl and smiled. It had been 2 weeks since Naturo had brought her to them and he could tell she has never been happier. We don't mind at all. Besides, the more the merrier. Isaribi smiled and gave Naruto a hug. It was also at this moment that the ferry docked and people flooded out in order to get to their homes or to look around. After the way was clear, Naruto looked at his companions. Well, let's go, he said with a smile. So where to? Asked Akira. Naruto looked up. That Jiraiya guy said that the hidden light only had one friend, right? Yeah, that's what he said. It was called Kumo something, said Riven. Yeah, Kumogakure no Sato. The village hidden in the clouds. I've actually been there once a long time ago, said Isaribi. No way, really? Asked Naruto. Isaribi nodded. Yeah, someone I used to know brought me there while he was searching for something. Alright then, let's get going then, said Naruto. To the hidden cloud? Asked Riven. Naruto nodded and said, to the hidden cloud. The only village left that may have answers for us. The group nodded and got on the ferry. Last call, yelled the boy in the crow nest. There were a few more latecomers that quickly got on the boat before it pulled away and headed toward the mainland. As the ferry glided across the water, Isaribi looked up. I haven't left the island in ages, she said to herself. Naturo appeared beside her and said, is it a bad thing? She shook her head. No. It's liberating. Naturo looked at her and smiled a bit. Well, now you're free. You'll get to see the world now. Just as soon as Nizan get the answers he seeks. Isaribi nodded, then looked at Naturo confused. What about you? Don't you want to know about your heritage? Your clan? Naturo shook his head. Ni-san is the only true member of the Uzumaki clan. Akira, Riven and I have but one purpose, and that's to be there for Ni-san. We are here simply to keep him from being alone. But you're in Uzumaki's, correct? Naturo nodded. True, but I could care less about the origins of the Uzumaki clan. As far as I'm concerned, they all abandoned Ni-san. Just because the hidden light was destroyed does not mean that there were no more Uzumakis left. His mother joining Konoha and having a kid by the yondaime was proof enough. I think that having the Kyuubis sealed within him would have been common knowledge within the surviving Uzumakis. But what if they were all really killed and his mom was the only survivor? What if she managed to escape to Konoha in the nick of time? I guess. But why would she flee to Konoha? One of the very villages that helped with the destruction of her home. Isaribi looked up. Naturo sighed and said, I hope what you say is true. Because if I ever run into another member of the Uzumaki clan that is not Nizan, I will kill them, slowly and painfully, for abandoning him. Isaribi looked over at Naturo and sighed at his sad and distant look. She scooted closer to him and rested her head on his shoulder. Don't think too much about it. At least he's not alone now. He has you, Akira, Riven and Tayuya. Naturo nodded. Isaribi placed her hand on his and said, he also has me. Naturo looked at her with surprise, but her eyes were closed and she was smiling. Thank you, he said quietly. Naruto, Tayuya, Akira and Riven watched the scene from afar. Tayuya and Riven were jinning. Akira was smiling and Naruto was nodding his head with his eyes closed. Heh, they sure are chummy all of a sudden, huh? Asked Riven. Tayuya grinned and turned to smoke. She floated over to the couple and formed a large smoky heart around them. Ah, such is the melody of true love. There were some snickers until Naturo's metal suddenly shot out and encased the smoke in an orb. Hey! There was more laughter after that. Hey, but face! Let me out. This went on for a few more minutes until the metal returned to Naturo and turned back into his weapons and armor. Tayuya solidified back into her human form and scowled at everyone. F all of you assholes. Scene change. Yujito stopped at the edge of the sea. Sasuke, Hinata, Inakudo Izuki and Ikamo landed beside her and stared out at the sea. The trail ends here, said the Jinchuriki as she continued to stare out to sea. The 5 others nodded and continued to stare forward. So what do you think he's like now? Asked Hinata to Sasuke. Sasuke just shrugged. I can't really say. He's been running around the world for 5 years. There's no telling what he's become. Hinata looked down. Yeah. Sasuke placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Hey, cheer up. We didn't search all this time, ditch Konoha and help create a new clan possessing the secrets of two of Konoha's most prized bloodline limits and train for 5 years under the tutelage of the Raikage and a highly trained Jounin just so we could have doubts now. Hinata smiled and nodded. Ikamu approached and said, "So who was this Naruto anyway? What was he to you before you all left Konoha?" Sasuke looked at the boy and said, "We really didn't know Naruto actually. We only met him once right before he vanished. But when we did it was strange. There was just something about him. His eyes held great pain loss, longing and a deep kindness. When I met him I was lost in my own feelings. I cared for no one and saw through everyone else's attempts to pity and coddle. It was annoying. But then this boy Naruto appeared and asked me to be his friend. I told him to get lost, that I needed no pity." Naruto merely smiled and said he understood. He told me he knew about the Uchiha clan and that he was there if I ever wanted a friend. When he left and the Hokage sent a couple of ninja after him, I waited, hoping to meet him again, silently thinking he was going to return. I was disappointed when he did not. Hinata nodded and said, "It was the same for me. I grew up in a clan of people that care more about appearance and strength than does its members. I was to be the heir of the Hyuga clan, but I wasn't up to their standards. I wasn't like them. I couldn't be, so I was treated badly and degraded constantly. I was on the verge of breaking when he appeared. He brightly and cheerfully told my cousin and me his name and asked if we wanted to be his friend. However, my father told him off, then informed us that he was bad news and to stay away from him. But when I saw the look on his face, I was instantly drawn to him. His eyes held a strong determination, a drive that filled me with my own strength. When he left I was greatly saddened and I too waited, hoping he would come back." Ikamu smiled a bit and said, "Well, I hope you reunite with him soon." They both smiled and thanked their subordinate. "Hey, the ferry's coming," said Izuki with a smile as a ship appeared on the horizon. Yujito and the others grinned and waited. For half an hour more they waited until the ship finally docked about 30 yards downwind from them. And as the people poured out onto the beach, Yujito suddenly gasped. "What is it?" asked Hinata. Yujito snuffed the air a few times and pointed as a group of 6 left the ship and headed into the forest. The scent of the Kyuubi just went into the forest. There were gasps before Inakudo leapt up. "Well, come on, we don't have time to be wasting around here." Yujito nodded and jumped ahead of the young Hyukiya and said, "Follow me." The group obeyed and tailed Yujito as she entered the forest. It only took a couple of minutes to locate them, and once they did, Hinata gasped, "That's him." They watched at the blonde boy with the large gear-like weights on his arms and legs argued with a girl with gray and red-pink hair. "But this isn't right. Those 3 there look just like him," said Sasuke. Yujito frowned and said, "That's not all. They all contain the Kyuubi according to my senses." "Just what the hell is going on?" asked Ikamu with an activated Shiokage. "Their chakra pathways are identical as well." "What? But that's not possible. The chakra paths are like fingerprints. No 2 people are the same." Ikamu just sighed. "This is all too strange." And without another word he leapt out of the tree and landed in front of the group, effectively blocking their way. Naruto was about to bop Tayuya on the head when a bald kid dropped from the trees and landed in front of them. He looked at the group with unblinking eyes. The red tomes were spinning and the veins were bulging around the edges of the eyes. "Hello," he said in a voice that reminded the group of Naturo. "My name is Ikamu Hyukiya of the Hidden Cloud Village. And my superiors would like to have a word with you 6. A second later, 5 more people jumped down. Naruto noticed that 4 of them also had the strange pale lavender eyes with 3 red spinning tomes and veins, while the older blonde girl felt somewhat familiar to Naruto and his clones. They rose from crouching positions and stood to their full height. "Ikamu, you idiot!" shouted the brown-haired girl with long pigtails as she bopped the bald boy on the head. "You don't just jump in front of people like that." She pointed at Riven's sides. "Look at those things. He could have lopped off your chrome dome out of reflex." Ikamu scowled and said, "Stupid girl. Leave me alone." The dark blue-haired girl with the bandages covering one eye looked at Naruto and began to tear up. "I've waited so long. I've waited so long to meet you again, Fukin." Sasuke and we've been searching for so long. Naruto looked over at his companions who all shrugged. A second later, the unknown girl suddenly ran at him and grabbed him in a tight hug while the raven-haired boy smirked and said, "Good to meet you again, Uzumaki-sen." Naruto widened his eyes, then gently pried the girl off of him. He looked into her happy tear-filled eye and said, "I'm sorry, but I have never met you before in my life." Naruto and his companions stared at the group before him, and likewise the group before him stared. He barely took notice of the sad expression on Hinata's face as he asked his question. "Sea Cloud? You're from Kyuubis no Sato?" he asked as Tayuya pointed at their headbands. At Yujito's nod, he narrowed his eyes. "Why should we believe that? I mean, the minute we decide to go to the hidden cloud, 6 shinobi from that village suddenly appear and want us to go with them? That way too dim inconvenient, and I don't believe in coincidence or fate." The 6 Kyumo-nin widened their eyes. He was on his way to Kyumo already, they thought. Yujito calmly replied to Naruto's remark with, "We didn't know you were already going to Kyumo. We've actually been tracking you down for the last couple of weeks." She pulled out a child's t-shirt. It had an orange spiral on it, and it caused Naruto and his siblings to gasp. Naruto drew his sword with great speed and pointed it at Yujito. "Why would you be tracking me?" "Huh." At this, Hinata and Sasuke stepped forward. Sasuke spoke up first. "It was Hinata and I who have been looking for you, Uzumaki-san." "That's right. We have been searching for you for 5 years now. I don't even know anybody from 5 years ago other than my siblings and Tayuya, who are standing right behind me." Naruto was getting a bit annoyed. Hinata teared up a bit and took a step forward. "You really don't remember Naruto? Have you forgotten us that easily?" Sasuke placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's all right if you don't remember us. After all, we only met once and it was very brief. However, you left an impression on us, and that's why we've been waiting to meet you again." Naruto pointed his sword at Sasuke and said, "There's more to it than that. I'm just one guy. Why waste 5 years of your life searching for one little kid that was nothing to the world?" Hinata looked up at Naruto with a teary smile and said, "It's because we too are from the village called Konoha no Sato." Naruto gasped. "We're all similar. I lost everything when I was 6. Hinata had everything denied by her own family, and you grew up with nothing for 6 years. You did meet us once. 5 years ago. It was a day before you left Konoha. Don't you remember? I was that angry Uchiha boy. Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto widened his eyes. Hinata stepped forward and said, "And I was that little white-eyed girl that was walking with my cousin when you found us and tried to be our friend. But my idiot of a father interfered and told you to leave." Naruto dropped to his knees and looked at the ground. "Nii-san, are you all right?" asked a worried Akira as she knelt down beside him. Naruto didn't say anything. He just listened as Sasuke began to speak again. "That day you changed us. For the better." Naruto looked up at the 2 Hyuuga clan heads and gave a look of sympathy and happiness. "Sasuke and Hinata. I have vague memory of 2 people with those names. I actually remember doing something like that when I was in Konoha, but your faces are just part of the crowd of many I have tried to befriend while in that place. I have little to no memory of Konoha other than the old man. I don't plan to have them resurface either by trying to fully remember who you are." Hinata sighed in sadness. "I understand," said Sasuke. Naruto got back to his feet and addressed the rest of the Cloud Nin. "Okay, so you say you're from the hidden cloud village, right?" They nodded. "Why should I believe that?" "You shouldn't. It would be unwise to just throw your trust out like that. However, it would be nice if you at least humored us a little." Naruto sighed and turned back to his group. "Well, what do you all think?" Riven and Tayuya weren't paying attention. They were having a thumb war. Tayuya kept winning because she kept making her thumb longer with smoke. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Isaribi stepped forward and said, "I don't see any deception in their eyes." "Yeah, but they could be really good at lying," said Akira. Naruto nodded, then turned to his other brother. "What about you, metal boy?" he asked Naturo with a grin. Said boy just sighed and looked back over at the Kyumo-nin who were staring at them expectantly. "Let's go with them," he said simply. Naruto turned back to the Kyumo-nin and said, Fine, we'll believe you for now, but first we will introduce ourselves to each other. Names, ages and goals, go. He pointed at Yujito. She looked at Naruto and smirked a cat-like smirk that Hinata didn't like. She walked over to Naruto and planted a kiss right on his lips, causing numerous reactions. "Hey!" exclaimed a red Hinata. Riven, Izuki and Isaribi widened their eyes while Tayuya, Inakudo and Sasuke snickered. Kyuubi growled inside of Naruto's head. The kiss lasted 30 seconds, and when she pulled away, Naruto was a glowing red. "What the hell was that?" he screamed. Yujito just grinned and said, the name's Yujito ni, I'm 14 years old and I will be the strongest ninja in the world." Oh, and that kiss was from the Nibi. "She thinks you're very cute and handsome. No doubt Kyuubi will turn you into quite the man." Naruto nodded, then gasped. "You know of the Kyuubi?" he shouted. "Shh, not so loud. We'll talk about it later. For now, let's just continue with the introductions." Tayuya stepped forward. "My name is Tayuya. I'm 13 and I don't have any goals really. Just to travel the world with these bunchabakas and help them discover the truth to their mysterious dead clan." Inakudo stepped forward and flipped a lock of his orange hair out of his face. "The name is Inakudo Hyukiya. I'm 11 years old and my goal is to become the strongest Hyukiya ever." "That's right, Sasuke-sama and Hinata-sama. I'm surpassing both of you." Sasuke chuckled and Hinata smiled warmly. Naturo stepped forward. "My name is Naturo Uzumaki." He looked at Naruto, who held up 10 fingers, then 1. 11 years old. "My goal is to make sure Nisan never feels alone again." The Kyuubi didn't miss the pause or Naruto's silent message when it came to age. They wondered what that was about. The pigtailed girl stepped forward. "Hi. My name is Izuki Hyukiya. I'm also 11 and my goal is to meet a cute boy that has a sense of humor. Someone that doesn't have the personality of a lump on a log like my chrome dome brother here." She then slapped Ikumo on the back. Isaribi stepped forward and said, "My name is Isaribi. I'm also 13 and I will stay by Naruto's side forever. And I will become strong and support Nachiroken in the future." The metal manipulator blushed a tiny bit and looked away. Sasuke stepped forward and bowed. "My name is Sasuke Hyukiya. I'm 11 as well. My goal is to one day get so powerful that when the day comes that I finally confront my brother, he will cower before me and the might of the Sharingan. I will crush his very soul." Naruto and his group sweat dropped while Yujito chuckled. "Oh, don't worry, he's not always so intense. Just when he talks about his brother." Riven chuckled and stepped forward. "My name is Riven Uzumaki. Also known as the Bloody Angel of Black Death. My name is feared by all and my skill is unparalleled." He was interrupted by a bop on the head from Tayuya. "Quit being so fucking full of yourself, idiot." Riven just laughed and said, "I'll lighten up, geez. Anyway, I'm 11. I think and my goal is to collect all the cool looking sides out there. Or create my own." Ikumo stepped forward. "You should know my name. I'm 11 and I plan to find a way to shut my idiot siblings up. Their loud voices grate on my nerves." "Shut up, Baldy," yelled Inakudo and Izuki. Naruto laughed. "Well, anyway, you all know my name apparently. I'm 11 too. My goal is to unravel the secrets of the Uzumaki clan and I will revive the Hidden Light Village and rise it above the others just like my clan did." "Hey, wait a minute, since when was this goal created?" yelled Riven. Naruto just shrugged and said, "When that Jiraiya guy told us what he knew about my clan. Besides, it's not like I'm ever gonna go back to Konoha or join another village. Stupid know-it-all adults with their arrogant ways and jealousy. I bet that's why they destroyed my clan's village. They were jealous of its awesomeness. Yeah, whatever. Just know that if you die, the Uzumaki clan is screwed." "Shut up." After the giggling and the wide-eyed stares from the Kyuubi when they found out that Naruto already knew a bit about his clan, Hinata stepped forward and introduced herself. "I'm 11 and my goal is to have the Hyukiya clan hand the Hyuga clan a severe defeat and then rub it in the face of my father." Naruto raised an eyebrow. This caused Hinata to look down with a slight blush. The last person to step forward was Akira. She yawned and said, "My name is Akira Uzumaki. I'm 11 years old. My goal is simply to exist. I don't have any big dreams of grandeur like my siblings. I just wish to have a normal life once this whole situation with the Uzumaki clan is resolved. The others nodded, then Izuki stepped up to Naruto. So, was Naruto's response. I was just wondering, how much do you guys know already? You know about the Uzumaki clan? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Izuki flushed a bit. Well, because we know the secret and the origins of the Uzumakis, and we also know about the origins of the bloodline limits of the world. What? Izuki shied away. It's true. We found a scroll in IWA that explained everything about the Uzumaki clan. Its history, the village it created, the origins of the Kikei Genkei, and a man named Kyakoto. There was also some last-minute scribbles saying they had captured the Yondame's legacy recently, but then it fades out. As if a violent tremor rocked the village. Naruto was stunned. Holy shit. No way. This can't be for real. He looked the group and shook his head. I think we had better get to your village first. That way we can all discuss what we know. If you guys really are from Kyuumo, then you will give us the last pieces of this puzzle. Then we can get on with the rest of our lives. The Kyuumo-ni nodded. Naruto gestured toward his group and grinned. Let's go then. Hi. Scene change. In one of the many hideouts of the country of rice, a man with golden snake eyes chuckled sadistically as he tossed the unconscious and severely beaten body of a young woman into a cell with 4 other similar conditioned people. Excellent. Just excellent. That's 5 bloodline limits now. Kukukukugu. He walked over to a large tube and grinned at the naked form inside. It was a body. Tall and lithe but evenly muscled. It was a body aged to be about 20. Multiple tubes, wire and IVs were attached to the body, and it glowed with numerous seals. Orochimaru's new body, cloned from his own original body. Genetically designed to hold foreign DNA. Bloodline limits, his true rise to power. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the aspect as the numerous computers continued to inform the snake user of the body's condition. He eyed the body as it floated in the test tube in an animated state of unconsciousness. Excellent. Soon I shall have my body and my ultimate path to power. You'll never get away with this, yelled an older man as his eyes began to glow red. You don't want to do that, do you? Remember what happened last time. And to prove his point, Orochimaru did a quick H&D sign, causing a seal to glow on the man's forehead. Agagya. Kokoku, now sit in there like good little rats and enjoy as I use your special abilities to rise to godhood. I will be all-powerful. Cough. We will stop you. Kokoku, you really thinks you can? Go ahead and try, fools. Try and try again until there's nothing left of you. Kukokuku. He smirked evilly and checked off another bloodline limit on his list. Now all that was left was to locate the Kyuubi child and his siblings, then locate the Kagaya, the Tsuchi, and the Uchiha. He gestured with his hand and instantly there was a ninja there. He had round glasses and silver hair. Come, Kabuto. We're going to Konoha to obtain the Byakugan. That is the only bloodline limit I can locate at the moment. Kabuto smiled and said, Yes, my lord. Orochimaru cast one more look at his clone and grinned. The technology used for this was discovered in the ruins of Iwagakure 2 years back. He had went there in hopes of discovering what might have caused its destruction and stumbled across this instead. The technology was far more advanced than what that fool scientist in C had created, and it made him ecstatic. He looked at the 5 captured bloodline wielders and grinned. Do not worry. You'll soon have another roommate. A little girl who posse's a pair of wonderful pale lavender eyes. The 5 gasped and the young woman form earlier said, You're a monster, Orochimaru. Kokoku, we will see what history will have to say about that. Goodbye for now. He and Kabuto then left the 5 prisoners to stare at the abomination before them floating in the test tube, with a piece of each of them making up its DNA structure. The old man glared and caused a beam of chakra to shoot from his eyes and bounce harmlessly off of the clone's container. We will escape, Orochimaru, and we will show you the true power of our bloodline limits. The others nodded in agreement, determination shining in their eyes. Scene change. Naruto looked up in thought. The answer to the last of my questions lies within the hidden cloud. I wonder what the scroll will say. He looked further into his mind and saw that the Kyuubi was strangely quiet, as if she knew something that he did not. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He didn't feel like arguing with the fox today. Instead he focused back on the real world and saw the blank-eyed girl staring at him form the corner of her eye. "Hinata, right?" he asked. She eeped and turned away. "Haha, no need for all of that. I just wanted to know how you and Sasuke ended up in Kumo." "Oh that? Phew, I thought you caught me staring at you." "You didn't hear that." Naruto laughed some more, causing the girl to blush harder. "Well, in any case, Sasuke and I ended up in Kumo when we were kidnapped. We were waiting by the front gates hoping you would return to Konoha someday." Naruto looked down. "I'm sorry." "Oh, don't be. We're glad. Kumo is amazing." Naruto looked at her and smiled. "No, not about that. I mean, I'm sorry for leaving you two like that. If I had known." "Shoo, it's fine. Besides, we're here now, right? We have plenty of time to get to know each other." "Yeah." Naruto gave off a soft smile, causing Hinata to do the same. But unknown to both of them, there was someone else that was a part of the conversation. Kyuubi could sense her container's growing happiness and growled. "Little wench," she thought bitterly. Off to the side, the rest of the group was getting to know each other more. Riven and Tayuya were chatting with Inakudo and Izuki, while Ikamo and Naturo were talking quietly about the advantages of defensive moves, while Yugtio, Sasuke and Isaribi looked on with smiles. Akira was riding on the back of her fox and twirling her hammer in the air. It seems we're already bonding," said Naruto to himself. Hinata looked at him from the corners of her eyes and smiled again. "We are." It only took a day for Orochimaru and Kabuto to get to Konoha. Rice Country was not that far away. The whole way to Konoha, Orochimaru was silent, lost deep within the thoughts of his own twisted mind, and his brain focused only on his obsession with bloodline limits. Kabuto remembered the day Orochimaru decided to take on this goal. It was a sudden epiphany to the snake Sannin. He had been musing on ways to acquire every jutsu in the world when it came to him. He had just left a certain organization when their plans clashed with his own ambitions. When he began to think, Kabuto was the one person Orochimaru trusted enough to make plans with. After the failed attempt on the brother of Sasuke, he had begun to devise a plan for obtaining Sasuke. The idea came as a mere chance. Kabuto had jokingly said that Orochimaru would no doubt obtain all of the jutsu in the world except those that are naturally inherited. This caused Orochimaru to gasp with a sudden realization, and that led to this current moment. Orochimaru would first gather all of the known bloodline limits first, combine them into a body worthy of Orochimaru, then he would continue to learn every jutsu in the world. He was thoroughly sad when he lost track of the Uchiha, the one with the bloodline limit that would double or triple his jutsu obtaining speed, but he calmed down eventually. He would find Sasuke, even if he had to scour the ends of the world to do it. Orochimaru and Kabuto approached the gates of Konoha and vanished under a powerful genjutsu. The guards would never know. "Kabuto, you are to take close surveillance on the Hyuga clan. Let me know in 2 days' time and be sure to explain to me everything, including when their little princess is most vulnerable." Kabuto nodded, then vanished into the shadows. "Kukukuku. I wonder how my old home has changed." "Scene change. Your next mission is a drank mission," explained Sarutobi to the three that were standing before him. "It seems that Hyuga Hanabi has taken a bit of an interest in you three after witnessing one of your sparring matches with your sensei." The three took on surprised looks, causing the Hokage to chuckle. "Yes, it seems she was quite impressed with your fighting abilities and desires to meet you. She's even paid for it and everything." The Hokage could barely hold in his laughter at their flabbergasted looks and nearly lost it right then there when one of them asked his question. "Hokage-sama, this makes no sense. Why would the heir to the most prestigious clan in Konoha wish to meet with us? She's not another one of those shudder fangirls, is she?" Sarutobi shook his head while hiding his smile. "I guess that is for you to decide it now, is it?" The three sighed loudly. Now don't be that way. The Hyuga clan holds you three in high regard, seeing as how your abilities rival or even surpass their own. You three could found very powerful clans in Konoha." "Yeah, I know," said the girl. "We'll get to that hurdle when we get to it," said the white-haired boy. "Until then we will train." If this Hyuga Hanabi wants to meet us, then I feel honored. I say let's go and give her a time to remember, said the girl. Sarutobi smiled. Alright, you have your mission. Hi Hokage-sama. The three then vanished. Sarutobi couldn't help but smile sadly. The three of them plus their sensei weren't going to stay in Konoha. They had their own village to liberate. And he couldn't convince them to settle down in Konoha instead of seeking the head of the corrupt Mizukage. Scene change. The three made their way towards the Hyuga compound. The long-haired girl keeping her fingers intertwined in the fingers of the white-haired boy. They had never met this Hanabi. She was a sheltered girl that got out very rarely. Though they couldn't blame the Hyuga for being so overprotective. Not with the mysterious disappearance of a girl named Hyuga Hinata 5 years ago. The Hyuga concluded that Hinata was kidnapped in the middle of the night, judging from the large scorch mark they found near the front gate all that time ago, so naturally they were more alert when it came to the sister. As the three approached the gates to the Hyuga clan, they were greeted with respectful nods and a couple of arrogant smirks. Here for your mission to be Hanabi-sama's playmates for the day, eh? Fine then, proceed, asked the guard on the right. The three nodded and entered the Hyuga clan. Playmates, they all thought. The three made their way through a appealing garden, past a few more Hyugas, then to the main house where the clan head Hayashi was waiting. Ah, so you three have showed up. I was worried you might be on another mission somewhere. It is no trouble, Hyugadano. We were free today, the timing was perfect. Hayashi smiled then said, all right then, let's get this underway. Keep a close eye on her, will you? She is a talented user of Juken, but I'm willing to take no more chances. He then gestured with a nod to one of the servants who promptly disappeared into the house. I know you three are more than enough to keep her safe. The servant returned and said, I have brought her Hayashi-sama. Hayashi smiled and dismissed the servant. The three then looked on with a bit of surprise as a younger girl with waist-long hair and a blank face stepped from behind Hayashi. She looked to be about 8 years old and she was dressed in a black kimono. I leave her in your hands for the day. Take care, said Hayashi before he turned and left. The three suppressed looks of surprise again when the girl stuck her tongue out at her father. Okay then, she said with mischief. My name is Hyuga Hanabi. And I like you three. Kin Tsuchi, Kimimaro Kagaya and Haku Momochi. The three sweat dropped. Scene change. Sarutobi was reclining peacefully in his chair, enjoying the contents of a certain orange book and smoking his pipe in content when it happened. Oh, sensei. Long time no see. Sarutobi reacted out of instinct alone. He dropped the book and flung a kunai straight at the owner of the voice with such speed the person barely had time to react. Hey, watch eye old man. You trying to kill me? Sarutobi snapped out of it and turned to the owner of the voice who was now sitting in a chair in front of him. His eyes widened a second later. Jiraiya? He yelled at the white-haired man. Haha, long time no see. I'm glad you're still a fan of my novel. Sarutobi coughed a bit and slid the book into his robes before getting down to business. What are you doing here? Jiraiya's smile vanished instantly and his face became even more serious than that of Sarutobi. Sensei, I have some very disturbing news for you, as well as a serious question. Sarutobi looked on with surprise, a growing sense of weariness. What are you talking about, Jiraiya? The said man glared slightly and said, Tell me, Sensei, when you were going to inform me that the heir to the greatest clan in the world has been running around the world for the last 5 years. Sarutobi gasped. You mean, Naruto? Jiraiya nodded then sighed loudly. And now, because he has been traveling all over, he has made several astonishing discoveries. Discoveries that could turn him into our greatest enemy. Sarutobi gasped again. No. It's true. Not only has he discovered the scroll of sealing from his clan's village, he also knows that his clan does not originate from Konoha. I didn't tell him where his ancestors are from, but it's only a matter of time before he learns that too. Jiraiya, how much did you tell him? I told him enough. He knows of the Hidden Light's history. He knows he is the last Uzumaki, and he knows the names of the 7 villages that wiped out his clan and the village they created. And what of the reason? Jiraiya shook his head. His knowledge has not awakened yet. So he has no idea of what he is capable of yet. Sarutobi collapsed into his chair. This is all my fault. I didn't do enough to protect him when he was younger. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Because he is the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, his life was hell. That is the reason he left Konoha. I sent 2 ANBU after him but they failed. Apparently he has a companion that can manipulate metal, some type of new bloodline limit. That bit of news made me a bit nervous. Jiraiya nodded. Yes indeed. Though I never saw any of their special abilities except the girl that can turn to smoke, I'm not really surprised by that. He has 5 other companions and they're all very strong. So, any idea where they might be headed? Jiraiya sighed and said, I told them that Hikarigakure's only ally was Kyumogakure. Great, so now they're headed that way. Most likely, said Jiraiya. Damn it. This is not good at all. I can only hope that Naruto is not a spiteful person. And that he can forgive me. We've all made mistakes in the past, sensei. Yeah, but my sins are those that will get me sent to hell. Jiraiya nodded and said, You and me both, sensei. Scene change. Hanabi was more rambunctious than the 3 had originally thought. She was absolutely starved for contact with the world outside of her clan walls and therefore really happy to get out every once in a while. She constantly bombarded the 3 with questions on their bloodlines and always asked them what it was like outside of the village walls. Kimimaro, being one who didn't speak much unless it was to Kin, Hakuzabuza, or the Hokage, didn't really say anything to her. Kin, on the other hand, was more than willing to tell the girl what it was like, and even of her life before when she lived in Kusa. Haku was also willing to answer questions, including the one on whether or not he was a girl. For the entire day, the 3 took Hanabi wherever she wanted to go. The girl needed it and they were inwardly happy to see the girl smile so brightly. She was the complete opposite of any Hyuga, loud and hyper and always looking for something to do for fun. The 3 rather enjoyed themselves. When it was time for her to return home, she gave a deep bow and thanked them profusely, promising to pay for them to play with her again sometime. Bye Kimimaro. Bye Kin. Bye Haku-chan. Haku's eyebrows started twitching but he smiled anyway and waved the girl goodbye as her father guided her back inside. Hayashi thanked them and sent them on their way. But as the 3 made their way back to the Hokage, they didn't see the figure shimmering in and out of invisibility also heading away from the Hyuga clan. Kabuto was practically ecstatic. Wait till Orochimaru hears this, he said quietly. His lord was sure to reward him greatly for making this discovery. He made his way to their meeting spot with efficiency, stealth, and speed. Not a single person detecting him. Finally, he came upon the designated spot and grinned when the shadowed form of his empire appeared before him. Back already, Kabuto-kun? Didn't I say 2 days? Kabuto bowed then said, Forgive me, Orochimaru-sama. But I have news. News that you would be most glad to hear, I'm sure. Orochimaru gave a piercing look at his subordinate. Lord Orochimaru, it turns out that the 2 from Kiri and the 1 from Kusa are living here. In Konoha. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Kabuto, this changes everything. For all at once. This is amazing. Excellent work. Kabuto smirked. So what do you plan to do? Orochimaru smirked. I will take the girl myself in a few days' time and you will lead the 3 to me by using her as bait. Kabuto nodded. And Orochimaru laughed. Kukukukuku yeses. Now all I need to find is the Uchiha, the Kyuubi, Brat's siblings and the rest of the world's bloodline limits. It won't be long now. Kabuto could only smirk as the 2 began to devise a plan, one that would have all of Konoha in an uproar. Scene change. Naruto and Hit Group followed the group of Kumo-nin for a week straight. Naruto was lost in thought. So this is it. My clan's history is only a few hours away. I wonder. Inside, the Kyuubi just sat and watched. So the time has come, eh? I wonder how he'll take it? Judging from what I found locked away in his mind all those years back when I helped him create his siblings, this should be good. Unaware of his inner demon's thoughts, Naruto continued on. He and his companions had a quest to complete. One that began the moment they stumbled upon the ruins of the Hidden Light Village. Hinata ran next to him, lost in her own thoughts. Naruto-kun, you're in for an extreme surprise. You come from a magnificent and extremely powerful clan. I hope you can bear the knowledge you are about to obtain. The group arrived at Kumo later that day at about 8 at night. Isaribi rode on a large fox that was summoned by Akira so that she wouldn't be left behind. The guards didn't say anything as the large group of 12 entered the village. They already knew who was entering. Wow, it's appealing, said Akira as she looked round. Too much sun, said Naruto. I like it. Flying will be a snap up here, said Riven excitably. Tayuya nodded next to him. Naturo just continued ahead while Isaribi smiled happily as she linked arms with the metal manipulator. The Hyukia triplets found it a bit funny, but then again they live in Kumo. Finally they came upon the Raikage Tower and in front of it stood a brown-haired man. Hideki-sensei, we have returned with Uzumaki Naruto and his companions, said Yujito. Hideki looked a bit surprised, then he regained his composure. I'm a bit surprised you're back so soon. But no matter. Uzumaki Naruto, the Raikage has been waiting to meet you. Naruto was surprised by this but said nothing. The entire group followed the brown-haired man up several flights of stairs until they came to the door of the Raikage. Raikage-sama, they have returned with Uzumaki and his companions. Naruto was surprised when the Raikage turned around and smiled warmly at him and his companions. This woman was appealing. She looked to be in her early 20s, but Naruto could tell from her eyes that she was older, probably around 45 or so. She had dark tan skin and golden eyes. She was tall and athletic, and she had purple hair. She wore the Kage robes proudly. Hello, Uzumaki-san. My name is Mika. I am the Yondaime Raikage of Kumogakure no Sato, and I have been waiting to meet you ever since Ikamo, Izuki, and Inakudo returned from a raid mission in the ruins of Iwagakure. IWA? What was in IW that made you want to meet me? Asked Naruto with his guard rising. Did she know what they did to that village? Mika noticed the guarded look and smiled sadly. You've been on your own for a long time, huh? Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, No. I have my siblings, Tayuya and Isaribi. I'm never alone. The rest of the group could hear the sadness in his voice, but before any of them could try and say anything comforting, he spoke up again. I was told that you have information on the Uzumaki and everything else. Mika nodded and Hideki was a bit taken back by his abrupt attitude. He was about to tell the boy to show the proper respect but stopped when the gaze of the boy with the huge glowing kunai on his shoulder gave him an icy look. A look that sent a chill down his spine. Right, these kids grew up without a home or a village. Best not to berate them for too much. Still though, can you show us? We've traveled all over and I would like to know. I came to this village because an old guy named Jiraiya told me that this village was Light's only ally. I figured you would have some information. Mika nodded. You are correct. I do have some information. Mostly pertaining to the man named Kyakoto Uzumaki and what he did to create the hidden light. But you should have gone to IWA. They had the greatest answers and all the info you seek. At this, Mika pulled out a large brown scroll and flicked it over to Naruto. The scroll was a bit tattered and was decorated with Iwa's symbol. He flipped it over a few times and his companions huddled around him. His eyes widened when he saw the title. History of the traitorous Uzumaki clan and the man named Kyakoto? What does this mean? Mika sighed sadly and said, Open the scroll and you will know. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat and did as told. This is it, he thought as the scroll unraveled. He didn't notice the Kumo shinobi all holding their breath. Naruto wasted no time once he got over his surprise. He had to know. This is what he had traveled all over the freaking world for to learn. Naruto took a deep nervous breath then began. His companions leaned in close to him. Bloodline limits. It is said they are gifts from Kami or the results of making pacts with demons. They say that bloodline limits are the first ninjutsu, the very pillar of shinobi techniques today. That is the legend. But if you are reading this scroll, then be prepared to cast all of that to the wind right now, for I know the true origin of the bloodline limit. I was there when it was born. Everything you think you know about the bloodline limit is a bunch of garbage fabricated by a bunch of pompous rich men and fat politicians. If you are reading this scroll, then you are about to learn the true beginning of the bloodline limit and of the clan responsible for its BR. The first, Tsuchikage. Naruto nearly dropped the scroll right then and there. Barely a paragraph in and already he's learning a lot. But his mind instantly locked on to the last part. Akira recovered from her shock first and she touched Naruto on the shoulder. Nizan. That means... Yeah, I figured as much too. Naruto then continued to read. Yes, it is true. I know of the mother clan of the bloodline limit. In fact, I had just turned 21 when I met them. Naruto and the others were growing more and more anxious. It was obvious to them. Or it was growing more obvious with each sentence. He continued to read. I cannot say that I really trusted them at first. I mean, come on. They appeared seemingly out of nowhere asking to join our village. IWA was still new. It was barely 5 years into its life. We were a paranoid and relatively small village. We had already been in a conflict with a village. They were a small travel-weary clan that consisted of around 17 adults and 3 children that looked to be around 8 years old. They had red hair and stunning green eyes. Almost all of them wore spectacles and white lab coats with a spiral on the back. They were obviously well-versed in the medical arts, but they looked so corny stereotypical that I couldn't help but laugh when I saw them. They weren't too happy about that. I remember meeting the leader of this clan. He was tall and lanky and had wild spiky hair that seemed to glow like fire in the evening sun. He had a goatee and wore no glasses. He looked to be my age and his entire aura reeked of a man that didn't take much very seriously. He told me his name was Mitoko and that he had heard of an upstart shinobi village in need of people. He said that he and his clan were nomads with no real home and that they could grant us great power. I'm talking power that could make other villages envious. When I asked him what he meant, he merely told me that if I accepted them, all of IWA would find out in about 5 years. They said they needed to build some things first. I was young and curious. What was it that the clan could give IW? My curiosity finally gave in and I agreed. 2 days, a huge stack of paperwork and a complete list of the clan members' names later, the Uzumaki clan officially became a part of Iwagakure no Sato. What? Screamed Riven, Tayuya and Naturo all at the same time. Akira sighed and said, Look guys, it was already obvious before we got to that part. Her face then suddenly turned horror-struck. Wait. Oh no. Naruto also looked horror-struck. IWA. Riven didn't look regretful or horror-struck. Instead he looked angry and a bit satisfied as well. His arm wrapping protectively around a nervous-looking Tayuya was proof enough to know what was going through his mind. Sasuke and the rest of the Kyuumo genin couldn't figure out why the Uzumakis had reacted the way they did. It was as if they had some kind of deep tie to IWA. You wish to forget. Gasp. Oh Kami, thought a wide-eyed Hinata. Mika and Hideki could only gape. Uzumaki-san what? Naruto looked over at them and said with a forlorn expression, I'll tell you later. Mika and Hideki already knew what was going on so they dropped it. Hinata too it seemed knew what was going on but the others were clueless. Naruto took another deep breath and continued to read. I was not disappointed. This clan, I've never seen anything like it. They showed me things I would have never thought possible. Should not be possible. They fought like demons. Literally. They displayed powers I never dreamed I'd see. The only one who didn't display anything extraordinary was Mitoko. He told me that his only abilities were massive chakra reserves and extraordinary stamina. Still though, to witness their abilities firsthand was more than enough to get IWA to be seen in a more respectful light by the other villages. The Uzumaki clan became famous in the span of 5 short years and in turn so did IW. We were the only village with such a unique clan. A clan whose members could manipulate the air with no hand signs, or call forth massive amounts of chakra and fire it from their fingers. The Uzumaki clan had no need for ninjutsu. Their natural abilities was more than enough. Iwa's fame continued to grow. The Uzumaki clan brought in many missions and a lot of income. Many came seeking citizenship in IWA and soon we were powerful enough to finally be recognized as a great shinobi village whose leader could take on the title, K. So that's it. I always wondered how IW got so powerful so quickly, said Tayuya. During her time with Orochimaru, which wasn't very long, she was taught a bit of history on the shinobi villages, and even the snake Sannin didn't know how IWA rose to power so fast. Naruto didn't pay any attention to Tayuya though and continued to read. I was 26. Mitoko was 27. From the time he and his clan came to us, him and I became very good friends. I was right in my assumption that Mitoko didn't take anything seriously. He was loud, hyper, and always joking about one thing or another. Any time Mitoko was serious was indeed a time to be serious as well. Mitoko had a son. His name was heir Uzumaki. Heir was much like his father. He was bubbly child and liked to cause trouble. He wore round glasses and had the same fiery red hair as his clan. He never took interest in anything and was always so focused on messing with others. But on his 13th birthday at precisely 5 o'clock in the evening, when the boy's eyes suddenly glazed over and his body froze up, I knew this was a time to be serious. The look on Mitoko's face proved it. Now this was something that had confused the hell out of me. Mitoko, although looking serious, was also nodding his head in approval. We both watched for 6 whole minutes as Arashi's face went from fear to surprise, then shock, then understanding, then excitement. It was as if something of great importance had been revealed to him. What was going on? I didn't understand. Mitoko scooped up his son then turned to me. I think it's time to let you know what the Uzumaki clan can grant the citizens of IWA. I was shocked. Mitoko had instructed me to follow him to his clan home and I obeyed without hesitation. This was something that I had waited 5 years for. Oh, it's getting good, said Reven with a grin. He, like the others of his little family, was so drawn into the first Tsuchigage's tale that nothing could divert them from it. Hinata smiled. She was the same way when she read the scroll. Izuki and Inakudo were thinking the same thing. Naruto cleared his throat and continued. I was not prepared for what I was shown by Mitoko. I nearly had a demon slide when I gazed at what was before me. Hundreds of computers, thousands of buttons, and countless diagrams of what looked like twisted double helixes with different color codes. I saw words I had never even heard of before scribed on the walls and on posters. I saw journals and scrolls upon scrolls dealing with human anatomy. I saw sections of the double helixes taken in photographs with different parts labeled A, T, C, G, at, AG, CT. It was like some sort of code. There were thousands of pictures of these codes, each one arranged in different manner. The entire floor was lined with numerous tables, each with an array of intricate machines and computer screens that depicted the status of whatever was supposed to be on those tables, which I guessed was people. The members of the Uzumaki clan ran about, studying the double helixes and constantly took notes. They were like bees constantly working on their high-tech hive. Mitoko looked at me then said, "Watch this," before he put his son down and began to ask questions. "What have you learned, son?" Erasure responded without pause. "I've learned it all. Things I never thought possible are now clear to me. This is so cool." Mitoko nodded then said, "Tell me what DNA stands for." "Deoxyribonucleic acid," said Erasure with a big grin. "How many genes are there in the human genetic structure?" "Around 25,000. Mitoko nodded then asked his son, "How many chemical base pairings are there in the genetic code?" Erasure looked in thought then smiled and said, "There are 3 billion. Mitoko grinned to then said, "Now tell me, son, what are the repercussions of messing with the genetic structure?" Erasure responded again. "The reprocesses are severe. Messing with the genetic structure can result in hideous mutations of the physical body. It could lead to disease and mental deformities along with death. It is very dangerous for an amateur to do so without the proper equipment or the knowledge." Mitoko grinned again and said, "But we aren't amateurs, are we?" Erasure smirked and picked up a nearby lab coat that glowed with a glowing spiral and shrunk to his size. "Nope. We are the Uzumaki clan, the carriers of the ancient knowledge. We have the ability to do what we want to the DNA of our species." And that's when I did have a DMN slide. Words could not possibly begin to describe what the hell I was feeling. I wanted to yell out, but my voice box had died. Just what the hell did I get myself into when I accepted this clan into my village? I was beginning to get scared. "Holy shit," yelled Tayuya. "What's all of this mean?" asked Isuribi. Akira looked up. "I think I know." Naruto knew as well, and he found himself unusually interested in Naruto, Reven, and Tayuya. He noticed the Hyukia triplets fingering the edges of their eyes, and Sasuke and Hinata were looking at Naruto while lost in thought. "Keep going, Uzumaki-san, it gets better," said Hideki. Naruto nodded and continued. Mitoko noticed my expression and sighed. "Friend, please calm down. I promise that what you see is in no way used to harm anybody." I looked at Mitoko dead in his eyes and said, "Explain. What is going on, Mitoko? What is all of this, and how do you know so much about DNA?" Mitoko and his son had discussed things about DNA that no one had even heard of before, so naturally I was curious. Mitoko smiled and told me to take a seat because I was probably going to collapse when he was done telling me. I complied and I waited. A little while later I became the only one outside of the Uzumaki clan to know of their secret. He told me it all. The Uzumaki clan possesses a certain knowledge. It was ancient and it originated from a time thousands of years before the era of shinobi. Back when the human population was enough to nearly overwhelm the world, and during a time that weapons powerful enough to kill a biju existed. It was a time where ships flew through the sky at extraordinary speeds and cities 6 times as big as 3 main shinobi villages combined decorated the earth. It was a time where towers touched the sky and shinobi were merely overdramatic cartoons. Technology was at its peak during this time. At around 1996, a group of scientists took on a seemingly impossible task. They had much support and enthusiasm of the people, as they too wanted to see if this was possible. At around 2014 they completed the project. Mitoko told me that many had wasted their lives to do so. But it was well worth it. With this new knowledge, diseases were completely wiped out, mental illnesses were cured, and the lifespan of the people expanded. It was the golden age for humanity. However, the scientists were afraid that once they passed on, this knowledge would be lost. It worried them, so they did the only thing they could think of. They encrypted the knowledge into their own DNA structures and made it so that it could be passed down through the generations. Knowledge of the complete map of the human genetic code, the Human Genome Project. The ability to rearrange DNA in a way to create special abilities. I realized right then and there what IWA had in its possession. The Uzumaki clan created them all in order to show me the possibilities. All of these abilities were amazing and strong. They gave our ninja the ultimate edges in battle. But their power had a limit. The abilities could only be used for a certain amount of time, as like jutsus, they drained chakra. I think it was a precaution the Uzumakis built in to keep people from getting too dependent on them, but either way, it was because of this and the way they were inherited that the clan came up with a name for these abilities. Special powers passed down through the generations. Kikei Genkei. These new abilities were given that title. Naruto dropped the scroll and gaped at it. My clan created the world's bloodline limits. My clan is the only reason anyone has all these special powers. I can't believe it. Akira walked up to him and said, "The possibilities for you are endless." Naruto just continued to stare off into nothingness. "Yeah, it's pretty amazing." "I was stunned as hell when I learned," said Sasuke. Naruto looked at the scroll and continued. Years went by. Mitoko and I aged. Numerous clans left IWA, taking their bloodline limits with them, and the Uzumaki clan grew in fame and in size. Soon other villages were buzzing with news about these clans with powerful abilities suddenly popping up and joining. The 2 clans Uchiha and Tenju formed a village 30 years after IWA was born and called it Konohagakure no Sato. The clans eventually forgot where their abilities came from, and Mitoko's son, Erasure, took over as clan head. Today I turn 90. I have seen much and have become very wise for it. The Uzumaki clan brought IWA its power. It brought the world its power. My successor, a man named Kodowa, will take up the mantle of second Tsuchikage tomorrow. I hope IWA continues to prosper. Yucatan, Kirishima. First Tsuchikage of Iwagakure no Sato. There was silence for a whole minute until Taiyuya spoke up. "So basically you have an ancient knowledge locked away inside of you somewhere, and it's gonna wake up like a bloodline limit sometime in the near future?" Naruto shrugged and said, "He guessed so." Inakudo stepped forward and said, "But that's not all." "Huh." The young Hyukia pointed to Mika and said, "She has the second part of the scroll." It depicts Kyakoto Uzumaki's journal discovered right after Hikari was destroyed. Naruto's eyes widened. Do you want to read it? Of course I want to read it. Mika smiled before she fished a little black book out of her robes. The book looked old and beat up, but it was in still relatively good condition. The cover had a picture of a man in his mid-20s grinning widely from behind oval-rimmed glasses and doing a mock salute. He had layered spiky red hair that went past his shoulders, and he had a goatee. His mustache was well trimmed and it stuck out to the sides with only a slight curve downward. He wore an open lab coat. Yep, that's Naruto's relative all right. He looks just as dopey as these two idiots act, said Tayuya with a smile as she looped an arm through Riven's and gave a playful slap to Naruto's shoulder. Shut up, said Naruto as he took the book from Mika with a smile. All right then, who's up for part 2? Said Riven with a grin. Naruto cleared his throat and opened the book. Entry 1, age 11. My name is Uzumaki Kyakoto. I'm 11 years old. Toussaint gave me this journal to help me gain focus, but enough of that, I have something amazing to share. My knowledge has awoken. It was amazing. I was practicing with my sealing arts when it happened. I felt my mind get overflowed with information. This was the day I have been waiting for my whole life. Now I can begin my studies. I have so many cool ideas for bloodline limits. This is gonna be awesome. Naruto couldn't help but sweat drop a bit, but he chuckled as well. Must have been a big deal for all Uzumaki children, he said. Entry 2, age 12. Toussaint and the other members of the clan keep calling me a genius. They say I'm the first prodigy of the Uzumaki clan. I really don't get it, but I do love all of the attention. They always ask for my opinion on whether or not certain nucleic acids are paired up just right and other questions like that. It's fun. No one else except maybe Toussaint gets this much attention. It makes me feel cool. Entry 3, age 12. Toussaint died today. He was just too old to keep on living. I think he was around 72. He never really gave out his age. The entire village had a huge funeral for him and they built a statue of him next to the first Tsuchikage and Mitakuji-san. Why is it that Uzumakis like to have kids when they're old? It confuses me. Maybe it's in our genetic nature to want kids when we're about to kick the bucket? Just like 90% of us are doomed to wear glasses. Oh, I'll miss you, Erasure Toussaint. Try not to mutate angles with bloodline limits up there. There were a few teardrops marring the page. At this, Naruto chuckled and he wiped a tear from his eye. He may have never met him, but he felt a bond with Kyakoto. He reminded him of himself. Entry 4, age 13. I took to studying seals, ninjutsu and kenjutsu. The clan sees me as their next leader and I ain't gonna disappoint them. I'll be the greatest man on the planet. Heh. Oh yeah, the Night Aim asked us if we could create a bloodline limit for them today. I don't blame him. Iwa's clans left to become clans of other villages years ago. Right now the others are discussing on whether or not we should. I think we should. And I have the perfect bloodline limit in mind too. It involves mouths in your hands that can turn clay into living explosive animals. It's gonna be sweet. Now I just have to find the right arrangement of nucleic acids and determine the right number of chromosomes and I'm set. I wonder why the Nidaime requested that so suddenly though? IWA has been doing fine without a bunch of bloodline-wielding clans running around. Well, that is if you exclude us. But still, well, I hope the old geezers say yes so I can see if my first idea will be a success. Entry 5, age 14. I now know why I am called a prodigy. It turns out I have a far greater understanding of DNA than any other member of the Uzumaki clan. I can instantly decipher any genetic code shown to me. I can create the sequences to DNA that would grant a person amazing bloodline limits in mere minutes, and I appear to have a never-ending thirst for more. Even as the other members sleep, I am awake, constantly studying and taking notes, breaking down codes and making new ones. I have created blueprints to enough bloodline limits to make a single village powerful enough to take on the world. This, though, fills me with excitement. First, there was the C4 bloodline that proved to be a great asset for IWA, and now this. The possibilities are endless. I could found my own village and make it the top dog of the world. Not that I'm trying to take over the world or anything. But still, I wonder if I can. At this Naruto's eyes had narrowed. Entry 6 Age 14. I went with the Tsuchikage to the hidden cloud about a week ago. There I met the cutest, most appealing girl in the world. I never thought such beauty could exist. Her name is Mika and she wants to be the Raikage someday. She has golden eyes and dark tan skin with purple hair. She was perfect. I had to talk to her. So I did. We don't have much in common, but we got along great. She has a lot of energy and a great sense of humor. When she told me of her goal, I smiled and told her she can do it. She had smiled brightly. I fell in love in that moment because no other girl has such a fantastically radiant smile. I had to see it again. Over the next 2 weeks, Mika and I became close. I mean really close. The Raikage and the Tsuchikage caught us making out in the office one day, then they caught us again in the hot springs. She had snuck over to the guy's side when all the other dudes had left, and we shared a couple hours of lip-lock action there. Heh, nosebleed, not a pervert. Anyway, when it was time to part ways, I promised Mika I would see her again, and she told me she'd be waiting. I will see that angel again. I swear on my name as a bloodline creator. Naruto looked up and saw that Mika was glowing red while trying to hide her face behind her Kage hat. Don't look at me. Finish reading. This caused everyone to laugh and the Raikage to blush harder. Wait a second, the Raikage knew Kyakoto. How's this possible? Blurted out Tayuya. Akira sighed and said, think about it. Kyakoto started this journal when he was 11, making it only like 35 years old, which would make Raikage-sama and Kyakoto around 48. Hideki nodded. That was impressive, Akira, he said. Akira just shrugged. Right then, time to continue reading, said Riven. Naruto nodded. Entry 6, Age 14. I don't like the way that Tsuchikage has been talking to us lately. I don't know what's getting into him, but it's going to piss me off. He sneers at us and barges in whenever he pleases. His eyes shine with an emotion I've never seen before as he walks around and inspects our home. I understand that he's the Tsuchikage, but he better relax. I'm not a very patient guy. Entry 6, Age 15. That's it. I can't stand it. I've killed my 42nd foreign spy. A quarter of our technology has been stolen already and numerous documents have gone missing. This is getting old. And the worst thing is, I know what's going on. The Tsuchikage has spread the word about the Uzumaki clan. It's not that I care about that, it's just why he's doing it. The Tsuchikage is selling us out for profit. He's allowing enemy ninja to get into IWA and infiltrate our compound and getting paid for it. He's allowing our secrets to be pilfered like common gold. Said. Those fools could not possibly create a stable bloodline limit without the proper knowledge. This is an outrage. They don't know what they're dealing with. It very dangerous sheet. Entry 7, Age 15. The anger is eating away at me. My hatred for the Tsuchikage grows more every day. How could he do this to us? The Uzumaki clan has been reduced to nothing. Nearly everything in our compound had been stolen. The walls are bare and the notes, photographs and documents all gone or destroyed. We're a mere pathetic shell of our former selves. Oh, San, what should I do? It's going to take years to recreate all of that. And to top it off, he demands another bloodline limit. He gets no more bloodline limits from us. I think it's time for a change of scenery. Entry 8, Age. The clan looked to me for answers. Their eyes were so lost and hopeless looking. Their drive had been stolen from them. It made me sad and angry. They asked me what we should do. What was the future of the Uzumaki clan? I gave them their answer the very next day in the form of the Tsuchikage's head. I had killed the fool. Severed his head from his body with my sword. That BSTRD underestimated me. I took the clan and left IWA in ruin. Remember this as a personal lesson, IW. This is what happens when you grow too greedy and arrogant. Rebuild and learn from your foolish leader. And grow without the aid of the Uzumaki. I had shouted to them as I turned and left. I never looked back. Entry 9, Age 20. The world has proven just how foolish they are. I've seen the attempts to replicate the genius of the Uzumaki clan. It is not pretty. Abominations were created. I tried to warn them, but no. Now monsters run rampant throughout the world and have taken many lives. Like I care. They deserve to die. The clan and I has been hunting them down and returning their disfigured and mutilated chromosomes and bodies to normal and thus gaining new allies. Most of the attempts to create bloodline limits were done on poor children and homeless nobodies. I felt for them and offered them sanctuary among our clan. And as we travel the world, I grow to dislike it, even hate it. The shinobi villages have grown too arrogant. They need to be taken down a peg or two, and I know just what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a village. I'll bring the Uzumaki clan to a greatness never before seen. Yeah, that's what I'll do. This village will shine like a beacon of hope at night, and it will vanish from unwanted sight in the day. I will make my village the most powerful and feared village in the land. The world wants bloodline limits so bad? I'll give them bloodline limits. They will rue the day they crossed the Uzumaki clan. Come world, I await you in the future. Naruto read on with a growing look of sadness. He's warping, said Akira with a similar look. Mika sighed sadly. Seeing the world for what it truly can be at times made him bitter and spiteful. It saddens me still. Entry 10, age 21. Hikarigakure no Sato. That is the name of my village. We've been prospering for 6 months now, and already we are well known. The other villages see us as a rising power and therefore with a bit of doubt and respect at the same time. Not many know of the Uzumaki clan anymore. We didn't flaunt our abilities. And besides, history has been so warped now that no one would believe that my clan is responsible for the creation of the powers they so arrogantly wield. I am a rather hardened individual. My clan has been through much, but we recovered. Our grounds once again buzz with activity and countless documents. Notes machines and photographs once again litter the walls and floors, and the children once again wait eagerly for the day that their knowledge awakens. I can feel some of the happiness I had lost before returning, and the citizens of the village seem to be living it up as well. My village is prospering, and we are not worried by the growing concern the other villages are having towards us. Entry 11, age 27. Hikarigakure is now considered one of the great shinobi villages. In fact, we're considered the second strongest, trailing behind Konoha. Oh yes. My plan gets closer to fruition with each day. I have accepted close to 3,000 people into my village, and they have willingly chosen to undergo my experimentations. I have so many different plans for bloodline limits. I can't wait to stun the world with them. My favorite creation so far is called Tenshi Hikari. It's my own creation that allows a person to create wings and a weapon out of sunlight. It also allows a person to create magnificent weapons out of light-infused metal. My skill in seals is high enough that I can accomplish such things. The weapons I'll create will absorb sunlight and, with the right words, release that light, infused with chakra, to create amazing blasts of energy. The clan suggested that I get myself that ability, but I turned them down. Erasure 2-san and Mitokuaji-san became powerful without any bloodline limits outside of high stamina and enormous chakra. I can too. I am Kyokoto, I will show the world my power. Naruto and the others read that passage and sighed sadly. Mika-san, what did Kyokoto do? Naruto was afraid to keep reading. Did the world actually have a valid reason for destroying Hikari? He didn't want to believe it. Mika saw the look on Naruto's face and shook her head. Just keep reading. Entry 12, age 27. My village hasn't even existed for more than 6 years now, and already the threat of war is upon us. My creations, Hikarigakure's bloodline limits, have frightened them. Those deluded fools. Hikarigakure has become the most powerful. My village is talked about in every corner of the world. And the greatness of the Uzumaki clan is known once again. The leaders of the other shinobi villages call me a freak. They belittle our clan and our ability to create bloodline limits. They deny the history. It saddens me to know how far the first bloodlines created by my clan have fallen. The Uchiha and the Hyuga have grown arrogant and cocky. The Tenju is gone. The Kagaya and the wielders of the crystal ice are under threat of attack from its own village. I will go to the leaders of the other villages and I will tell them of the origins of the bloodline limit. Perhaps that will quell them a bit. I do not wish for war, but if they persist, I will strike back with the greatest of my power. And you can guess what happened from there, right? Asked Mika with tears in her eyes. Naruto nodded. his head bent down and his eyes staring into the scroll. There were 3 entries left. Entry 13, age 27. I did not expect to meet an old face at the gatherings of the Kages, so I was pleasantly surprised when I locked eyes with the Reikage. She was every bit as appealing as she was all those years ago. My heart filled with happiness as I saw her standing elegantly in the robes that signified her power. Mikaheim. You did it, I said. Mika had gasped and leapt into my arms. I had never been so happy to see someone in my life. All those years of hardships had made the memory of this angel fade. But they came back with full force in that moment. After a few minutes of this, I removed her from my arms and addressed the rest of the village leaders. There were 7 of them. Aim, Kusa, Konoha, Idabi, Kiri, and Suna, they were all there. When I told them of the origins of the bloodline limit and the abilities of my clan along with numerous other secrets and a proposition of an end to this Cold War, they instantly reacted in a way that set me off. They told me. No, they demanded that if what I say is true, then I was to give a few of my clan members to them so that they too could create more bloodline limits for them. They told me that my power and the power of Hikari are far too great for its own good. They told me that it would cause problems for the other villages when everyone was seeking to hire a Hikari shinobi over others. I told them that I don't give a flying rat's but about their concerns. If they are weary of the strength of my village, then it was their duty to get stronger themselves. I told them that I won't sell out my clan members, that I was not like the second Tsuchikage. They were not happy. They told me that I would regret my decision. They told me to be on guard, that I had a month to reconsider my decision. And now I will head back to my room. War is coming. Mika-chan has allied with me. I can't let her face that danger. I will convince her to go back to Kumo. Entry 14, age 28. I stand atop the tower of the Hikari Tower with cold eyes. The entirety of the village stands at my feet. We can all see the distant glow of torches and we can hear the distant cries of hundreds of thousands of enemy ninja as they march upon us. Mika-chan stands next to me. I couldn't convince her to leave. I couldn't convince Kumo to stay out of this. I am filled with happiness to know that someone actually cares, yet I am worried as well. I don't want Mika and her village to suffer the same fate as what my village is about to suffer. I miscalculated. I didn't expect 7 full-blown shinobi villages to declare war upon my village and me. Are they that blinded by their fear? Are they that jealous of what I have? They all already have great gifts, yet they want more. I won't let that happen. I have already created a scroll containing all of Hikari's secrets and hidden it. I have destroyed all of the creations of the Uzumaki clan. They will get nothing. I've made sure of that. They won't even get Hikari's weapons. I wanted to show the world my power, the power of Hikari, the greatness of the Uzumaki clan. If fighting with every fiber of my being and unleashing the powers of my creations upon them is the only way to do it, then so be it. Iwa's Tsuchikage will die first. I'll see personally to that. Then I'll kill that bstrd of a Hokage. The old fool seems nice, but he let the others influence him. He spouts out the mouth about the will of fire. I'll snuff it out. I am Kyakoto Uzumaki, the hero from the realm of light. And I'm tired of the whole F&D world. Naruto was sobbing and so were Mika, Hinata and Isaribi. Those words written by Kyakoto were so passionate. There was so much feeling in those words. Mika had collapsed to her knees and her entire body was shaking with sobs. Oh Kyakoto-kun, I miss you so much. Naruto gave Mika a hug and told her that it was all right, that he was sure that Kyakoto would be happy that she was able to live out a happy life. Mika just nodded and wiped the tears from her eyes. All right, just 1 entry left. It was the moment of truth now, the CLMX of this entire thing, and the final words of Kyakoto Uzumaki. Naruto gave one last look at Mika before he began to read. He noticed that there were old blood spots on the page. Entry 15, age 28. Even as I sit here and look at the solitary form of one lone little girl, resting on a temporary operation table, they pound at the doors behind me. It's been nearly a year now. Hikari has fall. Heh, but now before we wiped out half of their forces. They obviously underestimated me. Fools. But Hikari just didn't have the numbers they did, so we were overrun. I can hear their angry yells, demanding that I come out and show myself. No doubt they plan on torturing me to find out where I have hidden all of my secrets. Mika-chan had fled. I practically forced her to. She didn't want to, but I won't let her die. The Uzumaki clan has died. It's just me and this one little baby left. They slaughtered everyone. I wonder, will Kami punish me for what path I chose? I actually cannot say that I care really. If Kami sees my chosen life as a wrong one, then I will gladly spend the rest of eternity in hell. I don't need anyone judging me. Ugh, I don't have much time. My wounds will kill me in this room. But I refuse to completely lose. This one girl will carry on the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. I have encrypted a code into her DNA structure. One that will be passed down to her first son. The code is a bit of a wild card. Only under the right series of events will the code activate. Once again I show my genius in this art. Only I could come up with something this complicated. The code is like an incomplete puzzle. It is designed to be a very versatile thing. Anything could act as a puzzle piece. And once all the spaces are filled with suitable pieces, a devastating new bloodline limit will activate. I don't know what the bloodline limit will be. I have merely placed the basis for the creation. It will be up to this girl's son to figure out what pieces will do. This little girl. I know that I have no right to apologize to her. I do not deserve her forgiveness. The only thing I can do for her and for the Uzumaki's pride is to seal away her knowledge. She won't know of her heritage. She'll never know how to operate on DNA. I assume that those BSTRDs are not so cruel as to kill a helpless newborn girl. I know it's a gamble as they have already killed everyone else. And I assume they won't kill her once they discover that she will never know how to create bloodline limits. There were numerous tear stains and blood spots blotting out the next words, but there was one sentence that stood out. I have given the girl a name. Her name will be Kushina. Kushina Uzumaki. The mother of the new Uzumaki clan. I hope you find happiness. And to her son, please restore our great clan. And make sure they never suffer again. Kyakoto Uzumaki. Silence. Not a single word was said. Even Tayuya was quiet. She had collapsed into Riven's arms. Mika walked over to Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. Kushina was discovered next to the body of Kyakoto by a hired ninja from the Whirlpool country. Like many others, he resented the Uzumaki clan and he gladly decided to help with Hikari's destruction, but he was smart as well. He took the girl back to the land of Whirlpool and raised her as his own in hopes that she would eventually create bloodline limits for his country. She grew into a fine young woman, but her knowledge never awakened. Then came a great war between all of the shinobi villages. The general disappointment thrown towards Kushina was soon forgotten and placed towards concentrating on surviving. When she was 15, she heard of an amazing young man that had single-handedly wiped out Iwa's army. His name was Minato Namikaze, a powerful ninja from Konohagakure no Sato. She fell in love instantly. She fled Whirlpool to meet Minato just 2 months before it was destroyed. Naruto listened with great attentiveness. There was something he was missing. He was sure of it. Mika smiled warmly, then said, Kushina Uzumaki married Minato Namikaze 4 years after they met. Naruto's eyes widened. Kushina, is my mother, huh? Mika nodded. I would assume so. But what surprises me the most is that you're a spitting image of the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto did the only thing he could do. What? Mika just nodded. I'm sorry you had to find out like this, Naruto. What will you do now, Ni-san? Asked a concerned Naturo. Naruto looked down and clenched his fists. Tears were streaming down his face and onto the still open pages of Kyakoto's journal. We're going to Hikarigakure? Hanabi dreamt of playing in the village with a young Kimimaro, Kin and Haku along with her lost sister without a care in the world. She dreamed they had no clans to be stuck to and that no one was after their heads. She dreamed she laughed and played without a bodyguard's breathing down her neck all of the time and that she could do as she pleased. Hanabi always dreamed of that. It was the only thing she ever wanted, to be free. Free in the sense that she could forge her own destiny. make her own decisions without someone telling her no because it would be too dangerous. She was absolutely starved of contact with the world outside of her clan walls. So when she woke up and locked eyes with a pair of golden snake orbs scarier looking than an activated Byakugan, she didn't scream. No, instead she gasped and smiled a huge happy smile as she said, "A stranger." She loved meeting new people. It was the only rope to the outside she had. She didn't care that the man staring at her had appeared in the middle of the night or that he was skilled enough to get past all of the sentries. Hell, she didn't even seem to know of the danger she was in as she began to bombard the man with questions. Who are you? What's your name? Are you a ninja? How strong are you? How are your eyes so pretty like that? Do you know Hokage-sama? Can I ever get my hair as nice as yours? Those purple lines on your face make you look cool. I'm Hanabi Hyuga, what's yours? Orochimaru was actually caught off guard by the girl. So much so that when he finally recovered, he couldn't help but laugh as he held up a hand to halt her endless stream of words. My, such an excitable one you are. He then rubbed her cheek, causing her to blush. You poor dear, you're starved of life, aren't you? Been cooped up in this stuffy old room for most of your life, haven't you? Hanabi's eyes widened. How did you know? Orochimaru's grin grew as he said, I can see it in those appealing eyes. You've been denied your own destiny, my child. Left out as the world grows around you. Tell me, my dear, how old are you? I'm 8. Hanabi's entire face was red. This stranger was so charming. Oh, 8 years old and you've never seen outside of Konoha? Your parents must be very protective of you. Hanabi smiled as she regained control of herself. Yeah. Father said I have a sister that was kidnapped 5 years ago. He's afraid that's gonna happen again. Hanabi then saw a sinister look appear on the man's face and became more guarded. How would you like to see the outside world, young Hanabi-chan? To escape from this prison and bask in your long-awaited freedom? Hanabi's brain shut down at these words. It wasn't possible. It seemed so perfect. There was no way this was not a dream. But it wasn't a dream. This was really happening. Someone had come to take her to see the outside world. Someone had noticed her silent longing. Orochimaru watched the girl's face morph from shocked to disbelieving to so radiantly happy that he couldn't help but feel a similar emotion inside of him for a brief second. He couldn't help but laugh at the rest of the Hyuga clan. They were so inexperienced in areas such as the wants of children. They only cared for their image and their status's well-being. Even if that meant sheltering their heiress in a sad attempt to further dwindle the chances of having their precious bloodline limit stolen. He took one look into the girl's eyes and knew the answer before she even said it. Yes, I would like that very much. Please. I want to be free. I want to see the world. Are you truly gonna do this for me? Orochimaru smiled and rubbed the tears of happiness from the girl's cheek with one of his pale fingers. Of course, my dear. I would not be here if that was not my plan. I will take you from Konoha, and once I have the thing that I want from you, you can do whatever you want. Hanabi's gasped in pure joy and launched herself at Orochimaru, grasping him in the tightest hug her small arms could muster. Thank you. Thank you so much. When can we leave? Orochimaru could help but smirk sadistically. This was so damn easy it should have been a crime against nature itself. But then again, he's already committed such crimes. He picked the small girl up bridal style and said, we can leave right now, before vanishing via Shunshin, unaware of a pair of eyes that were watching the whole thing in horror. Scene change. Why are we going back to the Hidden Light Village? Asked a confused Riven as he and the others looked at an angry Uzumaki Naruto. Naturo spoke next. I agree. Shouldn't we head to Konoha to get more answers? I'm sure the old man will be glad to tell you what he knows. Besides, I'm positive that Jiraiya has already told the Hokage of us, and no doubt that we're here in Kyuumo, said Akira. Naruto didn't say anything, he just continued to clutch tightly to the journal of his ancestor. Hinata had a comforting hand on his shoulder. Finally he spoke. We're going to restore the Hidden Light Village, then train there in secret for a while. I'm positive that we didn't get everything when we were in that village the last time. No doubt the place had hundreds of genjutsu hidden secret storage rooms, weapons, and even the materials and blueprints to the numerous bloodline limits Kyokoto was planning to create. Numerous sets of eyes got wide at this. We're going to study every aspect of the human genome and gain immense knowledge concerning it. We will help Isaribi with her unstable bloodline limit and figure out how to work the machines. Then when our knowledge awakens, we will go to Konoha and confront the old man. If a fight breaks out, well then a fight breaks out. But why wait to go to Konoha? Asked Mika. Naruto finally looked up and startled everyone there with crimson demonic eyes. Because if I go there now, I might raise the place to the ground. Izuki chuckled and said, wow, yeah, maybe going to the Leaf isn't a good thing right now. But I wonder how you plan to restore the Light Village with only 5 or 6 of you. Not 6, said Sasuke as he stepped forward. 8, said Hinata as she too stepped forward. Waff. Sasuke smirked. Listen, we didn't spend the last 5 years looking for you, ditching Konoha and lending a hand in the creation of a powerful bloodline clan for Kyuubi just so we could spend a few days with you. We're going with you. But don't worry, said Mika with a smile at Naruto. I already approved this. Sasuke and Hinata are not bound to Kyuubi. They can leave whenever they want. Yeah, but we like it here. Kyuubi is a nice place, said Hinata. We will always stand by this village's side, but we will stand by your side even more, Naruto. Naruto and his group didn't know what to say, so Sasuke said it for them. A simple, we'd love to have you on the team would suffice, he said with a bit of a smirk. Naruto glared playfully and said, all right, fine. You can come. Hell, you all can if you want, seeing as you're all involved in this too. Yujito, Izuki, Inakudo, Ikumo and Hideki all smiled at Naruto's declaration, but sadly only Yujito stepped forward. The Hyukia triplets hadn't moved and Ikumo answered Naruto's silent question of why. Besides Sasuke-sama and Hinata-sama, Izuki, Inakudo and I are the oldest and strongest members of the Hyukia clan. We will stay behind and look after the clan while you are away. Izuki giggled and said, though I am a bit miffed that you 3 get to see a legendary village and everything. Oh, now we're gonna have to train extra hard to keep up with you guys. There was a bit of laughter and Mika approached Naruto with tears in her eyes. She knelt down and grabbed the boy in a tight hug. Naruto, I want you to know that you have my full support. Kyuubi will stand by you and the hidden light once again. Naruto gave the woman a wide smile and returned the hug. Thanks, Mika-san. That means a lot. Especially since we didn't really have Nei allies before. The Raikage smiled and stood back up. You're so much like Kayakata-kun. You'll do great things, Naruto. You and your siblings. Speaking of which, butted in Yujito. You never did tell us what was up with your siblings and what your involvement was in IWA. Then group heard Naruto sigh and look up with a bit of sadness. As you all know, I was treated like shit in Konoha back in the day, so I left. The people there refused to let me have anything including friends. I was 6, so my natural logic was to go find somewhere where I could find friends. It was actually quite easy to get out of Konoha. There's security SCKS. There were a few chuckles from Izuki and Riven. Anyway, after about a week or 2, the Kyuubi contacted me out of the blue. Literally, and decided to try and make me feel despair. She obviously didn't know who she was talking to back then, and it ended up with her teaching me the shadow clone technique instead. At this, Mika, Hideki and Yujito gasped while the Inakudo and Izuki approached Riven, Akira and Naturo to poke and prod at them. No way! You're saying these guys are shadow clones? Yes, now get your Dean hands off of me, yelled Riven as he batted Inakudo away with a wing. Naruto chuckled but then got serious again. But that's not all. Kyuubi made them permanent that day and even suggested the idea for using items for bloodline limits for Riven and Naturo. For a while I questioned what gave her that idea, but now I think I know. Mika nodded and looked up in thought. Your knowledge. Even though it hasn't awakened for you yet, Kyuubi was able to find it in your genetic structure and mind and used it herself to make sure the bloodline limits for your siblings were perfect. Naruto nodded. Yeah, that's what I thought too after I read Kayakoto's journal. So anyway, that's the story. No, it ain't, said Izuki once again, stepping in to close into Naruto's personal space. You still didn't tell us what happened to IW. Naruto sighed, as did Akira and Naturo while Riven grabbed Taiyuya's hand. We destroyed it. That was all that needed to be said. The ones who hadn't already figured it out gasped and looked with wide eyes. You used the Kyuubi, huh? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Riven used the most. They had captured and experimented on Tayuya. Hearing her horrible screams caused him to snap. But how did you manage to take on an entire major shinobi village? Even with the Kyuubi, that should have been impossible. Especially for a bunch of toddlers. Hey, we weren't toddlers, we were children. One level above that stage, and anyway we won mainly because Naturo's metal and the Kyuubi's chakra protected us from like 95% of the harm. This statement came from the ever-intelligent Akira. The Kumo ninjas, including Hinata and Sasuke, stared at Naruto in awe. He's the Jinchuriki for the most powerful of the Biju, heir to a clan that can create, destroy, and even enhance any bloodline limits, and he can make living clones of himself. While you certainly will be a very desired man when you're older, Naruto. Hehe. Hideki smirked when he saw Hinata place a possessive hand on Naruto, who didn't notice as he chatted with Sasuke and Yujito. So will the knowledge awaken for them too? This surprisingly came from Ikumo as he examined the 3 clones more thoroughly. You know? I don't really know. They can use the Kyuubi's chakra like me, so who knows? They are my clones, so I'd say yeah. He smiled when Riven said, man, that'd be sweet. Isaribi, who was still unsure and shy around all of these strangers, stayed partially hidden behind Naruto's metal-manipulating brother. Though she was quite happy to know that there were so many unique people out there and that she wasn't an outcast in the world. She couldn't wait to start training with them. But for the moment she just opted to stay mostly hidden by Naturo with her arms wrapped around his left one. So anyway, I think we've wasted enough of your time, Reikage Sama, so we'll be leaving now. Mika chuckled at Naruto's reluctance to acknowledge her as someone to respect and gently bopped him on the head. No need to be formal, Naruto. Call me Mika. Naruto nodded and gave the woman a smile. Well, anyway, we'll be leaving. Thank you for the info on my clan. Here's your boyfriend's journal back. Mika smiled and gave the journal back. Keep it, Naruto. It's an heirloom of your ancestor and it could probably help you more. Naruto said nothing as he reclaimed Kayakoto's old journal. He just smiled and waved to the Hyukia triplets. It was fun, you guys. Make sure you get nice and strong while we're gone. That way we won't be able to totally kick your butts when we come to visit. And don't worry. I'll keep a close eye on your leaders. Izuki giggled, Inakudo grinned widely, and Ikumo grunted. Naruto turned to his group, now consisting of Sasuke, Hinata, Isaribi, Tayuya, Riven, Akira, and Naturo. Alright, let's go. We got a lot to do. Naruto-kun, how long are we going to be isolating ourselves in the Light Village? Naruto smiled a bright, handsome smile, causing Hinata to blush. Just until my knowledge awakens, then we'll take an active role in the world. The group nodded and began to head out. Take care. All of you, said Mika. Naruto merely grinned and led his group out, through Kumo and back out into the outside world. I'm gonna miss him, said Izuki. Who? Sasuke-sama? Or Naruto? You have a crush on Naruto, don't you? Ha ha ha. Shut up, idiot. I don't have a crush on Naruto. Ikumo just sighed. I have idiots for siblings, he muttered. Mika and Hideki just watched the scene with amusement. None of them, including Naruto's group, would know about what was happening in Konoha until much later. Scene change. An alarm blared and people were running around all over the place in a frenzy. The Hokage himself hadn't been this alert since the last Uchiha and the previous Hyuga heiress had gone missing. Hayashi was in tears and the entire Hyuga clan, along with just about every ninja in Konoha, was up and running all over, covering every inch of Konoha in a desperate search for the recently missing Hyuga Hanabi. It had happened so suddenly. Hayashi was asleep when the young branch member by the name of Niji came bursting into his sleeping quarters, yelling about Hanabi-sama and a pale-skinned stranger enticing her into leaving with him. After a brief description of the stranger, Hayashi awoke everyone. We have to find them, he yelled in a panic-ridden voice. Scene change. There were 3 people other than Hayashi that were affected the most by this. Kin Kimimaro and Haku tore through the village as fast as they could, eyes aflame with righteous fury, Zambatus and Bloodlines active. Anyone who saw them would cringe and got out of the way as fast as they could. The 3 of them were said. Someone would dare kidnap little Hanabi? Not on their watch. They ignored everything else around them and communicated with hand signals. Their teamwork was impeccable. Zabuza was somewhere else. No doubt assisting the Hokage in trying to calm everyone down. They were making their way down the center of the village when 3 kunai embedded themselves into the ground before them, causing them to skid to a halt and look around. Hello, you 3. It is a great honor to meet the 3 of you. Kin Tsuchi, Kimimaro Kagaya and Haku Momochi. The 3 teens looked up and saw a silver-haired glasses-wearing teen smirking down at them from the roof of a civilian home. Who are you? Asked Kimimaro in his ever-monotonous voice. The boy's smirk merely grew as he pushed his glasses further up his nose. An action that annoyed all 3 of them. Who am I, you ask? I could give you many answers. I could tell my name, I could tell you my rank and even where I'm from. I could also say that I am the right-hand man of a powerful ninja, and finally I could tell you that I am the one responsible for the missing Hyuga girl. As soon as he finished that last word, he had to jump to the side lest he get cleaved in half by Kin Zambado. Where is Hanabi-chan? Tell us or die. The boy laughed at Fist, then gasped when a spear of bone jammed into his upper arm. Kimimaro glared and said, "We do not joke, foolish scum." The boy jerked himself off of the bone and turned and ran, all the while laughing. Why don't you follow me and find out? The 3 wasted no time in pursuing the stranger. They weaved in and out of crowds, leaped over house and rounded around other panicking ninjas in their pursuit of the boy until finally they chased him out into the forests. The boy was having quite a difficult time, what with vines, ice ball and bone spears constantly coming at him, but he had managed to do his job. When they got to a clearing, he turned to face the 3. Hehehe Kin, Kimimaro and Haku. I welcome you to your last day of freedom. Kin scoffed and raised her sword, leaves from trees and grass from the ground growing and condensing on her shoulders in the form of a pair of huge, dragon-like wings. Vines burst from her forearm and wound down and around the handle of her blade, and her hair turned green and reshaped to look more like a reptilian tail. Haku's skin turned blue and his hair solidified. His blade became encased in a near-invisible layer of ice, and the area around him became considerably colder. And Kimimaro had bone spikes grow from his shoulders, his kneecaps, and had his spine grow to form a bony bladed tail. The arm holding his Zambada became encased in a layer of bone as well. The boy examined the 3 and grinned even more. You 3 have indeed been training, haven't you? Haku answered by lunging at the boy. Now no need to get antsy, our main guest of honor will be here in a second. What? Asked Kin. Someone else. The boy laughed. Of course, you didn't really think I'd be the only one responsible for all of the excitement, did you? Weren't you paying attention when the Hokage gave his description of the person you were to be looking for? It took a second, but the 3 got it, and they gasped. That's right, you 3. You are prizes that Orochimaru-sama seeks. Kin spoke with a shaky voice as she knew who this nin was. But what would that freak want with any of us or Hanabi-chan? They suddenly tensed and leapt to the side as a large snake lunged from the forest behind them, and on the snake's head stood Orochimaru with a smiling Hanabi in his arms. Kukukuku, what is it that I seek, you ask? Orochimaru suddenly coughed up a glowing blue sword, the Kusanagi. He gently placed Hanabi on the ground next to the boy and smirked down at the 3 while licking his lips. I want your Kikei Genkei. It was 8 in the morning and Konohagakure was still in a state of panic. Ninja were still running all over the place trying to locate the missing Hyuga heiress, but it was all in vain. She was gone. Hayashi was a broken, crying mess. He kept blaming himself for this. He kept saying it's his fault for pushing his children away. He was walking sullenly through the village, ignoring everything around him when the Hokage appeared in front of him looking grave. Hayashi-dano, I think we have a lead, he said. Kakashi picked up the sense of Kin, Kimimaro, Haku, and another person heading into the forests. Hayashi felt his heart leap. If anyone could get his daughter back, it was those 3. The old Kage gave a warm smile. Come on. Hayashi nodded and shined away with the old man. They arrived in a forest clearing that honestly looked like a war between 2 groups of 100 men was fought there. The entire area was littered with craters, scorch marks, and broken and uprooted trees. Patches of ice were everywhere and large spears of bone were jutting from the ground and trees. Vines and massive flowers lie dying all over the place and blood splattered in 6 different places. There were so many broken kunai and shuriken laying around that the Hokage honestly believed that 100 men were there for a second. But what made his heart nearly stop were the 3 large Zanbatas stabbed into the ground and a scroll placed in front of them. Zabuza, who had accompanied the small group of ninja, let out an enraged snarl. Who the F did this? The Hokage had an idea and his suspicions were proven correct when he read the letter. It was a note that made his gasp. Sarutobi-sensei. You really are a clever one, aren't you? I never would have thought you were capable of such deviance. To think all this time you had the dead bone pulse, the Kusuryu and the Hayutan bloodlines all safely hidden in Konoha. Though I do have to wonder how you came in possession of such rare treasures. Well, not that it matters, because you have made my job so much easier. I must also commend you for training them so well. They nearly killed Kabuto-kun, tore off an arm and ripped out 2 ribs. They scared poor little Hanabi-chan though, and for that I must frown at you. Kukukuku. But don't worry, I'll make her all better. I'll light up her world and show her what it's like to be free. After that I'll take what I need from her. Actually, I'm pretty sure she'll willing hand it over. Then I'll release her. If she stays here, then we all know who the better father was, won't we? Kukukuku. I must thank you, Sarutobi-sensei, for these wonderful gifts. For bloodline limits all at once. Now all I have to do is find the Kyuubi child siblings and the youngest Uchiha and all will be well. I will ascend to godhood. Goodbye, sensei. Goodbye, Hayashi-sen. Goodbye, Zabuza. Until we meet again. Sarutobi read and reread the letter 3 times before he finally dropped it, allowing Zabuza and Hayashi to read it and gasp as well. He couldn't believe it. Oyumu, I'll get you. Zabuza and Hayashi had vowed the same thing. Scene change. Naruto and Riven were sparring, Akira, Yujito and Isaribi were off fishing, Sasuke and Naturo were locked in a staring contest and Tayuya was cheering for Riven. Yeah. Kick his blonde butt. Wing boy. Naruto sighed in annoyance as he blocked a strike from one of Riven's sides with one of his swords. We don't need a peanut gallery. Go do girl stuff or something, yelled the blonde as he went for a kick to his brother's head. Tayuya glared and 6 smoke tentacles shot from her shoulders and right at Naruto. Fucking a-hole. You wanna say that again? Naruto responded by slamming his orange sword into the ground, causing a wall of earth to shoot up and block Tayuya's attack. Yeah. I said go do girl stuff. I'll show you girl stuff. And now Naruto found himself fighting Tayuya and Riven. He ducked under a huge smoke fist from Tayuya and then jumped over Riven's scythe. You both a CK. What was all that training with the kitsuns for? Huh. Riven glared and slammed his transparent scythe into the ground. Demonic fox art. Raging fox fire. A massive wave of blue fire exploded from the scythe and speared across the ground at Naruto. Tayuya helped by launching hundreds of kunai-shaped smoke projectiles. CRP. Naruto thought he was crude. Right up until someone dropped from above and started to spin. Kaiten. A huge dome of chakra sprang to life as the wave of fire and smoke slammed into and swirled around it, dispelling it. Once the Kaiten died down, it revealed a smirking Hinata. Naruto couldn't help but grin. At least someone's on my side. Hinata and I are gonna kick your butts now. Hinata gave a smile and a slight blush as she spared Naruto a quick look before focusing on the 2 in front of them, determination shining in her eyes. Bring it on, yelled Riven, and then the 4 surged forward. For the next hour the area was filled with explosions, jutsus, and a constant stream of courses. Naturo and Sasuke just sighed and continued to stare at each other. So you have a unique bloodline limit, began the Hyukia clan head. Naturo nodded. And you as well. Sasuke smirked and without a word, his eyes transformed from jet black to pale lavender with 3 crimson tomes and no pupil. Indeed. The 2 had hit it off quite quickly. They had similar personalities and therefore could relate a bit more to each other than the others. We'll have to spar sometime, said Naturo. Sasuke smirked. Anytime. It was at this moment that the 3 girls and 1 fox returned. Akira had a large basket on her back full of fish, Her fox had a huge fish in its jaws. Yujito was happily picking her teeth with a fish bone, and Isaribi looked a bit reluctant to admit to the fact that she had helped capture the fish, probably something to do with her bloodline limit. "Hi guys," chirped Yujito with a smile. Naturo and Sasuke turned to her and gave slight nods, hunger evident in their eyes. The spar between Naruto, Hinata, Riven and Tayuya halted instantly, and all four headed back into the camp looking like they had been through hell and back. Riven's right wing was broken and being held in place by Tayuya as it healed. Sasuke would never get used to seeing the red chakra surface and visibly mend broken limbs. It was freaky, probably because of the feeling the chakra gave off. Foul evil. The chakra of the Kyuubi herself. And his eyes, which had still been activated when he turned to the fore, got a full, complete and magnified view of Riven's inner chakra and the bones healing in his wing. "About time. I'm starved," exclaimed a grinning Tayuya as she used a smoke limb extension to grab 3 fish, then used a light fire jutsu to cook them in a matter of seconds before she dug in. Isaribi turned green and looked away with a look of nausea, an understandable action. Naruto grunted and sat down, nursing a bruised shoulder and allowing Hinata to tend to the wound despite the fact that, like Riven, it was healing. The blonde enjoyed the attention the girl was giving him, though the growling from the Kyuubi in his mind was something he could do without. Riven himself had flown over to Akira, snatched 6 fish and flown back to Tayuya before the girl could even blink. And like Tayuya, used heat to cook the fish in no time at all, then started to dig in as well, dropping his sides as he did so. She huffed in annoyance and placed the basket down in front of her. She was mumbling about impatient siblings and their smoky girlfriends, and Yujito used her own fire jutsu to light the pile of logs and dried plants in front of them. Once the fire was big enough, everyone gathered around and grabbed sticks and the fish. They enjoyed the rest of the evening and a good portion of the night in each other's company, getting to know each other more. It was a good experience. Naruto had learned the full story as to how Sasuke and Hinata ended up in Kumo and how they had merged their bloodline limits and also had it implanted into a large group of orphan children, creating a new clan. Naruto was actually impressed with Kumo's genetic manipulating skills. The Shiokigans seemed to be in perfect working order. There seemed to be no adverse side effects. Then again, Kumo's Kage was his ancestor's lover. It was only natural that she learned a bit from him. Still though, he promised himself to check on the Hyukia clan once his knowledge awakened, just to make sure there were no late side effects. As the night rolled in, everyone began to settle in and relax. Akira opened up the Hikari scroll and proceeded to study. It was a habit she enjoyed a lot more than her brothers. Admittedly, Naruto hadn't really examined the scroll at all. He vowed to change that. Naturo relaxed by his sister and started to read over the scroll with her. There were so many secrets in that scroll. Even after 5 years of having the thing, they still haven't come anywhere close to reading all of it. There were so many storage seals in that scroll, containing more scrolls or items that it made his head spin every time he thought about it. And on top of that, most of the words he had actually read in the scroll were way too confusing and complicated to understand. Akira seemed to understand them though, and that annoyed him a bit. Because she wouldn't help him out. She seemed to take pleasure in torturing him. She did give a helpful hint once. When your knowledge awakens, you'll understand it. But how the hell was she able to get it? Girls are more intelligent than boys, was the Kyuubi's response. Naruto scowled. I doubt you'd be saying that if you were a boy, so shut up. The roar that came after that response almost made him wince. Insolent brat. Naruto scowled. Naruto? You look mad. Is something wrong? His mental shout at the fox was halted before it even began when he saw Hinata's pale orbs staring at him. He noticed that Sasuke also looked a bit worried, but Naruto's companions and Yujito just continued on with what they were doing. Not surprised in the least. Naruto grinned. Nah, just yelling at the fox, nothing to worry about, Hinata-chan. Hinata blushed. Is it wise to yell at the demon locked inside of you? Asked Sasuke. Naruto shrugged. Demon annoying furball never shuts up and she always yells at me, so I can yell all I want. Akira's fox didn't look overly pleased but didn't do anything. This was a normal practice among this group of humans, and he knew that the Kyuubi and the boy she's trapped inside of actually had a bond. They just didn't want to admit it. Sasuke didn't really look convinced but dropped the subject anyway. It was Naruto. In the short time he's known the blonde, he has already made the correct assumption that the boy was hard to scare. He'd probably yell at her even if she wasn't sealed. Even if it meant he died in a flash of teeth and drool. Yujito giggled and plopped down next to Sasuke and slapped him on the back. Don't worry, even if he yells at his demon, she's not going anywhere anytime soon unless she wants to die. Naruto nodded. Alright, enough talk about demons and take your buttes to sleep, said Tayuya as she used her smoke to smother the fire. Not all of us are tired, said Riven. Tayuya just huffed and grabbed the boy around the neck and collapsed to the ground with him. Too bad for you, your wings are warm and I'm cold. Riven sighed but complied, covering both him and his girlfriend up with his wings. Naruto yawned. Yeah, it's probably smart to get some sleep. 'Cause I want to get to the hidden light as soon as possible. There were nods of agreement from the others and Naruto just fell backwards and stared up at the sky. He absent-mindedly noticed Hinata unrolling a sleeping bag a few feet away from him and turned to face her. She turned and gave him a shy smile and a cute blush as she slid into her bed. Good night, Naruto, she said. Naruto smiled. Good night, Hinata. Isaribi plopped down next to Naturo, not trying to be too far from him. The metal manipulator didn't say anything. He rather enjoyed her company. The fish girl placed a hand on his arms, then gave a relieved sigh as she closed her eyes. Akira silently rolled up the scroll and snuggled close to her fox, with Yujito joining her with a grin and a purr. And with a few more muttered goodnights, the camp descended into silence. That is if you ignored Riven and Tayuya's whispered insults. Scene change. The hidden village of the Sound is not a traditional hidden village. It's more of a series of underground compounds hidden under the ground. However, it has everything needed to be considered a hidden village: ninja, medical facilities, a country to occupy. Orochimaru's village had all of this and more, including numerous rooms where horrible experiments were conducted. And as Hanabi trailed alongside Orochimaru with one hand clung to his, she examined all of this in wonder. Some of the things she saw would have traumatized any other child, but to Hanabi it was all so fascinating and new to her. Being the sheltered child that she was unable to determine right from wrong, moral from inhumane, and death from fascination. Even as she saw a young woman screaming in agony as numerous hooks and machines literally dissected her and put her back together again, trying to figure out how her unique body worked. Even as she passed cells containing people, half-starved, half alive, mutated beyond human recognition, or actually dead, all she did was smile in wonder at the new things around her. Oroni-sen, what's that? She asked as she pointed to a huge tube of water holding an unconscious boy with blue skin and shark-like teeth. Behind them, Kabuto was trying to hold in his amused laughter at the scene before him. This girl was unlike any girl he had ever met in his life. She was so thirsty for new things that she couldn't even identify the undoubtedly evil environment she had entered. And the more he examined the girl, the more his amusement grew. Hanabi bombarded Orochimaru with constant questions about the numerous experiments taking place around her. She had even activated her Byakugan to see into some of the more confidential rooms, and all she did was ask what was happening. And Orochimaru answered her, swiftly, thoroughly, and honestly, making the girl widen her eyes at all of it. Kabuto knew that Hanabi, given a little bit of time, would willingly give Orochimaru her bloodline limit, in exchange for knowledge, for the freedom that was denied by her family. It was enough to make anyone laugh. Instead, he opted to hold the unconscious form of Kimimaro and Kin steady on his shoulders. Orochimaru had Haku over his left shoulder and his right hand in Manabi's. He was also very amused and a bit surprised at the young Hyuga. He thought she was going to be afraid once he brought her here, but it turned out to be the opposite. He was intrigued by her thirst for knowledge. The girl was fascinated by his experiments. Joe of them had repulsed her. A plan began to form in his head. No one, not even his closest men and women, could handle seeing all of the horrors hidden deep within Otogekure no Sato. There was always something that disgusted someone, no matter whom it was. But this girl was different. Even with her naivete and her thirst for knowledge, something in here should have scared her to death. He found himself interested in this girl. Perhaps he had finally found an apprentice. He'd have to see what the future held. He arrived at a rather large steel door and shoved it open with little effort. Hanabi followed him in along with Kabuto. There were numerous computers and hundreds of glowing tubes connected to a large test tube holding Orochimaru's clone. The body just floated there undisturbed by the outside environment save for the slight burn marks on the glass. Its eyes were closed but Hanabi knew who it was and she smiled excitedly. "It's you, Aro-ni-chan," she said with delight. "Kukukuku, yes. It's me, or rather, my clone. I plan to take that body and use it to gain supreme power and immortality." Hanabi giggled and looked up, innocence in her eyes. "Oro-ni-san, what's immortality?" Orochimaru chuckled in the same sadistic way he always did. "Immortality, my dear, is to live forever. That is what I will do." Hanabi looked up in thought, confused. But she gave a declaration anyway. "I'll live forever too," she said with a huge smile. Orochimaru chuckled and patted her head. Then he turned and faced the area left to the test tube. There was a cage with 5 people asleep in it. They were pitiful-looking, dressed in rags. There were 2 females, one a young brunette woman who was still healing from her injuries, and a girl of around 15. There was an older man, a young man, and finally a boy of around 6. Orochimaru chuckled and tapped the bars once. The cage door swung open. "Kukukuku, wakey wakey," he said. Instantly 5 pairs of eyes snapped open. The boy shrunk in fear, the young woman winced, the girl glared as did the older man, and the young man lunged. He was kicked back by the snake Sannin. Now that's not a polite way to greet your he admonished with a smirk. The older man sneered then gasped as he laid eyes on Hanabi. "My God, so you actually did it. You really are a monster." Hanabi glared. "Don't call Oro-ni-san names, meanie." The man recoiled as if punched. Orochimaru chuckled again. "I was as surprised as you, old man. But this girl is different." He put a hand on the top of her head. "She has a true seeker spirit." He knelt down and tossed Haku inside the cage. "And I found 3 more guests for you all." Kabuto tossed Kin and Kimimaro inside. Hanabi looked concerned. "Are they gonna be all right?" she asked, concerned for the 3 that had taken time out of their day to play with her. Orochimaru gave a reassuring smile. "They would be fine, Hanabi-chan." The girl brightened up, but only a little. She showed concern for the 3 as the other occupants of the cage adjusted them into more comfortable positions. "I'll tell you what, Hanabi-chan. You can come visit them whenever you want." This brightened up Hanabi greatly. "I will." The old man with the chakra laser eye bloodline limit could only watch in sadness as Orochimaru and his crony led the heiress to Hyuga clan away. Already he could see that Orochimaru had a hold on her and he couldn't help the tear that escaped his eye. He looked down at the 3 new guests. They were bloodline users as well, obviously. But they had a connection to the girl. "How are they going to react to this?" he said. The others just looked on sadly as well. Haku was the first to awaken. His forehead was throbbing and his back sore from the angle at which was sleeping. At first he was confused, his eyes blurred, and his mind disoriented. But then the memories all came back like a massive flood, making his eyes widen and his mind recover in an instant. "Orochimaru," he shouted as he struck out unconsciously, causing the young boy that was next to him to gasp and retreat. Haku calmed down with a few deep breaths, realizing that the snake Sannin was nowhere to be found. In fact, he wasn't even in the forest clearing anymore. What happened? Where are Kin and Kimimaro? He noticed that he was in some sort of cage in a room dimly lit by an old light hanging from the ceiling and the pale green glow of a large tube full of liquid. What had happened? He didn't know. Orochimaru had said something about their bloodline limits right before his teammates, and he had charged with the intent to destroy. He was taken out of his thoughts when a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. He spun around so fast he could have given himself whiplash and was met with the startled dark blue eyes of a girl around his age that he did not recognize. She just stared at him and him at her, Haku immediately noticing her state of dress and her physical condition. She looked to be recovering from a rather brutal fight. Some of the injuries looked infected. He noted that her hair was a blue that seemed purer and brighter than the sky itself, and her eyes shined with an unnatural amount of intelligence. "It's okay," she said, her voice raspy from non-use or injury. Your friends are being tended to. She gestured to her left and behind her where the boy who had cried out earlier was standing over the unconscious forms of Kin and Kimimaro with his palms outstretched. Haku could only stare in fascination as hundreds of black threads emerged from the boy's hands and proceeded to stitch up the two in seconds. The tentacle-like threads seemed to dance in their own breeze as they did their work, emitting a soft golden glow as they healed up his two friends. What is that? Haku couldn't help but ask. The girl smiled. His name is Kazumari. He's from the waterfall country and that's his bloodline limit. He calls it serpent thread. The girl gestured to the rest of the occupants of the cage. People who Haku hadn't noticed until now. There was 3 more. All of them were staring at him. The old man was looking on in interest while the woman of around 20 or so was looking on in concern. The young man looked the most cautious. Welcome, said the old man. I'm Kaoru. The woman got to her feet shakily and gave a slight formal bow. An action that led Haku to believe she is from a noble class family. I am Shiroya. The young man just stared for a few seconds before he grunted out, Name's Kaziryu, before looking away. The old man, Kaoru, chuckled. Don't mind him. He's a paranoid street punk. Up yours, you old geezer, said Kaziryu. The blue-haired girl smiled and held out a hand. And my name in Hanadiko. It's nice to meet you. It was then that Kin and Kimimaro woke up. Both were in a similar state to what Haku was in as well. Luckily for Kazumari, they noticed Haku before they had any unconscious outbursts and rushed to his side. Haku, what happened? Where are we? Asked Kin, fearful. Kimimaro also looked unsettled. His eyes were darting back and forth in anxiety. Haku shook his head. I'm not sure. It seems we were captured by Orochimaru. His two friends stiffened. That's right, said Kaoru. You are currently trapped in a cage deep underground in his most precious lab. He pointed to the large test tube where Orochimaru's clone could just barely be seen floating inside. Kin, Haku, and Kimimaro's eyes widened. He plans to use you 3 for a sick experiment. One that will push his power up beyond what any normal human is capable of. And he plans to use our bloodline limits for this? Asked Kimimaro. The old man nodded. Hi. Orochimaru has become obsessed with them as they can produce jutsus no one else can ever learn or copy. He finds that unacceptable. There should be no jutsu he can't learn, so he's rounding up everyone with bloodline limits and using them to alter the DNA of that clone in there. At this, Hanadiko turned around and showed the back of her head. All 3 gasped in horror as the gaping hole there 3 inches in diameter and rimmed with coagulated blood. Oh, Kami! Exclaimed Kin as she put a frightened hand over her mouth. The blue-haired girl nodded tranquilly and let her hair fall back over the hole. My bloodline limit is actually rather simple. The power lies in my brain and in my mind. The stronger they are, the stronger I am. She raised her hand and made the cage they were in rise off of the ground a few feet before she lowered it. Telekinesis and mind reading, the purest branch of mental abilities, passed down through the blood. They stared at her in shock and wonder. We are scattered throughout the world. There are very few of us left. We are very rare. Amazing, said Haku. Hanadiko blushed a bit and looked to the ground shyly. Kaoru chuckled, slightly puffed out his chest as a sign that he was taking his turn to speak. He stared at Haku, Kin, and Kimimaro as his eyes turned red and began to glow. I come from a small clan near the border of the Earth Country, he began. I cannot tell you how long we've been around, only that I'm probably the last one left. The glow in his eyes intensified, and to the utter shock of the trio, shot a pair of blue beams of chakra right past them where it scorched the wall on the opposite side of the room. Chakra dangan, or rather chakra projectile. I can focus chakra into my eyes and release it through them at will. The level of power depends on the person and the level of chakra your body possesses. The less intense your lasers, the weaker you were considered. He then closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. People also called them laser eyes in good humor because they hated saying chakradangan. The 3 newcomers didn't say anything, they were still trying to put it all into a coherent thought. And then there was actually one guy who had so much chakra, he could release massive blasts capable of leveling a city block. A prodigy he was. Haku, Kin and Kimimaro gasped. Kaziryu grunted and turned to face them. I ain't a ninja, he said bluntly. But my ability gave me the power needed to be able to face most of them. An image of Orochimaru danced across his mind and made him cringe a bit. Haku, Kin and Kimimaro looked on, fascinated as the boy's hair began to fade. As if it was being bleached until finally the hair was completely transparent. Then his forearms and hands began to fade as well, along with his lower legs and feet. They were just about to ask what his could do when they felt it. It was subtle at first and barely noticeable, but then it grew in intensity. There was something in the air, moving with it, touching them. It felt like hundreds of little marbles were rolling along their bodies, taunting them. Kaziryu smirked. They gave me my name because I was said to have been blessed by the Dragon of Wind when I was born. Obviously that's a load of crock and I'm the descendant of an extinct, nearly extinct clan. Haku felt a hand grab his shoulder. He spun around but there was nothing there. I've also been called a ghost in human flesh. Heh, as sweet as that would be, I'm not that either. A tiny tornado came to life in the middle of the cage for a second before it faded away again. In fact, control of the wind is just a secondary byproduct of my actual ability, he said with a smirk as he rose to his feet. The three could only watch, transfixed as he made like he was stepping upstairs, and actually stayed there like he had. He rose 6 more steps until the top of the cage finally prevented him from going up any further. I don't have a name for it, nor do I need a name. All you need to know is that I am able to control the molecules in the air. I can condense them to a point of solidness and I can disperse them to a point to where there are actually gaps in the air completely devoid of oxygen. I can steal breath, give breath underwater and yes, in space I'm sure. And by moving massive amounts of them at the same time I can recreate the action of commanding the wind. My ability is a very powerful one. And I still don't know how that fucking snake BSRD managed to overcome me. He's the snake Senin, you arrogant whelp, replied Kaoru. Of course he'd be able to overpower a civilian with a blood limit. Up yours, you old geezer. Kaoru chuckled and gave a dismissive wave, making Kaziryu glare, but before he could say anything, the woman moved a bit closer to the trio and gave a bow again. Hello, she began with a formal bow. My name is Shiroya, as you know. I'm 25 years old and my Kekkei Genkai is this. She held her hand out and concentrated chakra into it. A second later there was a large flash of light and in her hand was a sword made of pure light. Haku found his eyes widening as a single wing also grew from her left shoulder, glowing and transparent. It's called the Tenshi Hikaru. I am the very last of the clan that wielded this blood limit, the remnant of a war that destroyed them all with the exception of my mother. Or so I was told by my parents before they were killed by Orochimaru. Kin couldn't hold in her awe. It is appealing. There was a scoff from Kaziryu, but the others fully agreed with Kin's statement. Shiroya deactivated her bloodline limit and gave a slight bow in thanks to Kin before sitting back down. Kaoru sighed and crossed his arms. Sigh, it looks like the snake is closer to creating his perfect body, what with obtaining 4 more bloodlines. At this, Kin, Kimimaro and Haku gasped as they all spoke as one. Hanabi. Kaziryu snorted and asked, that the name of the little Hyuga girl who was actin' like the snake was her hero? What? Hanadiko gave a sad sigh. She hated having to inform these 3, but she had no choice. I think, she began, it's best if I showed you what he means. Naruto woke up the next day with a smile and loud yawn, waking Hinata, Riven and Tayuya in the process, 2 of which grumbled rather harshly and glared heatedly at said blonde while the other just gave a slight blush and said, "Good morning, Naruto." Naruto grinned as his muscles stretched, his lips smacking 3 times as he gave another yawn. He eyed the still sleeping members of his group and chuckled to himself, noting that Isaribi was practically laying on top of Naturo and Yujito and Akira were curled into each other like a kit and a kitten, curled around protectively by the large 2-tailed fox. Sasuke was slumped against a tree, snoring lightly. "Wake up," he shouted. Sasuke, Naturo and Yujito sprang to their feet in a flash. This in turn resulted in Akira and Isaribi being roughly tossed to the ground. Needless to say, they woke up as well. Naruto waited a few seconds for everyone to orient themselves before he spoke again. Okay guys, we got a lot of ground to cover. We're gonna have to move fast, alright? It was true. They were still just inside the border to Lightning Country. They had quite a ways to go. Right? Said Hinata with a smile while Riven gave a mock salute. Aye, boss, he exclaimed, causing Tayuya to smack him in the head, which in turn made him smack her in the head. Hey! But wipe, what the F was that for? She yelled. Riven glared at her and was in her face a second later. You know what it was for, you Banshee? You wanna repeat that, bird brain? Are you deaf or what? Your eardrums turned to smoke and float away. Tayuya looked murderous and Sasuke, Yujito and Hinata looked worried a fight would break out. Right up until Riven enveloped the girl in a hug, which she returned with a scowl and a blush. Good morning, Yuyan, he said, love pouring from every pore of his being. Naruto chuckled when Tayuya sputtered and bashed his winged brother upside the head for real. Who the F is Yuyan butthole? Don't ever refer to me as something like that again. Ah, but it suits you, Yuyan. Okay. Hinata nearly squealed. You're so adorable, she exclaimed. Naruto laughed outright. Yeah, it's been that way for a while between those two. He then sighed dramatically. Young love. Kids these days grow up so fast. I'm older than you. D-dash, yelled Tayuya. Naruto chuckled. And you're dating my brother who is only 5 years old. What's that say about you, you pedo? Tayuya started sputtering again and Riven laughed and enveloped her in his wings. Don't worry, Yuya-chan, I've always liked older women anyway. Tayuya proceeded to invent a new shade of dark red. All women are older than you, deadpanned Naruto. Exactly. My siblings are idiots, muttered Naturo while Akira nodded her head, though she looked amused. Isaribi looked a bit shocked. Does this happen a lot? Naturo looked at her and shrugged. Every morning. Sasuke gave an emotionless flat look. You hid your true nature from us back in Kumo. You're all a bunch of goofballs. Oh, that was because of the whole Ancestors Scroll, DNA knowledge, 4th Hokage's offspring situation. No time for goofing off back there, you know? Sasuke looked unsure for a second before Yujito playfully punched him in the shoulder. Oh, relax, you stick in the mud, sheesh. She then eyed the members of Naruto's group. So we're heading out, are we? The blonde gave a grin. Yep, the Hidden Light Village is pretty far away from her, so we got a bit ways to go, but before then we gotta stock up on some supplies and whatnot. The others nodded in agreement. Haku recoiled in shock and horror as the vision faded from his mind. No, it can't be, he muttered. Not Hanabi. Please, not Hanabi. But he couldn't deny what he had seen, and he couldn't deny the utter lack of surprise he felt when he'd seen it. And looking at Kin and Kimimaro, they felt the same. Hanabi was attention-starved and desperate to be free. If Orochimaru could offer this to the Hyuga girl, then there was no telling when she would do in order to get it. Add to the fact that if Orochimaru actually went out of his way to make sure Hanabi actually felt cared for, respected and genuinely wanted, she would never do anything to upset him. Her eyes, she'd give them up without hesitation. What will you do? Began Kaoru. If the girl becomes an enemy molded by that snake and fully willing to end your lives? The three thought about it. They didn't know Hanabi very well. They had only spent a day with her, but even that day was enough to create a bond. Bonds? How would they preserve the ones they had formed with Hanabi? I don't know, muttered Haku sadly. And he didn't.